Alrighty, let's get right into it. How's it going, everybody? MetaGamesGX here. I'm gonna have to zoom in my camera a little bit. Not that much. So, yeah, we are on BANLIST watch, BANLIST duty. As you guys always know, we are here on BANLIST day. And so it's like basically a 99% like here, I'm gonna switch to this.
1,400 duelists competing this weekend, and now there's only 16 players that remain. And player Kai win.
Match I expect that you could.
They might just be trolling us, but it's like 99%
usually means balance.
confirmed.
Oh, in the matchup in particular.
I feel like.
Like, what did you say? But yeah,
it would be an all-time troll if they did
crazy that Labyrinth is in top 16. There's also a lot of other decks. Plenty of excellent duelists that have made it all the way. One of these 16 players will be walking away as a YCS champion. And there's some excellent duelists for sure.
There's Pascal.
Lots of crazy players. We just saw him make it all the way. That's the player who defeated Josh in the last round. So many excellent duelists getting their moment in the sun.
Some all the way from Europe as well.
Definitely.
Christian.
And one of these players will be walking away with the trophy.
We see some familiar faces here.
That's the NAWCQ champion. Oh, shout outs to Lex. Holding it.
Is the stream loud enough? Let me know.
Coolest. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, team
You said
represent, yeah.
you mentioned there were some players from the EU. Oh,
Francisco, yeah.
competed at the World Championship this past year. I just can't believe Jared Randolph. Shout outs to my boy. It's gonna be cool. I just can't believe one of them is gonna walk away with the trophy and etch their name into Yu-Gi-Oh history and become YCS champion.
What's up, Jake the
Just
Mountain Man?
Absolutely incredible. It's
Nice
been
to
an
see
amazing YCS. I was excited for this tournament, but it's gone far and surpassed what I expected, what we were going to see in terms of deck diversity, creativity, tech choices. It's all been fantastic here at YCS Houston.
Yeah, definitely one of the most surprising events I've had in quite a long time. You know, I've expected the format to really just devolve into just Ryzeal and Maliss, but there's been so many other decks. We've seen even Mermaid 19 crawling its way up throughout the format, but now we saw Memento, we saw Tombkeeper, we see just all these other strategies. I mean, Labyrinth just won in top 32. Anything could take it at this point.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the top 16 bracket so we can see who is remaining. We see Anthony's going to be taking on Lex. Bryce against Aditya. Manuel's still waiting to see who his opponent's going to be, and Nathaniel versus Israel.
Definitely star-studded there. We see Pascal versus Jared. That is a battle of the East Coast right there. Francisco holding it down versus Kai Huang, our Labyrinth player. Then it's Kevin versus John, and then Christian is still waiting for the result between Edwin and Jesus.
Oh, that's an interesting matchup that is going to game number 3. That's the Jesus I believe we saw play in the last.
I'm gonna be
Fiend Smith
reading chats after
Okay, yeah, I'm glad to see
Billy
them make
is
it into the
done
top
because I
32.
want to see if they're going to talk about the
Definitely.
ban list
Rescue Ace
here.
is one that caught me by surprise this weekend. Labyrinth is one that definitely caught me by surprise. I mean, I don't know if I'm more surprised to see Rescue Ace or Labyrinth. I think I'm leaning towards Rescue Ace, though.
I mean, yeah, Labyrinth is one of those decks that's been kind of in and out of formats. I think I've seen it be a little bit more popular with, again, the Fiendsmith strategy, you know, being able to turn your two bodies that you generally are able to put on the field that don't necessarily need to do anything. A lot of the time, it would make something along the lines of Chaos Angel, but again, any two bodies
There we go.
going into the Fiendsmith, and again, they are Fiends, so then you can start climbing in to the Unchained cards, but from what we saw, this is a bit more of a pure Labyrinth strategy.
And he branded in top.
focusing more on
Branded
top
got
than the
41st
general
place.
the furniture can
We're
do.
right now working on getting the list. It was from someone in the branded group chat that I'm in, so shout out to Oscar.
But I think we're ready for our top feature
He went
match.
X1-1 too, so he really just bubbled out. It was really unfortunate.
on the main stage.
Gonna link out the Discord.
YCS Houston is heating up. 16 eliminated. Only 16 remain. Who will make top 8? Let's begin with the blue chair. That is right. Hailing from Plano, Texas, Aditya Dara. Obviously filled with enthusiasm right now. Okay, there's a smile. And then in the red chair from Houston, Texas, we have Bryce Sharp. Fun fact, he owns 100 chickens. There you go. Okay, crowd, I need y'all to get real loud for both competitors here. Can we get real loud? Okay, I need y'all to get louder than that. Y'all, give me a cheer. Okay, there we go. Let's get this started and send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you, Jackie. Good to hear from the crowd there. Aditya, our NAWCQ reigning champion out of Plano, Texas, my old stomping grounds. And Bryce, as we heard the crowd pop off for him there, is the hometown hero right here out of Houston. 100 chickens. I need to go hit him up.
All
I need some
right,
eggs.
so-
I've been looking for them. Maybe this is where I can find them with Bryce.
Gonna read some chats now. RJ King, what's up? Dylan Norris, how's it going? Lulu, what's up in the chat? How's it going? Gabe Heedley. So the ban list drop confirmed is not confirmed, but I mean, they keep hinting towards it, so it'd be really weird that if it wasn't, it's been like almost 5 months, maybe 6 months now without a ban list. If they don't drop a ban list here, it would just be very illogical to me. But it's not confirmed, but hey. We called it last time. We'll do it again.
Either go into Bomb and Shark or just go straight into Duo Drive, see some of those pieces, but opting to just keep it as streamlined as possible. And then we have the Mermail landing strategy that we've seen be so powerful going into this tournament. Being able
Watch
to-
Mermail not get hit? I kind of
Still
doubt that
shoot
will
up something
happen.
Here in YCS Houston.
What's up, Jake the Mountain Man? The wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. If you mean me, yes. We have been trying to just enjoy life lately. Been on a lot of dates lately with a really nice girl, so. And also just trying not to tilt out over Master Duel, so yeah. Yo guys, Iridium, just be careful of your hopes. Remember, Konami is a business first. Agreed. And you know what? There's an anime coming out revolving around the branded lore, so if they are smart businessmen by that logic, they will help brand it, right? Right?
I mean, yeah, you even got in the top 4 of the European YCS not so long ago as well.
Yep, definitely a strategy players we're counting on seeing in the main event, and not surprised to have it here in Top Cut. But going back to Bryce's pure Ryzeal strategy, the one thing I do like about the pure deck, it does get these cool cards like Pot of Desires.
Yeah, just really being able to take advantage.
I've played against this guy before. He's a very nice duelist. I forgot what YCS it was, but he's a very nice duelist. EPA, how's it going? Also, sorry guys, my monitor setup isn't the best, but we're gonna make it work today. What's up, Corey? Nice to see you, Corey, by the way. Nice to see you too, Swizzo. I forgot to say hi to you the last time you were in the chat. I appreciate you, Swizzo. Corey, nice to see you, though. How have you been? Guys, wake up, Chris is streaming.
Unless you hit like 3 copies of something, it's essentially Pot of Greed.
Yeah, I mean, you can lose some...
What does that do?
I think it draws 2 cards, Billy.
This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. All right, now continue.
I hope you lost your node. I hope you lost your cross.
Yeah, there are definitely some things that can go wrong, even in...
Mermail is fine, says Liquid Rax. I would not agree with that. I think I've been hearing a lot of people in the OCG and TCG call for the deck to be hit, and the OCG already has Toad hit, right? So like, if we get the Toad hit, Mermail's gonna be fine. They're gonna just start barrier statue locking everybody, and everyone's gonna be equally annoyed with the deck as they were before, right? Because so they actually have to like hit Dragoons as well as hitting something like Toad or Bahamut, in my opinion. I don't even think Toad is necessarily the problem. It's mainly the hand rips. But yeah, I do think that Toad's a kind of
as the format got wider, it's hard.
Yeah, with modern card design, is a bit of a crazy card.
Options as you can to really mitigate.
41st is not bad. Dylan Norris fair play. Yeah, exactly. Like he went X1-1, right? So like, we're gonna have the list hopefully in him on the channel pretty soon. He's a branded, you know, player through and through, right? So Oscar is gonna be a great. Will probably just be our next branded cast. And that's like, right, like YCS Birmingham was top 64. So if it was top 64, it would have been a top, right?
One of these 16 players will be walking away with that trophy that's sitting right there on their table within the arms.
What do y'all think the coolest Yu-Gi-Oh card name is? Oh, it's the Bringer of End Times for me. I forgot what card that actually is.
From playing another
it's Varudris, Bringer of End Times. That card goes that card name goes so hard.
Game here in game number 1.
That's right, game 1, top 16, YCS Houston. It's time to duel. Let's see who wins the die roll. Bryce is gonna roll the dice first. Rolls
a 7.
That's the average.
As average as it gets.
I'm gonna move my camera down,
like
guys, so we can see everybody.
Eyes. 2 is not gonna be enough to beat 7. And now Bryce will be opting to go first. And our top 16 match is underway.
I think this is a situation. Wait. Oh, it looks like we're activating something in the draw phase, and that is Mulcharmy Fuwalos.
Fuwalos being activated in the draw phase.
Interesting choice there. I imagine at this point, both players have some kind of matchup knowledge of their opponent. You know, going into the top 16, it's very easy to see what players have been playing throughout the tournament, especially when there's so few remaining.
Definitely. And the advantage he gets there from using the false in the draw phase instead of waiting is he's playing around cards like Triple Tactics, Talent, needing the cards to be activated during the main phase only. So leading things off here with extra Ryzeal to send Duo Drive to the graveyard. The reason you send Duo Drive there is because when you exceed summon another copy of Ryzeal Duo Drive, it will be able to attach a Ryzeal monster from your graveyard underneath as material.
Yeah, normally, at least in the beginning of Ryzeal's dominance, you would send just any other monster like Aggregator, because you didn't need to actually be able to use Duo Drive's effect to attach, because you would usually search a copy of Ryzeal plugin along with the Ryzeal Cross to then insulate yourself from Nibiru, because at any point if your opponent activates Nibiru, you could chain plugin to give your Duo Drive a material, and then you could add Resolution, use Cross to negate it. But since a lot of players have opted to take out plugin, now they need to put that extra material in the graveyard, so Duo Drive will have a material once Cross is out of the field.
Yeah, very interesting to know how that has developed as the format has shaped out. But we're going to see the Sword Ryzeal come down next, and then that's going to add a copy of Ice Ryzeal from the deck to the hand.
Unlikely to see Bryce summon it unless he's willing to commit to giving Aditya more cards here. Aditya choosing to shotgun the Fuwalos. This is a kind of an indication that your hand is strong. You don't need the draws as much. You just want to stop your opponent.
Stop your opponent, play around talents, all the sort of indicators that we're getting here from Aditya. I mean, that's something you got to do when you're playing YuGiOh is wonder why. Why is my opponent deciding to use the card when he's using it? And sometimes you can maybe get some more information than you otherwise wouldn't. So now we're going to overlay those two level 4.
My favorite is A Hero Lives. Bringer of the End Times is a series finale anime antagonist name, says Corey. Yeah, 100%. Like, I've never been able to play Varudris, but when I do, oh my god, I am saying that full name every time.
But it's always worth it, because if they did have an answer to the detonator, they were going to have it anyway, even without the draw. So like if they were going to respond to the Duo Drive, they would have had an answer to the detonator anyway.
JaketheMtnMan, that lab matchup gave me a stomachache. Why is that?
But now he has activated a monster effect during the main phase, so Triple Tactics Talents will be back online.
Seeing Lab almost lose.
Now we're after allowing Aditya to draw another card.
YuGiOh players trying to look hard always cracks me the hell up, bro, says GabyOtterGames.
Has no plays. We're going to opt for talents right now, and that looks like a strong hand here.
Jerome looks like a Chevy Chase. Oh yeah, this is Mermal. Yeah, we just saw Mermal win another YCS over last weekend. It might win another here, right? Like, I think it's undeniable at this point that Mermal needs a hit. Now, whether Konami does it or not, we will see.
It's between Poseidra and Dragoons, I think, and I think you just have to put back the Poseidra. Yeah, you can see it's a tough thought here from Bryce, because there really is not a right answer. So do you think the fact that he's using talents now to look at the hand and shuffle back means he's not going to be...
No monitor can capture your looks meta? Aw. What's up, Alex D? How's it going, brother?
If he saw that his opponent
Shibby, what's up? Are you picking any of the all-art branded cards up in Stampede? Yeah, I'm going to pick up, if a Luber's in there, I'll pick that up. And I'll pick up the cards. I'm legally obligated to pick up the Alubers. They're so good, but I don't know if they're in there. I'd also like to get
maybe his first thought was gonna be not to summon anymore, but
Cartesia, but like they're a bit overpriced right now, in my opinion.
He has perfect information here up until choosing to summon another monster from the extra deck. I mean, it's rough because
heck of a name.
He added to his hand.
A Hero Lives is cool though. A Hero Lives is a good name. I won't lie. That's one of my favorite cards of all time.
Really difficult, but we're activating a Pot of Desires here. This will be resolving to draw 2 fresh cards.
Fun fact.
Interesting that you use the talents for the desires, but
I mean, yeah, Ash is already used, right? There's not any necessarily
repercussions.
Cartesia and Aluber are in there. Oh god.
Hoping to cut each off entirely with that.
Well, when they drop, I'm just I'm buying Effect Veilers. I'm buying Nibs. Like, I love the new all arts for both of them.
Very, very risky play, but I mean, if he was able to be rewarded, then he could take that risk, right? Because if he found
I just don't really, I don't care about Albazazar and Cartesia. Between me and you guys, I like the Starlight more, so I already have 2 of them, so.
Card face down, setting another card face down, another card face down, another card face down.
EPA played in my first regionals, got 69th out of 268 people. Good job, EPA. That's not bad for your first time. That's a good showing. I saw your regional report. Hope you had a good time. Zay the Prophet, what's up, Zay the Prophet? How's it going, Branded Goat? What do you think of the best tier 2 deck right now? It depends on your definition of tier 2, right? Because like Mermal, I think, is probably the best tier, like not Ryzeal Maliss deck. I think Branded is up there, frankly, but it takes a good run for that.
Of effects along the lines of Poseidra.
I think a lot of people would consider Branded tier 3 in TCG, which I would consider fair.
You know how strong it is because he's revealing the one card he drew, but it's
I argue it.
It's
It's always tier 2 though.
It demands an answer.
It doesn't have an immediate answer, so he's able to pay the cost.
What's
for
up,
Neptibus
Uxum?
to send an Atlantean.
I mean, we're gonna get access to the Dragoons again, and now I think this game's over.
Always appreciate you, Uxum, and
Neptibus is
and your
allowed to resolve
very
here after sending
positive
Dragoons across.
I was gonna say,
emoji
I
or
hope Bryce
emotes
says
that
something
you
like
put in the
Call by the
chat.
Grave or something on Atlantean Dragoons could turn things around, but no response to the Dragoons.
I mean,
Oh,
thus
no
far.
response to the Neptibus. Yeah,
Yeah,
he could
like-
still be holding it.
This is
Yeah, wait until the Dragoon's
it's
active, it's
interesting.
fine.
We're starting to
Not
see
giving the
desires
information
now
before he chooses
in the
what he
pure
adds off
Ryzeal
the
decks. I don't know if
Neptibus.
you guys have noticed that recently, but people have been back on desires, which is over like 7th Ascension.
If it was a
I feel like I got
there
scammed
was
on
a
buying
very
7th
easy
Ascensions,
on
frankly.
the Ash Blossom or the Fuwalos, right? So I highly
Oh, I
doubt
also have to get my playset of Feet Ash Blossoms, guys. Like, rest in peace, my wallet,
the
right?
Shrine, and then Dragoon and resolve to add Shadow Squad.
Here, Disha trying to run through what those face downs could possibly be. Metal Tronus is a fair assessment. It's a card that's popular in a lot of main decks this weekend. Not so strong against the Atlantean Mermail deck.
What are you up
And
to
we can
today,
lead with Poseidra. Oh, it looks like we're going to be leading with Tatum.
Jake the Mountain Man?
He wants to just
What do you want to see on the ban list, Jake the Mountain Man, as a player who just came back? What do you guys want to see on the ban list? Let me know down in the chat. Obviously, the ban list is going to be coming out probably at the end of the YCS, so.
So the Shadow Squad will specials from deck. Abyssius will add a Mermail from the deck to the hand.
I need
So
ulti
it's the
Quems and
best of
QCR
both worlds.
Cartesias for real.
We already have shrines, so
Quem
Abyss
collector
will
rares,
add
I'm interested to
another
see what
Shadow
they look
Squad,
like.
And Shadow Squad will be summoning a copy of Dragoons.
Why the Feet Blossoms? No particular reason. I swear.
It's like
No,
still
it's-
no responses
I
from
think
Bryce.
they'll be cheaper than the
And now we're gonna be
normal
activating
Ash
Poseidra,
Blossoms,
sending
so I want to
the
get them before they
Neptibus
get up.
from
I
the
want to have a
field
nice
here.
set of Ash Blossoms. I already have the collector
So we'll be
rares,
able to
but
trigger in a different chain to try to summon back that Shadow Squad.
I do prefer the original Ash art. But the Feet Ash are just so
activating
funny.
The Neptibus chain link.
It's like
one.
it's
Okay, so
such
go
a
after
big
the
meme in the
Dragoons, and then
community.
Poseidra chain link 2, sending infantry as cost, and it will target that set right there. Yep,
If
it goes
Brandon
back
doesn't
to
get
the-
anything good on the ban list, I'm gonna play Snake. I mean, I think the
Alright.
thing is,
So now
RJ,
that will resolve.
nothing could come
The
back
set
for
will be returned to
Branded,
the
and
hand.
if
Neptibus
Maliss
will
and
resummon
Ryzeal
Dragoons, and
get
then the
like
following
hit,
chain, infantry can target.
that's a
lead
buff to
Duo Drive.
Branded, right?
Destroy
So
it.
consider that, right?
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Duo
gosh.
Drive is going to duo down to the graveyard.
Slowly but
Right,
surely,
like, if
Aditya is
Dweller goes,
getting rid
that's a
of
buff to
Bryce's
Branded.
resources while
My-
amassing
my
more of
ha-
his own, and now we have 2 level 4s. We're going into Bahamut Shark.
With 2 Dragoons underneath.
We're going to be able to
Wait,
detach
hold on.
Dragoons for the effect of a water monster. It's going to be met with infinite permanence that does cut off the Totally Awesome, but Dragoons will be able to activate once again.
I mean, that's the big part about the Bahamut Shark is not only you're getting attempting to special summon a Totally Awesome, you're also going to be able to trigger the effect of the Dragoons, which is just huge.
I'm surprised Bryce
One,
is still trying to
two,
play.
3, 4, 5. I think he's at 5. Oh, he's 4 right now, I think. The Fuwalos is a wind.
Fuwalos is a win, yeah.
Yeah, so he's at 4, I believe. So he needs to get one more water monster in the graveyard before that Moon Glacier is online.
Looks like we're going to be overlaying
Summon Abyss Trait.
for the Abyss Trait.
Effective Abyss Trait.
Bistrite's going to bring
Resummon.
back
Target Atlantean Dragoons to summon.
Dragoons again.
And now we can overlay for Poseidra Abyss.
Special Poseidra Abyss.
Okay.
Effective
Poseidra Abyss was allowed to be summoned. Now you're able to detach 2 here.
Detach 2 and send a water from my deck to grave for cost.
Yep.
GZ1K
as
in the
cost
chat
effect.
said 10 minutes ago because I don't ever read Twitch chats, right, guys? Unfortunately. Unless it's Uxum
Yep, another copy
and
of
sometimes
Dragoons
GZ.
here.
Banlist gonna make Witchcrafters tier 0. Trust.
Just trying
Witchcrafter
to get rid
Golem
of as
Aruru
many
is
of
the best
Bryce's
name.
resources as he can. Just going to, put it all
Aruru
back
is
in,
just like
so
a
now
fun
we're
name
vulnerable
to say. I
multiple
cannot
champs,
deny you that one, GZ.
as well as being able to get another copy of Neptibus to hand. Keep in mind, he still has a Abyss Shrine in hand, so at any point he could access Coelacanth from the deck.
He has the Moon Glacier in hand, yeah.
They're counting out the waters.
6.
He's at 6. He needs to bring one back
Yeah,
without
I'm
putting another one in the graveyard.
unplug
I don't even know
this.
if he really needs to summon Mulling.
I mean, he just has to find a way to get to 8,000 points of damage, and he'll be taking game number 1 here. Despite going first.
There is the Coelacanth, straight from the deck.
It's super. It's ancient. Q champion is going to take game number 1 and now just be 1 game win from moving on to top 8. I know he hasn't been able to win since that NAWCQ, so I know Aditya is very hungry for it. And he's from Plano, Texas. The city that he won in the NAWCQ, Austin, Texas, for this past year. And now we're in Houston.
Hopefully they ban
like
Sanctifier and give us branded fusion back.
So
That'd be
just
cool.
These Texas
I mean, I'd
events
take
are
that.
where Aditya shines the best.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players have field spell effects lately. We see Dominic Couch in Vegas can be, well, just undefeated.
In certain convention centers, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it's a comfort of home, being able to drive to an event as opposed to fly. Not that I don't know if you end up driving or flying down here to Houston, but it's not too far of a drive from Plano. Made the drive plenty of times myself. But Bryce, you know, we heard the crowd. He is our hometown hero. That game definitely did not go the way he wanted. I mean, I think he knew he lost as soon as he saw Aditya's hand with that talents.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when he drew the Neptibus off the top, that really sealed the deal.
Like, the hand was already fairly strong, and that just gave him every piece needed. And when you didn't have an answer for it, I was hoping he had something along the lines of Book of Moon to cut it off immediately. But then
Spoilers! Yeah, that's the quick play spells that he was using. Book of
that
Moon.
was pretty good against this matchup, I'd say.
It is? Yeah, not too bad.
It's one of the few things that can cut off Neptibus early.
You're right, before they're able to activate the effect.
Yeah.
That would have been really sweet to see.
I guess that's true.
But unfortunately, Bryce just had a bluff set pretty much. I mean, once he set the Ice Ryzeal, I was kind of like on to this is not going well for him.
Yeah, I mean,
if his goal is to survive.
in theory, he could have had an infinite permanence, but there was never really an opportunity to use it for great value.
He just held it for the Bahamut to be able to use to stop the Toad from coming out, which makes a lot of sense.
Aluber all
But now
art
he's gonna
is
be
a
able to dive into the
must.
side deck. I do
Yeah.
think people were more prepared for Atlantean Mermaid this event than they have been in previous events leading up to this.
I mean, they've had to respect it, right? But more can they do? The main answers to the deck are Dimension Shifter and Abyss Dweller to be able to cut off all their
Engraver to
effects at
1,
once.
Track to 2.
But
I don't think, I
honestly, they
mean,
really
I
can't
think
play
it needs to get
Dimension Shifter
hit a
very
little
well.
bit harder over here,
So
but I
if you're
could be
able to
wrong.
just put out a Dweller as fast as you can. That could be the way to do it. I mean,
There is a chance that, yeah, Bryce did not know Aditya was on Atlantean Mermaid coming into this game. So he didn't know that he could just like go into Dweller and make things really difficult there for Aditya. But at the same time, now that we're in game 2, even if he goes for the Dweller play, I know a lot of Mermaid players are citing like Xyz Encore to try and out that right away.
yeah, I wonder if you ever take the
Fred
risk of
MK,
looking at
alright,
just
read
saying,
that.
you see
But
how
if Sanctifier gets banned, then
you
my
just give him
edit
2 more
myself
draws
I
to
imagined
just
while
make the
listening to
Dweller.
ADM on my morning walk can't come true.
Yeah, from the, I think
OSS to
so. I
1,
think it might have been
Shockmaster
worth
to
it,
1,
'cause it doesn't
Shifter
matter how many
banned, Skill
cards he
Drain to
gets,
3,
none
and
of their
Mystic
effects
Mind to
activate in the
1.
graveyard. That might be something Bryce might look back at this game and think, oh, maybe I should have just normal summoned that Ice Ryzeal.
I mean, you're taking
Some of those are not like the others, sir. Why are we having Shockmaster and Mystic Mind come back?
potentially answer the
I have to pick the
but
brain
realistically,
of someone who
you're kinda
wants
just losing the card
2 of the
anyway.
most divisive cards, maybe hated cards. I don't know
And it
if
just-
divisive
I mean, 'cause that decision
divisive
gets a
even
lot
like
harder post, when they have even
like
more
does it
answers to Abyss Dweller
justice.
sided in.
Definitely. But he will get a chance.
Antonio
to go
Lopez,
first.
is there any
He'll get a
branded
chance
deck left
to
on the YCS? No, there was one that
summon
got
Abyss Dweller
41st
potentially,
place. I know there was like maybe
but
1 or
just been
2
going
other
second
day
so
2s.
I mean, we've only really seen the Mermaid Atlantean deck go second and just break boards all this weekend. But like what it does turn 1 going first is also incredible.
Yeah, I mean, since 2016, Mermaid Lantern has been that powerhouse at going second, being able to put up all the damage ever needed. But we're going to see in game 2 if he's able to do it again. The hands are drawn.
Corey, I'm doing
They're
well
getting
though.
ready
Thanks
to
for
get
asking
started.
though. Hope you're doing well. I'm getting back into the game, Chris.
Let's
So
go.
I'm counting on you to bless us with your top tier branded content.
Right.
I appreciate you, brother. We've been
Is there
staying
a
pretty
mid-phase
consistent
check?
the last
Any
month.
little
Took kind
charges
of a
from the
break
hand,
the
from
last
the
week or
defense?
2,
Doesn't
but
seem
we'll
like
be
it.
starting to get back
Already
up with the
off to a
ban
better
list
start for
here.
Bryce from the get. No, I spoke too soon.
Oh, Bryce is
Set
just
too
hard
fast, no
bricking. Oh
Ryzeal
no.
cards. This is a huge opportunity for Aditya.
And we talked about having really compact engine and focusing on all that non-engine that pure Ryzeal can do, but that just means you're playing less engine. And we're starting with Minstrel Discard Dragoons. Let's take a look at what those cards are in your hand. They weren't starters, so what interruptions could he have here? Droll and Lockbird.
Plug-in and talents.
The Droll's gone. The Droll is gone.
Oh, plug-in and talent. Nothing there. And now Dragoons is going to activate. Bryce, you're going to need something special in that spell and trap zone to get back into this game.
I mean, what does Aditya think those sets are? They could be something along the lines of not Called by the Grave that would have hit the Dragoons. It could be Infinite Permanence. He could be thinking about cards like Metal Tronus, but I don't think he would keep that in.
Probably not. But yeah, Teus discards Shadow Squad.
Giving a lot of information here because I believe the Dragoons added the Prince.
Janus Sanctifier is amazing under Fuwalos. I love the plays he enables. I hope they ban Ido and the other floodgates instead. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, like, obviously the better alternative. If we just got, like, Vice King and Ido banned, I think it would, and then Ra's Disciple banned, I think it would generally be okay, but then we could start doing other things, right?
Yep. Does that merit a response from Bryce?
Like, there's
It
too
looks
many
like it's good.
targets, I feel like.
So that's going to be able to add Poseidra here, and then Dragoons will be able to resolve. Getting another copy of
All
Bryce.
arts are hype. Yeah, what are your guys' favorite alt art? I just think the Aluber looks way too cool as a fan of Jujutsu Kaisen, which it's, like, clearly an inspiration of.
At least force out some more of Bryce's interruptions if there are any.
EPA, just say that Sank can summon 2 monsters but have their effects negated if they aren't Fallen of Albaz or mention it. There, we fixed it. Yeah, there's, like, very easy ways to fix Sanctifier, too. Like, if they do ban Sanctifier, it will eventually get rotted.
And then getting another card from its effect in graveyard. And it's a body on the field. It doesn't really matter. You're typically just linking it away anyway.
And did he send the
When, like, the
Biscuits to
3rd wave
Cassandra?
of branded
Nothing
support
left,
comes
right?
out.
He has so much going for him that he just has to just send any card, any mermail.
When Season 2 of the branded anime comes out.
Here to set up Bahamut Shark once again. He can lock this game up very quickly.
Is it okay if I look at your
Cart, all art is the best, don't ask me.
Bryce forgot to go to his swimming lessons this weekend.
You like the
He is
mommy
drowning
cart,
in
I
this
understand.
He's
I heard they
sounding
censored
a
it,
little
though.
defeated.
I heard they got rid of her legs and made them
Already
like
down game and you
hands.
see no plays. It is really hard. But now
And
with
I
the
don't
active
like
push
that.
right, discarding the Dragoons, likely going into that coelacanth.
Like, her
I mean,
Japanese
notice
art
the
was
Nibiru,
perfect.
there's coelacanth,
And for
Nibiru
some reason, we can't have
Nibiru,
legs.
getting yet
Like,
another
this
card
is,
from the back here, going for the
This is like
infantry.
antebellum America, where women can't show their
If
legs.
anything goes wrong, he's gonna have the infantry. He's gonna
I
go
will
straight
take the
battle.
eight.
We're just going straight to battle
Oh,
phase.
he could have the Book of Moon to
I
survive.
will
Come
take
on,
the second.
Book of Moon, Book of Moon, Book of Moon. Say it with me, chat. Book of Moon.
They censor everything. I'll just buy the OCG versions.
Okay,
That's
in
where
Celtic,
I'm
it has
at.
to be Book of Moon, right? I'm surprised he didn't use it on the Neptibus, but I guess
That's why I'm using the...
Book of Moon.
I mean, to be fair,
Book of Moon.
that's how it is in the
Let's go.
TCG cart
Silly
for
Cat
the
Ogre,
Starlight,
you're a
but...
meme.
What's it gonna do about it? I don't
It still looks
He said
great,
well
right?
played. The game's not over yet, but we know his hand is not
it's
good.
atrocious. He'll get the Droll and Lockbird back.
Oh boy. There I go, activating draw and lock.
Bonfire to 1?
But
Yeah,
no,
that's
I mean,
like
there's plenty of top decks,
the
Bottom
most
Desire,
likely
Speed,
hit,
Great
right,
Warrior.
guys?
Aditya is going to make phase 2.
Like,
He's not
if
even
I could bet
close to
one,
done
like
there yet.
$100 on
It's
one
really
thing
easy to
happening
find
today, it
access
would be
to,
Bonfire to 1.
way to summon Bahamut Shark here. 'cause
I
it
also
says
think
it's an
that
interruption
Abyss
for you.
Dweller
Has it right here.
and
Yeah.
Twins of the
That's what I'm
Eclipse are
looking
very
for.
much
Some of
on
the
the
Dragoons
ban
and be
radar
able
as
to set
well.
up the Bahamut Shark here, and then you just need to have the infantry available in your hand with the Shrine in the Grave. To
And
really
obviously they have to
stop
do
your
something to
opponent's
the
normal summon and then
Fiendsmith
have
stuff. I don't think
the,
they'll hit Engraver since they
Bahamut
just
Shark
reprinted
available
it,
to
but I could
stop
be...
the tactics.
And
I
they
think
won't
that's
hit
really
Desiree, so it's
important.
probably going to be Sequence or
wish he had-
Requiem or
The
Moon.
Beautiful Being just has not been coming down
They could
to the
also
board
hit,
this weekend.
I don't think that would have been useful into the Minstrel.
I
We
think
started
banning
Minstrel.
Necroquip is
Yeah,
kind of
so we know
stupid
he
at this
doesn't have it,
point.
but it just
Desiree
reminds
is
me
the
that this
issue.
weekend it just hasn't been like around. People have not been
If they
drawing.
banned Requiem, I think it would do a lot, but then
That's totally
it wouldn't
awesome by
function as an
Regis
engine.
standards as it comes
So, like,
down
it's
onto the field with
probably...
Bahamut Shark. The Dragoons effect
And, like,
adds
banning
another copy
Sequence
of the
makes...
Shadow Squad
I mean,
to
you
the
have to
hand.
then do
Can we
track
set
for
up the
Desiree.
YuGiOh as well to really lock this game up? Because the infantry on
I
its
just
own
think they
alone
could also
without
just
the,
lazy out and then put
Ice Ryzeal.
tracked and Engraver to
And then
1,
Ryzeal off the top could put Bryce
which
back.
would also effectively, like, hurt the engine, but it would still make the engine quite playable. Which I'm not actually totally opposed to, because I think that 50% of why the Fiendsmith engine is so good is that you always have a crackback. Like, I think that's, like, definitely, like, yes, a Desiree is great. Yes, an onboard, continuous, quick effect is great. But, like, not necessarily exactly what is pushing that engine over the edge, in my opinion. Rather than the grind game and the ease of access through Moon and Requiem. Those cards just make the engine very, just very, like, one track.
I thought he was
It's like you will do your thing every turn, and this is how you will do it.
It's gonna be moments away.
I think he's just enjoying his last set of monster face down. You know, I can respect this. Going down.
Ban Lacrima?
I mean, he's just going down, playing his hand the best that he can play it.
I don't think I mean, like, some people do think that the Fiendsmith in Paradise is the issue, but I personally don't think so. Also, Lacrima's like a 1-of in most of the engines. It can be a 3-of, and it's a very good card, but it is at the end of the day normal summon. Unlike Engraver.
Let's see what he goes for. Poseidra again. Poseidra is able to trigger to send another card here.
Gonna get cheap proxies, says
Poseidra
Corey.
really the card that put this all together.
Corey, if you want to send me the list that you're working on, would love to see it. I'll check it out after stream or if I get
another chance
to.
These Teas are just being sent as cost from the deck for Poseidra. Nope, Bryce has seen enough monsters on the field.
Alright, that's the game.
He just drew nothing here in game number 2.
I hope that the new branded support is side pulse cards. I love the way the story ended and do not want them touching it.
Champion of 2024 will be moving on to top 8 in just 3 wins.
I mean, I feel like the new support will be like stuff that works within the, because the anime needs to expand on it, right? So they're gonna have to add scenes on some level to fit the time. And I feel like those scenes can fit within the lore that's there and kind of kill two birds with one stone. But I know what you mean. Like, you don't want it to be retcon. You don't want, like, a Looper's brother to be a card or something, right? Yeah, no, I understand that, Dylan. Janice, I love all the alt arts, but I think Ecclesia's outfit gives me 2025 schoolgirl vibes. Yeah, her alt art is actually just incredible. It's a lot better than the original, in my opinion. I'm definitely going to be getting a singular copy of that because I run a singular copy with the Uka engine, and then even so, I do think it's a solid choice. I'm surprised that the Golden Sword Soul also didn't get like a QCR. That would have been cool. Please ban Dweller, I agree. I think Dweller is definitely on the ban list. Chopping block. It's just a card that makes this format terrible, right? Like, I'm not saying this format's bad, because I think the TCG format is really good, actually, for the most part. But I think there's some, like, underlying cards that definitely just, like, make it worse than it needs to, like in the form of Abyss Dweller, Dimensional Shifter. Like, Maliss would be a fun deck to play against, honestly, if they just didn't see Shifter guaranteed, you know, one of their games, essentially. And then also, you know, they have the power of the Bystials. I think Magnuma is also cruising for a ban. I would be very surprised if the Bystials were not hit on this list. Now, I've also been on the record to say recently that I don't think the Bystial hits, maybe I am not, I don't think the Bystial hits will do anything to the Maliss deck, and I'm pretty sure that is also true, but I think Magnuma is just an inherently broken card in whatever deck you throw it in. It just happens to be excel in Maliss. So I think that Magnuma, you know, as a way to also just like hit Tenpai as well, even though Tenpai is really not doing anything at the moment. Hito, how's it going? Please don't ban Dweller. I've also heard the arguments for Dweller shouldn't get banned because it's also a counterweight to the, you know, to the graveyard decks, right? So if Dweller gets banned, I think that, like, Mermail immediately needs to get hit, right? And then there might be a few other decks like, you know, do we really want to bring back Nightmare Mermaid at the ban list we banned Dweller? I don't know. Anyone subscribe to the channel? Thank you.
Maybe you could win back-to-back NAWCQs. That's something that's never been done
before.
That's
unheard of, yeah, right?
Yeah, so history could be made. We're going to have to find out. But I do think Jackie is standing by with our winner. So I'll go ahead and
someone argue Cartesia never had legs.
Felt about his match.
It was the legs that we made along the way, Dylan. RJ King Pants, if Sank says target 2 monsters in your graveyard that mention fall in the Valbaz or a Brandon Spell Trap special summon. Yeah, exactly. It just needs to do something a little bit less generic.
How are you feeling? You're surviving and thriving.
I'm feeling great. My opponent was a great guy.
Janice, I would love a level 10 branded Synchro monster as support, something to replace Baron DeFleur, which is only good in branded. Well, I don't think what you meant. I think what you meant is that Baron was the only good synchro in branded. I mean, which I'd say like Dissipator is also very good. And Lulu's fair. But like, I don't think you play Branded Synchro to make Lulu. You play Branded Synchro to make Baron and Dissipator. That's why Branded Synchro in the Master Duel game is actually a lot better than TCG. Nibiru looks amazing. I agree. I love Nibiru's new art. EPA, thank you, EPA. Like, no one agrees with me on this. No one likes Nibiru's new art. I'm like, give me more of this. I love Berserk. I love, you know, I'm a fan of Dadadon. Like, I like these otherworldly, you know, Cthulhu-like beings. I appreciate it. What about the Diabellstar? Is she in the set? I don't think Diabellstar is in set. EP or Diabellstar alt art is, so I don't think Diabellstar will go to 1. I would doubt it because like White Forest isn't a menace in the TCG unlike the OCG and Master Duel, so Diabellstar in my opinion doesn't deserve a ban. Also, we took care of OSS, so like Diabellstar in my opinion there would be no point in putting it to 1. It's actually I love what the TCG is doing with cards like Fenrir and like Diabellstar, where like they take out the problem cards so these engines can exist for other decks to use. I really do like that. And speaking of Fenrir, I really do think Fenrir will also get a ban here. Or not ban, a limit. If not Unicorn back to 1, I think that was a mistake to move that card. Maybe Birth just banned, I'm not sure. A Birth ban, I would accept a Birth ban, and then they could just like keep the cash cards where they're at. I think they're generally just fine at that point. Like, I remember some people used to advocate for Birth being banned when a Rise Heart was still legal. They're like, I genuinely heard people make the argument where, like, you could ban Birth and keep a Rise Heart, and I don't think that was ever the case, but I think both of them could definitely go.
And run back over here really quick, but just kidding. Yeah, it was an exciting match. Top 16 was amazing. We're going to be going to our bonus Top 16 match very shortly, but before we want to talk about something awesome that we have going on right now. That's right. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel. If you haven't checked out Rush Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, I highly advise you to do that. It's a match made in heaven for these 2 games. No one can extinguish the flames that seek truth. Combust your way to victory in a flash. The themes that you're going to find in the newest pack are going to be Chemicalized, Hero, Cyber Dragon, and Join Tech. Some of the key cards are going to be Chemicalized Salamander, Maddox and Sogetsu's Ace Monster from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay, Zeridium. Oh, here, I'm going to let
but yeah,
Billy
definitely
talk,
want to check
we'll
out Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and then go to the Rush Duel world and play that. It's a lot of fun. You can normal summon as many times a turn as your heart desires. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is something you're going to want to check out. But as I mentioned before, we're going to be back very shortly, but you're going to be able to enjoy our other Top 16 bonus match that we'll have going on, and then we'll be back for Top 8, and eventually we're going to crown a YCS winner. So stay tuned. We got a lot more dueling to come.
All right, so Primite Blue Eyes Fiendsmith, interesting.
Stand by main phase.
So Zeridium has an interesting take.
Normal summon effect.
I hate when you guys say, okay, let's ban Sanctifier. I use it for so many turn 2 plays, lol, and turn 3 it's not only good as lock. I mean, I always make that distinction though. I try to at least. Dylan Norris says Zeridium hitting on Sanctifier feels like branded pick me at this point. It's okay. I'm not like those branded players. No hate. I'm definitely just kidding. Yeah, I mean, like, those are the EPA Zeridium. Yeah, people use it for the lock. I want banned, then errated so it can come back. It's not hard fix. Just say that Sank can come. I mean, the thing is though, saying an errata is not hard fix is a bit of an exaggeration because like it takes a decade in a lot of cards cases to get errated. So like, do we want to put Sanctifier down that road, right? Like, you got to really think about it if you want to put Sanctifier down that road. Yeah, Janice, he will never get errated though. Let's be real. If they ban him, he will be gone forever, which is shit. He's also the lore monster. He must stay legal. Yeah, I'm in the boat where it's like the errata. I would love it for it to happen, but probably won't. Boys by Tract It still going up. This card is infinite, lol. That makes me think Tract is going to go to 1, Dylan. You know when the ban list is coming? Well, there's an announcement after the last game of this YCS, I believe. So we are presuming that's the ban list announcements. All right, I caught up on the conversation I meant to talk about before. Thank you for subscribing, anyone. Don't touch Bahamut. Would you guys rather see Bahamut banned or Toad banned? Because I was talking to Raul about this, and he's like, they should ban Bahamut, but I'm of the mind that they're just gonna ban Toad because that's how it is in the OCG, right? And Master Duel. Like, I just think it cleans up it just puts the formats in parity. It would be really weird for one format to have Bahamut banned, but one format to have Toad banned, in my opinion. And usually that's not like a totally weird thing, but I think in the context of what these cards do for Mermal, it is. Because, like, Toad is a broken card, and Bahamut is a card that other decks... I mean, I don't think, like, any other deck would ever... The thing is that Bahamut would never be used again. And it would keep Toad for the decks that can make it. So that is interesting, but I don't think I want Sprite making it, right? Like, I'm not a fan of Sprite making Totally Awesome. And that's not, like, any sort of meta thing, right? But, yeah, no, let me know how you guys feel about that. Yeah, banning the Link 2, says GZ1K. Track to 1, Crimson to 1, I'm hoping. That's not bad. I think that would... I mean, I don't think that would ever... I think that would be a bit light. I think you would need something else. Why not Bonfire banned? Because, you know, Rota's not banned. You know, if Rota's not banned, I don't think Bonfire needs to get banned. I also think Bonfire is only really an issue right now because of Ryzeal. In the fact they printed 7th Tachyon, honestly. So, like... I don't even think... I think some people exaggerate when they're like, oh, Bonfire is not the issue. But... Or Bonfire doesn't need to get limited. But... Because Rota's limited, right? But... Pyro is, quote-unquote, the worst typing. But as anyone who's played in 2023 knows, it is no longer the worst typing, right? Like, Poplar... As long as Poplar is a card, Bonfire... Well, hold up. What if we just banned Poplar? That'd be crazy, right? Like, or what if we just, like, put X to 1, but then there's, like, 3 Ascension, 3 Tachyon, 1 Bonfire. Okay. Or 3 Bonfire. It's like, okay. I guess nothing changed, right? Arsenal AA Zeus. It's been a while since I watched a stream. How are you doing? I'm doing great. We're right now on BANLIST watch, because it's very likely to be dropping soon. How not keep Popular? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't even think, like, Popular deserves to be banned. So, like, I think Bonfire's fine. Get it going to 1. Mood needs to get banned. I can get down with Mood getting banned because it makes it... Like, it makes the Millennium cards kind of just, like, some of the best extenders in the game when they already were, right? Like, people weren't using those, use those cards in Centurion because they were great for extenders. 76 in the chat. What's up, my people? Yeah, we got 80 people over on the YouTube chat. I'm not sure how many people we have on the Twitch chat. We got 5 people over on the Twitch chat. How's everyone doing? They need Bonfire to 1 so they can sell Tachyon. I mean, I think that's just like an inherent design flaw with like them printing a card like Tachyon with Bonfire being legal. But also they just want Tachyon to be generic Xyz support. It's just so funny because they put that card to 1 in the OCG. It's like, are we just not trying to support Xyz decks? Like, did we just give up on that? Like, I don't think the TCG is going to do the same thing. I don't think the TCG will ever touch 7th Tachyon. I think K9 will actually get a fair effort. And to be fair, K9's really good as an engine, guys. Like, K9 is literally the new Gamma package. It's a better Gamma package. It's crazy, actually. Because they aren't bricks, right? So... look out for the K9 cards if you miss Psyframe Gamma, because there are literally K9 cards that make that summon a rank 5 on your opponent's turn if you have the 1 card in hand. Summons 2 5 bodies itself in the card in graveyard, and then makes a rank 5. And there's a rank 5 that's basically a Gamma, and that's the Chronomaly. Nebra Disc, I believe, or whatever is, or Nebra Coliseum, whatever it's called. If Dweller gets banned, Crystron becomes tier 1. Well, Dylan, what's funny about that is that in the OCG that I've been watching, shout out to Ken Zyro, Ken Shizo, I think his name is, on YouTube. He makes really good OCG content because he's an OCG player, and he has been tracking how Crystron has been making a really good comeback since Dweller got banned. It's not the best deck, but it's a tier 2 deck. It's like a tier 2 deck for sure. So yeah, I 100%, you know, graveyard decks are gonna have a field day. I think, you know, I don't think Light Swarm becomes meta, but I think it becomes like playable. Lorenzo, Snake Eyes dead since the previous ban list. All of you worrying about the wrong decks. We aren't talking about banning Snake Eye. I was just discussing a point. I am not. I mean, you just didn't hear the beginning of that conversation then, because, or maybe you're talking about people in chat, but yeah, no, like, Snake Eye, there's no reason to hit Snake Eye. We were just talking about Bonfire, and that's not a, sure, that's a Snake Eye hit. I think we were just talking about, like, I was like, oh, like, if we're talking about, like, why Bonfire is good, it's like, oh, you could just solve the issue and ban Poplar. We like to discuss things here, brother. Blur is dead, bro. Is it the final? No, this is tops. We're going into top 8. So guys, do we wanna do a mock ban list while we wait for things? I think we could do that. Because some people are talking about things. That's all I'm gonna say. And I think we could make some just guesses, you know, on what's gonna be on this ban list. We'll go back to the stream here once it's back up, but so what do we want to see on this ban list? I mean, banned. Oh, we gotta enlarge this. All right, so banned. Go back to the music though. This is gonna be a crazy ban list. All right, so do we think it's gonna be Bahamut or Toad, guys? Have we decided on that? Probably Toad. I'm just gonna put down Toad. Awesome, or Bahamut. Link Decoder, I think, also goes. We haven't even talked about the Maliss hits besides Shifter. I think Link Decoder has to get banned. It's like the only logical ban that you can do to Maliss that actually effectively hits the deck. So that's definitely, I think, on the radar to get hit. Frankly, this makes the deck infinitely more hand trappable, which is a good thing. I think making a deck interactable is a good thing, for sure. And so, yeah, what else do you guys want to see on the ban list, though? RJ King, Jake the Mom-Man, Abyss Dweller, and Griffin. Yes, Abyss Dweller and Griffin. I agree. And you know what, Jake? I think you're right. I think we might actually see a Griffin ban, because that card has been an issue for a minute. It's not the biggest issue, but it does make the Maliss end board a big issue for certain decks. Like, it makes it a lot harder for the branded deck to out it, because you have to out the Nightmare Griffin before you do anything else. And a lot of decks aren't even ending on it, but like we still see the card just pop up in multiple formats just being an issue. Like, it's definitely one of those cards, in my opinion, that, you know, despite it not being the big issue, if they want to do like a proper cleanup, I think that's what we will see. Eclipse Dweller, Griffin. I don't think we'll see any other bans than these. Like, maybe Eclipse Twin. You Skull Servant ban, you forgot Sanctifier, says Tito. No, sir. No, sir. If Moon, Griffin, and or Exciting gets banned, there are still multiple ways to access Requiem. Griffin was never a route to Requiem, though. If you make Griffin to make Requiem, you are a Chad, but also a foolhardy Chad. So let's talk about limits, because I think we can talk about other cards, right? And when the game comes up, don't worry, guys. I will have it up. I will have it up. Do not worry. I'm just trying to have some fun here and get a ban list that we think, you know, may or may not happen, you know. So limit every bestial. I mean, I would necessarily agree with that. That might be a bit of a cleanup kind of thing where, you know, I definitely see Druid Swarm going to 1 for sure. I like, that card is the best bestial. Like, I don't necessarily think like Saronir or Baldrake needs to go to 1. People might be like, oh, then Maliss will just run the worst bestials. And I'm just like, do you hear yourself talking? They're gonna run the worst bestials. The worst bestials, right? So it's just like, I think that's like not a hit that really affects Maliss, but I think it's like a good thing for the game to get these things that keep breaking decks, right? Like Lubellion, like, don't touch Lubellion. It's still a package in the Dragon decks at that point. I would like to see Crossout or Talents go to 1. I would like to see one of these cards go to 1. These cards have been huge. Like, this is the next like systemic thing that needs to happen in the TCG, in my opinion. Like, they took out Baron and Appa, which are great things. Like, shout out to Konami TCG R&D. You have my faith for life now, honestly. The fact that you guys banned Baron and Appa when the OCG and TCG, or the OCG and Master Duel, just refused to do it. So it's going to be, this needs to happen. Obviously, cross out something that the OCG has done, but I think Talents is essentially the cross out of our format, because no one main decks cross out, and if they do, it's like you're running the best deck in a tier 0 format, like aka Ryzeal or Snake Eye, and that's when the card is also pretty ignorant. So, you know, I think we will also see something happen to these cards. I don't know what you guys think about that. Let me know down in the chat. Ban Magnuma. Yeah, I could see a Mag ban. Yeah, Magnuma. That just might be a bit hard to drag in decks, but I definitely could see that on the agenda, Doughnuts. Edward Cantillo. Do people think Link Decoder is up for ban? Yes, because it makes Maliss get insulated through all their like lines through hand traps. If you have 2 bodies, Link Decoder makes it so much, like, you have to have a nib for the, like, it's crazy. Like, it makes it so like nib is the only like card that punches through with hand trap combinations against that deck. If you ban Decoder, like, you make that deck a lot more like susceptible to like losing to Veilers and stuff like that. Lemon Pot agreed. That's crazy, Angra. How you doing? Unbanned Circular, who's with me? No, thank you. Next. Shifter, yeah, Shifter needs to go to 1 also. I mean, I would love to see a Shifter ban, but I think Shifter to 1 or 2 needs to happen. I unfortunately think they might put, I mean, TCG has been good about this. Like, they just know what they're doing a lot of the time. The issue is that they don't release ban lists far often enough, like, honestly, like. So, let's see what else is on the agenda here to get hit. Oh, gosh. Oh, what if they did a Ryzeal detonator to 1? What if they did that, guys? Like, what if they did the Arise Heart thing where they put detonator to 1? I did hear someone talk about this the other day, and I was like, that's very peculiar. Like, that's very peculiar, honestly. Like, it's not a bad hit because it stops, like, the grind game of the deck, and it makes it so if you just Metal Tronus the detonator, like, the deck is, like, done, right? Kind of thing. So, like, it's very much very similar. So not sure. I'm not sure, but detonator to 1 could happen, I think. Also, Masterpiece needs to come back, right? And is there anything else? Brilliant Fusion, I guess. I mean, yeah. What else could we see limited? Maybe just Baldrake. Witchcrafter, Ginny on the list. Meowls is kind of low price right now. I've been looking to get at the OCG decks and it kind of fell off. Yeah, they're using Ghost Bell over it, so get your Ghost Bell, your high rarity Ghost Bells if you want to participate in the yummy Dragon Tail format. All right, so do we have our? No, okay, so it's still they're still in game right now. Oh,
Okay, but you told me I was gonna make it on stage no matter what.
My exact words to my group was, through some way, shape, or form, I'm going to get on stage, and then I lucked out and sat in the right spot.
Yes, you were on stage and you could win some tickets. We love that, right? Okay, I told you all the rules earlier, but for everyone
oh, this is a
watching at
game
home,
show.
Trivia, whoever claps first.
God, no. Okay, sorry about that. That was a game show. Yeah, I think Baldrake maybe, but I don't even think Baldrake's gonna go. D-Shifter, ban Moon or Necroquip, Shifter, Abyss Dweller, Griffin, ban Promethean Princess. What did Promethean Princess do to you? What branded cards wipe a full Ryzeal Super Poly arsenal? Ban because you make a Proskenion. I think we moved to limits now, right? Engraver to 2. Yeah, I think Engraver to 1 or 2. I mean, no. I think one of the Fiendsmith cards need to get hit, right? So, like, it's probably just Engraver to 1, but I'm not sure, like, I really don't know how to call it on this one. It's a tough hit for me. Electromite to 1. I don't think Electromite's gonna come back. I know Pendulum best deck, but, like, also I think the card. I don't think we need more spellcaster villages in our meta. Moon gets banned. Okay, we'll say Moon gets banned. Was it Moon of the Closed Sky or whatever? Heaven. Yeah, they're not gonna put Engraver to 1 when it just got reprint. Engraver X Sword to 1. Oh, yeah. X to 1. Yeah. I don't see a world where X Ryzeal does not go to 1, personally speaking. Also, Bonfire.
They're throwing their hands up.
Oh, yeah, and then Brilliant Fusion. Since they need it for Gem Knights. The original Lacrima got banned almost instantaneously, yeah. The Italian Goat needs to see either Paw of Greed or Maxx to 1. The Italian Stallion needs to see Chaos. Sirenir going to 2. That would be interesting. Brand Fusion to 2 or keep Sanct. Brand Fusion to 3. Says Sea Storm. Link Decoder is so free, says Del Norris. I agree. I like you, Bell. Dragon deck got Tachyon. They're going to be fine. What about Dryden? Yeah, I think Dryden could come back too. especially since it just got reprinted. Like, there's no reason to have Detonator in the same format that, like, Dryden's not legal in. Although, that might be... They might not want to do the same hit where, like, they put Detonator to 1 and put Dryden to 1. But they might not even do this Detonator hit. This Detonator hit is just, like, such, like, a meta hit, though. Like, I'm not sure really how much it would do to the deck. The Link one for the Pendulums are going to 1. What do you mean? I've made cross on half my deck since I got, says GZ1K. Totally fair. Terrible, I want to see OSS back somehow. That's just so I can play a pile lore deck, White Forest Snake Eye as Amina. Yeah, but they don't really need OSS. Oh, you want to do it combined. Okay, okay. I understand. You don't want to cause too much chaos, even though the deck you're going to make, you never want to go second against. Bring back Broad Bull. I've heard... I did not play Zoo format, but I heard... Broad Bull is what makes the deck work. Like, Zodiac does not work until Broad Bull comes back. As a deck. 7th Tachyon at 1. I think 7th Tachyon just came out. They're not putting that to 1 yet. They gotta sell the... 7th Tachyon is the only money card in that set. I will put money on 7th Tachyon not getting hit. Like, sure, the card maybe should get hit at some point, but I don't think it really should. Ban Secret Village. I mean, I agree, but I don't think that's happening. That did just get a reprint too. The barrier to 1, I'd like to see that, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I want to do realistic hits, guys. Do you think like Engraver maybe goes to 2? Like, I think someone said that. I don't think that actually does much, but it's like honest work. And it doesn't like hit the deck or the reprint equity too hard. Ban Detonator, limit Dryden. I think banning Detonator might be a bit too harsh for the deck, but I have like mused that that could always be an option. Vincent Thal, why not ban Requiem? Yeah, I agree. But also I think it like makes it the engine pretty bad. Like, you don't want to like take away from the identity of the engine too much. But then again, it's like something needs to give, right? Maybe ban Lancia or Bonfire. Does that some? I mean, that's the thing. I think with the new Maliss support on the horizon, they can kind of start playing through Lancia, so I don't think they're going to ban Lancia. Engraver to 2 would be such an OCG-esque hit. Yeah, I agree. I mean, just with, like, Moon, I don't know. Just to make, like, the... I don't think this is going to happen, but it's just something. Ban all floodgates, I agree. Engraver limit seems poorly timed, consider... Yeah, I agree. Like, I think this might be the hit that doesn't happen the most. Black Dragon also for Jump Knight. I don't think Black Dragon's going to come back. That didn't get the reprint. It did come back in Master Duel, but I don't think that means it's going to come back in TCG. Death Band, Secret Village. I mean, I agree they should, but like I don't think they will, unfortunately. Skill Drain, Ghosting Magic, Anti-Spell Fragrance to 3 for the Eldritch support. That might be the most cursed chat I've read all day, Isaiah Storm. Limit Tracked. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. I mean, I could like see like Moon not even going and then Limit Track like Limit Engraver. But like that, I just don't think like Limit Track works unless you do something else. Limit Sword. I mean, we limited X. I don't see why not. Anything else? This also just might be like a woefully insufficient ban list, like honestly. Because we have to remember, guys, like we have to keep it real here. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Like, do they maybe just semi-limit the Ryzeal cards? That just sounds so, like, not I just feel like the semis might be some consistency. When does the ban list get published? I mean, we'll see. It should hopefully be announced at the end of the YCS because there's a special announcement by Jerome, who is the head of R&D over at Konami, from what we know. I really don't want to see Block Dragon come back. I think Block Dragon just enables like going first stacks that like make end boards that like you can't play through with Engine. Like you should be able to play through end boards with Engine. We need to kind of get to that point with Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. And that's why I do like X Ryzeal. So I feel like X Ryzeal, I don't want to see this to I wouldn't, guys, I would not be surprised if X Ryzeal like was not limited, because like that might be kind of a big hit to the deck, especially with like maybe just like X Ryzeal to semi-limit. Jerome better have cooked something. Nicola bans Secret Village because Electromite is stupid when you have a Morphage monster that locks both monster players from spell, which is better. Yeah, like Electromite just enables way too much. Branded Fusion Semi, please, Konami. Here, we did it. We did it, guys. Branded Fusion to 2. I am John Konami incarnate. Fusion to 2, ban Sanctifier. Ban every statue. I mean, I agree, Tito. I think that'd be a good one and done. Just get rid of them all. It's not like they're gonna give us QCR barrier statues. Did they give us any? They gave us QCR Fossil Dyna. That's better than the barrier statues, so I don't know. Ban Detonator, yeah. Broad Bowl could actually dent the meta. Do you think so, Dylan? I didn't play with the deck, so I wouldn't know, but do you actually think so? Limit Ojama Green, says Curry was here. Curry with the most interesting hit of the night. Honestly, you could see TCG put Maxi to 1. I mean, it is getting a reprint. I actually wouldn't be as mad as other people, but it being at 1 is so sacky. You cannot lie. Like, I played in the format where Maxi was at 1, and it's going to play out the same exact way. Guess who wins the game? Guess what happens when you draw Maxi and your opponent doesn't? Like, just guess. In that kind of format, the person with the Maxi wins. Unfortunately. Ryzeal is better than Zodiac. They have to have respect for their elders and force them to make that. That's why I'm like, it would be interesting to see Dryden and Detonator go to 1 on the same list. So you could do Dryden Detonator boards, but like you don't even have like enough like Zodiac pieces to really do that on any consistent level. Oh no. Duo Drive is also something I could see potentially banned. I think some people like talked about Duo Drive getting banned. I think Duo Drive getting banned doesn't necessarily... I think Detonator is the issue. If you're talking about Xyz monsters that are issues, it's Detonator and Dweller for Ryzeal, right? So like anything that doesn't address those cards are kind of just like slaps on... Like it doesn't really do much in my opinion. Verte to 1, I agree, but like I don't think it's gonna happen until like a ban list, maybe after they address the Fiendsmith cards, because the Fiendsmith cards are just like free Verte. I mean, the Fiendsmith cards are also just literally Verte, right? Like that engine essentially does what Verte was doing. Verte to 1, then Hulk to 1. I've heard some people say Hulk can come back, and I'm just like... I mean, I guess Auroradon's not here, which is like something I heard, which made that card kind of absurd. But first of all, I don't think Crystron needs it. Like, then Crystron just becomes a fuck you combo deck. I think Crystron's actually one of the coolest decks in the format right now, where it's like a deck that like kills on turn like 4 to 5 at best. Like, it's a very grindy deck. And its end board is quite like, it doesn't say a lot on the surface, but it's very layered on the inside if your opponent doesn't play into it very correctly. And even then, it's not always like you can play around it. And also they can play around hand traps pretty well unless they start SmamsYGO. Black Dragon for Magnet Warriors. I played against a Magnet Warrior player when Baron and Apo was legal, and they made like Baron, Apo, Naturia Beast. I'm like, oh, this is fun. I don't think the Apo was there, but they had the Adamantipator, so it might as well have been, right? Screw Red Reboot. I agree. I think Red Reboot does not need to come back. I think that card's really annoying to play. The fact it can be chained to a counter trap, I'm very much like glad I don't have to deal with that in the TCG. Just a random blowout trap. But that's just my opinion on the matter. I know some people feel differently. You guys let me know down in the comments and the chat, please. Alright, I'm gonna throw on the stream while I go get some food. We'll talk more BANLIST when I get back. Let me know your predictions down there.
Jaden when he gets to like that end part where he's just the traveling duelist just going from place to place. You see like a little bit in the movie, but it's hard to do a Jaden impression because that's just like Matthew's beautiful voice. So other than that, I do love me some stall tactic cards. Bring Mystic Mind back, please. So we'll go with Yami Bakura. There's a little bit of evil in all of us, right? You just have to play the right cards.
Yes, awesome. So Jaden and Bakura, all right.
Bakura likes games. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I just like games. That's all.
All right, well, that was awesome. Great talking to you, Steven. Can't wait to see you back there on the commentary desk with me this weekend. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm here with another part of Team Maxx, Steven Rodriguez. Thanks for being here this weekend. How far did you come?
Just like you, I came from California.
Pretty far. So what are you going to be doing this weekend? You be back there on commentary?
That's right. I'll be doing a lot of shoutcasting with my boy Steven Darling. Unfortunately, our other boy Steven Kangas will not be joining us, but don't worry, plenty of Steves to fill the roles.
Definitely. We got enough Steves to go around. Now, what are you most excited about this weekend?
Definitely the recent trend of all the Temple of the Kings players I've been seeing, whether that's with Fiendsmith or just like pure really fun trap decks. I'm excited to see if that makes a big wave here this weekend.
Awesome. Now, so we'll just jump into it, since there's a lot of these questions are about the YCS and like what you're playing and stuff, but we're going to talk about the anime. Oh. So the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, if you could be any character in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, who's it going to be?
Well, first of all, I would be Yami Merrick from the original Battle City Finals, and the reason why I would be him is I want to purposely lose to Joey like he deserves and give him the W, so that way it's a Yugi versus Joey Finals.
As it should be. Now, give me your best Yami Merrick.
Okay, Wheeler, I summon the Winged Dragon of Ra!
Awesome talking to you. Can't wait to be back there at the commentary booth with you this weekend. Thank you for joining us, Steven.
Ryzeal is significantly more affordable to play than Full Power Snake Eye. I think they won't be afraid to hit it. That's a good point, actually. Water Barrier Statue would be a nice hit with Mermail running around. Well, that's the thing. If they ban Toad or Bahamut, that's where Mermail goes, right? So they have to, like, hit Dragoons or something, too, in my opinion, like, frankly. I know Dragoons just got a reprint, but... They could also just ban Barrier Statue, but I don't think that's, like, realistic. I don't think Dragoon's limit is realistic either, frankly. Ban Prosperity. I mean, it's a good one of it, but I don't think it's like Maxi where it's like the person who draws Prosperity wins the game. think we have the next round.
Why did you make the trek, and are you happy with where you're at right now? Imagine so.
Of course, I'm happy where I am right now. So we decided to get to go to more American YCSs because there's some kind of a lack of YCSs in Europe, and we figured let's try this this year. So we went to Orlando, Las Vegas, and now to Houston, and it's I like it very much. Yeah.
Nice. So what is like the competition difference between playing in Switzerland and coming over to the States? Is there a difference? Is it about the same?
Let's talk about what can come off the ban list, possibly bring back to one, says Antoine.
Kind of open, you know, and they are very communicative. So they
I mean, like Verte, Masterpiece, a lot of the stuff that came back in Stampede. I think anything that came back in Stampede that was already banned it can be on the agenda. I think Electromite is not, though. Limit Supreme, Starving King, then ban the bird.
I started off playing against
just play Flu.
Like the first 4 rounds were more some of the rogue decks. So
Poplar to 2.
More difficult than the deeper the tournament went.
Halk to 1 fixes the format. Unban Red Reboot. I like Halk and Sky Striker, gives easy access code plays. Yeah, but you guys already get OTK with the new support. So you don't need that anymore. Are we allowed to like get Link Rebo back, or is Snake Eyes Sin still too recent? I mean, I think it's just like too good with any level 1 deck. So like Yummy will just like abuse it. So yeah, it will stay banned for the foreseeable future with Yummy on the horizon. That would just love a Link Rebo. Asking people to do impressions is so strange to me. To be fair, my one friend has can do a really good Merrick impression, so I feel like that's like lined up for those types of people. Prank Kids Meow Moo to 1. Yeah, like that's something I could also see come back to 1, but also another thing that I don't think that they necessarily want running around in the format. Someone in the YCS chat said ban Branded Fusion. That makes me wonder how would Branded be effective if Branded Fusion was forbidden. I think it'd completely destroy Branded. I mean, you just play Branded Synchro. And then nothing really changes except you're playing Branded Synchro. So you aren't resolving Branded Fusion, you're doing everything else. You'd use Albaz Fusion Deployment as a mini engine. Why would you ban it anyway? So many 1-card stars that exist in the meta. Like it's Snarvel to at least have a searchable 1-card star in every good deck. Yeah, exactly. Like Brand Fusion does not need to get banned. So at 1, sure. Like we can debate on it going off to 2 or 3, but I don't think it needs to be banned. In any world. Semi-Limit Allure. I don't think Semi-Limit Allure really does a whole lot. It's one of those things where it's like almost not even worth their time. Like if anything, Limit Allure, and once again they just reprinted Allure, so I'm not sure if they're looking to do that. How about unbanning Eclipse Wyvern in the future? Could help settle the new Dragon Ruler support. Thoughts? I mean, I'm for it, but I've also heard it might be an issue. Use that card's like free as fuck with the Bestials. Right, like Dragon Link basically just gets to add in Eclipse Wyvern to their combo. I don't know if they can just like hard search it though. They might just have to open it. I might be wrong. Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon to 1 would be so funny. I'm glad I'm not the only one who remembers that card. That card was crazy. The card was also like legal for way too long in the OCG and then did not do anything over here. I think because we banned it preemptively. Free OSS. I've got to disagree with you on Explored. I love you, brother, but OSS ban is another one of those things I have to commend the TCG for being able to do while the other formats still just twiddle their thumbs over the issue. But that's just me. Dark Matter lived for 1 week in the TCG. Yeah, Andre, you're an OG. You would know too. Like, I remember I was like barely into that format. I think it was right before Shadal's, right? Or something. Or no, it was like right after. I can't remember. I think I also saw someone say Heavy Storm. I'd agree with that. Since that did just come back on
And welcome back to YCS Houston. It started with over 1,400 duelists, and now there are a mere 8 here as we are in the top 8. And what an incredible top cut it has been so far, right, Steven?
Absolutely incredible. We've seen Labyrinth, we've seen Mermail, we've seen all kinds of amazing upsets from this weekend in this Ryzeal and Maliss dominated event.
And I gotta say, there really isn't any clear victor of this format yet, right? Because we've seen a lot of Maliss decks on the main stage not be able to make it, but somehow on the secondary stage they're able to do just fine. Vice versa with some of the Ryzeal stuff, sort of a commentator's curse. We're not trying to curse the decks, but it just rolls out that way. We've also got to see Mermail gameplay. We've seen Memento. This is a really wide open format. And now we're about to crown our champion. Well, after a couple more matches, of course.
That's right. Speaking of the matches we have to play, let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket so we can update you guys on what matches are happening right now in the top 8. We, of course, have Anthony W. facing off against Aditya D that we saw earlier, piloting that impressive Mermail deck. We have the matchup for you guys here, which is going to be Manuel K versus Nathaniel V. We're going to see them in just a moment. On the other half of the bracket, we could have other matches like Pascal M. We saw him qualify today playing Goblin Biker Memento, and he's fighting against Kai Huang, who we saw playing Labyrinth earlier. So a lot of duelists we've seen throughout this weekend. Hopefully we can see them keep doing well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did that bracket just update in real time? I believe Kevin Z was the only one up there, but as we were speaking, Christian just advanced against Edwin, so we finally know the rest of our top 8 duelists.
It's going to be super exciting to see. I have no question that we're in for some amazing dueling gameplay.
Just great, great stuff. And, you know, you mentioned, look at that top 8, how diverse it is, right? You know Mermail's there, you know Labyrinth's in there, you know Goblin Memento is in there as well. We've got Ryzeal, we've got Bestial Maliss. So again, it's one thing to just say, the format is diverse, and then, you know, you see the top cut, and maybe it's not as diverse as you think. These are literally multiple decks, and all of them are in contention to win it.
It's one thing to say that all that matters is dueling and playing your best and playing with whatever you feel comfortable with, but it's another thing to see that work for people, you know? We heard that Kai Huang was like, I just really like this deck. This is the deck that I wanted to play with and win with, and I know what I need to do against these matchups. All I have to do is do it.
Definitely got to sing the praises of a fellow cosplayer, but I love that he loved the deck first and then decided to cosplay from it, right? He wasn't one of the cosplayers just from the get-go. So really, really cool stuff. And I can't believe we can't give all of them trophies and giant cards and everything, because all of these duelists are amazing.
Oh yeah, these are all kings of the game in their own right.
Just incredible, incredible stuff. But with that in mind, we do still have to get through the top 8 bracket. And since all of these decks and duelists are known at this point, are you excited for this particular matchup?
Oh yes, the matchup we have for you guys today between Nathaniel and Manuel is going to be really exciting. We have Pure Ryzeal versus Ryzeal Fiendsmith, kind of the two winners of the Ryzeal strategies. Things like Mitsurugi were around during Supreme Darkness, and while that is still an amazing deck, I feel like for this format in particular, these two are the ones that duelists have been sort of gleaming to.
It's true that we kind of saw Mitsurugi Ryzeal sort of fall off the format. Sometimes things just kind of like fast fashion go out of vogue, but these two decks were kind of asking the same question, right? Which is the better version of this? And it's going to be really exciting to see these two go head-to-head.
One sort of prioritizes like very low-to-the-ground, resilient gameplay. That's the pure Ryzeal one. And then the Ryzeal Fiendsmith tries to add to the already impressive way to play.
Do you have a preference between the two of them? Not trying to play favorites, of course.
Well, you and I got to play during the Team YCS, and I love the way you played the pure Ryzeal deck, and so ever since I've been like very attracted to how that strategy works.
It's kind of slow and steady wins the race, which I know, again, I've said it, it's a weird thing to say again about that particular deck, but it's just so crazy. So one of those things where you really want to see the deck do what it does best, but it seems like just like the Fiendsmith engine does so much to push it over the edge, so I guess we'll have to find out when we find out.
And we're actually going to be throwing to a break in just a moment for you guys, that way we can get this top 8 matchup set up for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
8周年遊戯王デュエルリンクス、最初は何の変哲もない1枚のカードだったはずだ。それが誰かと戦うたびにその歴史がカードに刻み込まれていく。歴代のエースモンスターをクロニクルカードでプレゼント。そして俺のとっておきレインボーネオスも君の力になる。さらに豪華プレゼントも。遊戯王デュエルリンクス8周年。
Hello, everyone, to all the duelists out there. We're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. But we're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with.
We will be getting the 41st place though deck list for Branded. Was just talking with him. I'm not sure if he's going to record a video and just send it in, or he's recording one for his team. So yeah, we'll either way have that.
Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you put it.
Did someone say Goblin Biker is in Top Cut?
I was 4 years old, and
I know Maliss is because that's Krabs in Top 8. If you remember him from past videos.
Yeah.
So I know we have Maliss in Top 8.
Victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were.
Low was rough. That Blue Eyes break back to back for an O2 clap in top 16. Damn, Storm. Maybe a Featherstorm ban. It's not being abused that much, but when Ryzeal pulls that off, it's annoying. I agree. Like we could randomly see that get banned, like one of these lists, honestly, because of Thrust. But we might just like see Thrust get hit before that happens. However, like that card prevents like, you know, Winged Beast decks from like really, you know, Winged Beast decks from really like taking off though. Like it's like they should just ban it. Like I'd like good Harpy support that doesn't just involve floodgating my opponent. Blue Eyes Collector to Bonfire to 1. Yeah, I think that's definitely. Blue Eyes Collector. How many Blue Eyes do you have? Do you live up to your name? Damn, already to top 8. Yes, we're in top 8. What's up, Magic Geek? Goated mod in the chat. How you doing? How you doing, King? I find Fiendsmith Ryzeal more fun. I agree. I think it's a lot more fun than pure. Could we see Maliss in Underground Limited at some point? Feels like the most logical consistency hit and will hurt their grind game a little bit too. Yeah, I could definitely see that card going to 1 or 2, Zay. I just don't think that, like, Maliss hasn't won a YCS yet, I'm pretty sure, so I don't think they're, like, considering something that hard. I don't think we'll see any Maliss limits outside of, like, Link Decoder being banned. Do you think they'll ever limit Kiklos as Solazami? He's an Ami. I don't personally think so. That card just, like, we play with it in Master Duel, and it just ends up, like, being a lot of a... It just is a very overtuned card with any amount of tier names in the format, so they'd have to, like, actually, like, hit the rest of the tier names, and without the tier deck being too relevant, not right now, but, like, you know, when we get new tier support eventually down the line, which, if you don't think we're getting new tier support at some point, you are smoking the finest drugs in the land. Like, that is one of the most popular decks of all time. It might take 5 years. It might take 10 years. Probably not 10 years. I'd give it about 5 years for new tier support. Konami is on a cycle where they give new support to decks every 3 years right now. That's about what it is. But they're also, like, obviously catching up on decks like Necroz, which haven't had support in, like, a decade. That Yu-Gi-Oh player, I wish Konami hit Fiendsmith. I know it will probably be a light hit like Moonband, but it's everywhere. Like last locals, everyone was on some Fiendsmith shenanigans and just made me not want to go locals. Yeah, I agree. Like, I think, like, that's why you have to hit the actual engine. Like, something like a Lacrima ban or a Sequence ban or, like, a Requiem ban would actually do the issue. If they put Moon, if they ban Moon, they also have to put, like, Engraver and Track to 1 to make it, like, even feel like a hit. Memento Land Goblin. Goblin Biker Memento. You know how Konami does it. There's probably 2 Goblin cards in that deck, and it's like the spell, right? And like Memento Goblin. They've shown this interview twice. They've actually shown this interview between every game. The US side of things are not, I mean, Billy, you know, Steve when he's here does a great job. You know, I think Darlington, I think everyone who works on it is great in the US, but like they just don't have the staff like the EU does, apparently, or like the creativity that they do to do what all the skits that they do. They're like interviewing multiple different players across like things. Like obviously there are other interviews, but like I think like we kind of do drop the ball over here in terms of, you know, some of the things that they do really well over in the EU, which is unfortunate because the EU is getting no YCSs. Like we saw that one player talk about, you know, we see a lot of Europeans just coming to the US now just to play in the YCSs since there are no YCSs in Europe. It's not a lot, but it's like it's the EU people who can afford it or who care enough, right? Goblin Biker taking the YCS would be so funny. I agree, but I don't think it's what you guys think it is.
To bring you more important information, apparently we're not doing the Ryzeal mirror match. We're actually going to be showing you Kai Huang versus Pascal on the Goblin Memento. So we get to see Labyrinth versus Goblin Memento instead.
Okay, so we're going to see if it's actually Goblin. Because guys, like I don't think there's an actual version of like where he's running 10 Goblin cards and then he's also running like 20 Memento cards. It would be like a 50 card build. Hey, if it is, I'll eat my words, but we're probably just going to see a Memento deck with no real bells and whistles outside of, is it a Fiendsmith variant or are you doing Creation King plays, right? I haven't been seeing what Pac has been doing, but I saw Pac took it. I know Pac's been having a Memento kick lately. Yo, this is the coolest feature match ever. Yeah, they're doing good on the features. Yeah, we saw him before. He was just on Memento.
380 pounds for squats. Now to the red chair. Kai Zhang from Alhambra, California. His fun fact, he speaks 3 languages: Chinese, Japanese, and English. Okay, crowd.
Are we gonna see? Look out for the pot of extravagances, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Let's get started.
Look out for. We've got to check that here. If they change the sleeve, we know what happened. Or it might just be a reflection.
And Kai Huang piloting the Labyrinth deck as Arius himself.
Just incredible stuff so far from both of these
competitors.
There's
Tombox.
Using decks that you don't necessarily see every day, especially on the Labyrinth side, but they're also known for being able to go the distance. It's going to be really interesting to see how this particular matchup plays, just like when we saw Kai on the feature match stage last time.
A couple of things to note, too, about this top 8 match. Not only is it their only chance to potentially get into the top 4 and then, of course, later on in the finals, but they're going to have 55 minutes instead of the normal 45 that they're used to all weekend. So a bit more time so we can have a more decisive victor.
Certainly is not going to go down to the wire on this one. 55 minutes should be enough time for these 2 crazy combo decks to finish everything that they do. But they're also known for being able to play almost indefinitely, so maybe we'll go the full 55.
Yeah, we see that Kai Huang is probably not a stranger to playing against.
This is a great cosplay, I will say.
Using his own Labyrinth, but I'm actually curious how Pascal can combat what will be the impressive trap cards that Kai Huang will use to leverage against him.
Well, we know that the face-down monsters don't necessarily lock you out of the fusion summons, and so perhaps that is the way that we're going to see Pascal be able to punch through those trap cards, right? Being able to make a Guardian Chimera on call could help, because sometimes Kai will get stuck on trap cards that can't be activated during the same turn, although relatively rarely based on his previous performance. But he's got his work cut out for both of these duelists, really do.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see how these duelists combat this matchup and hopefully earn their right to be in the top 4 of YCS Houston.
Kai's definitely got great energy, and Pascal certainly having been up on the stage before, a little loosened up from his first appearance there. Nothing wrong with being steely and just focused on the duel, but it's always great when somebody has a good time because you know they're relaxed and in their elements.
I wonder if we should keep an internal tally of how many times Kai Wong summons Arius during this match.
You have 250 plus Blue Eyes. The Blue Eyes Collector. Okay. Okay. He lived up to his name. You know what? Well done. You know, well met. Touche.
Maybe that roll doesn't count. Looks like
Also, what's up? 100 people in the chat. How's it going? People are excited for the ban list.
I told you it was comfortable. Maybe a little too comfortable, but great.
Is the ban list out yet? Not yet. Probably after top 8.
But this is an East Coast, West Coast match. It's California versus New York. Very true. Getting little rivalries from across the nation as we sort of set the stage over the next couple of months. We'll have some new formats, new packs coming out in between.
Also, I think someone asked me before what I was eating. I was eating Tyson barbecue chicken bits. They're basically boneless wings. They are so good. If you guys want like Applebee's like grade like boneless wings that you can just make in your microwave, buy those. They're very good. Just cook them for a minute with like 6 of them. It's over. If they're not just freezer burnt and left out for like months, because you can get certain batches that are just like not fresh and they are not as good, but the fresh ones are very good. Monkey board to 3. Trap Tricks Ryzeal is the most fun. Yeah, shout out to Ben K1, man. Maliss will win after Allen for sure. I think Maliss might win this YCS. We have Crabs in top 8. That's my favorite to win. Even if the, you know, despite everything, I will say, you know, we got to root for the homie. Tyson barbecue wings. Tyson barbecue, they're the barbecue like boneless wings. You gotta make sure they're the boneless wings because they have regular chicken wings. I do not like those. I think that the regular Tyson chicken wings, unless you're doing like the deep fried ones, are not very good. These are ones you can just throw in the microwave and they genuinely taste incredible out of the gate. Oh, he's letting the camera see the excavate. That's good showmanship. I wonder what will be hit. Well, we have a ban list prediction up. Electromite to 1, please. It's not gonna do anything, but I want to play Pendulum again. I think it will do stuff because like Necro Valley and Amorphage and Secret Village they all have floodgates that are accessible through Electromite. Also, Promethean Princess gets to loop the Electromite, and to my knowledge, Electromite's not hard once per turn. I could be wrong. So that's not okay on one of the effects. Ban Desiree, limit Requiem. I think banning Desiree would also actually be a pretty good hit, but they just printed a QCR. I know Goblin Memento plays Doug in the normal Goblin spell and the quick play. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's like most Memento decks at this point. Like here's a Goblin card, guys. We did it. We're playing Goblins. Slime Ball, it's just a small package. Memento can't play actual Goblin Biker Core. LOL. Some lists play 1 Doug. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's mostly the spells. Basically, you can search and summon Memento Goblin. RJ King Pence, I like branded because it's a lot of fusions. It's like Fusion Snake Eyes. All boss monsters are level 8 and has high potential. Both have cards that need discards and destruction bashing to combo. They are similar. I never thought about it that way, but they both can play very like combo heavy and mid range, which I like. And they both can break boards with Engine. J Hall 23. Nice to see you, J Hall. Oh, yo. Is that Jessica Hall? What's up, Jessica Hall? I was actually I was thinking about you the other day because I was going through the some like old streams. I was like, oh, whatever happened to Jessica Hall? How's it going, J Hall? Been pretty much MIA from pretty much everything for the last few months because of work. How's it been going? Well, it's totally understandable. Hope work's been going well. Nice to see you, Jess. Or, you know, pop in when you can. Glad you're well, at least, right? Like, when people just pop out for a few months, I'm like, hope everything's been well. But everyone also just has their life, so it's understandable. Coming back to the game a little bit, have you been playing much YuGiOh, J Hall? Presumably not because of work. It's an interesting format to come back to because I think we're at the tail end of it. We should be getting a ban list today, so I think that should make things pretty interesting. It's a pretty good time to get back into it, all things considered. Nice to see you, though. Lab player did well this tournament. Yeah, this lab player has been playing out of their mind. Like, no matter what, they have been playing insanely to play Labyrinth. In Labyrinth's a deck, like, branded, and in my opinion, where, like, you very much can, like, win a YCS with it still if you're just, like, the most skilled Labyrinth player in the room. You can do that with branded right now. I hate Lab, says JaketheMtnMan. I just love the cold-hearted, I hate Lab. 3 words. Jake knew how to read it too, that's why. Can't play YuGiOh for 2 months? Got school, RJ? Is the ban... Yeah, I already read that. Reminds me of Snake Eye format where a lab would sneak into top cut every event. Yeah, I mean, that's why I think people stop believing in things like Brandon and Lab, and they're like, oh, wait, it actually can still... These decks can still actually do what they were doing, right? Announced the Scissor Girl already, Konami? What the hell do you mean by that? How do we know there will be a list? Because they said that there is a special announcement at the end of the event. It's also been 5 months since a ban list, so let me know when the next place for a ban list would be Providence in a month. We are not gonna play this format for another month and get a ban list in the middle of Nats format. Like Nats starts at basically in like 2 weeks for most countries, like the season rather. Tyson barbecue wings, says Turbo. Yeah. Slime ball. You don't like them, slime ball? Imagine they still announce the list. It'll be the most accidental clickbait. They, unfortunately, I think Konami's very capable of doing that because they were like doing that. They were doing that really hard tease with the last ban list. Like they really milked out the last ban list. They didn't do anything as egregious as like hyping up to be announced in. Oh, there's the. There's the power of extravagance. Once again, kind of curious on, because we saw in a different game the power of extravagance was it looked like it was in a different sleeve, but I didn't see it. We'll have to see. It's almost WCQ season, exactly. Ban list's more crucial to me than the economy tanking, says Ivan Yo. That's some real YuGiOh shit. You know, my house could be getting foreclosed on, my stocks could be tanking, and you know, people could be vandalizing my Tesla or whatever, but as long as my full max rarity branded core stays intact, we are fine. We have everything. Our Krabs is in top 8. Yeah, Krabs is Christian Augustin in there. He's in top 8. The ones that are like balls of chicken, says Turbo. Yes, I'll show the bag off, honestly, on screen if I get the chance. I was hoping the list comes in 2 weeks, says Sub. But no Fiendsmith hits. I'm kind of... Between me and you guys, I think the ban list is very likely to miss the Fiendsmith stuff. It might just be like the cashier cards. Like, they always just, like, miss hitting the generic engines. They always just, like, save it until the last moment, and they just got the reprints in. So they could just, like, address, like, Ryzeal and Maliss super heavy, and then just, like... And not even heavy, honestly, because we have to remember, this is the first ban list in 5 months. We have not seen a ban list with Ryzeal out, except for that one, which... Ryzeal was legal for a week, right? So, like, they were never going to hit Ryzeal on that list. So we haven't had a real list with Ryzeal out. So, like, are they really going to, bitch slap Ryzeal that hard? You know, according to Dylan Norris, he thinks that they will because, you know, the deck is a lot less expensive, which I don't think necessarily equates to the money they're making because people are still buying the set, right? Like, people are still hella playing Ryzeal. Bro, that might, and like, they aren't afraid of hitting expensive decks like they did with Pepe, but I think they also learned their lesson. It's top 8. Lab player's a legend. What deck does Krabs play? Krabs is on Maliss. Also, what's up, Rizzing of Cartesia? Nice to see you, Goat, in the chat. Boneless chicken wings are just adult chicken nuggets. I mean, and you said nuggies, and I'm glad you made the distinction, Doughnuts, because chicken nuggies are, yes. Also, Zeus sighting. What the hell? They play Zeus. So I guess Memento does have a lot of space. Trap trick into rollback. Yeah, this is why I've always thought that rollback lab is the way, to be honest, because like rollback is just an absolutely custom card. Like, I'd run that in frickin' 60 card labyrinth. Or sorry, well, I would. I would run that in 60 card tier limit just to like hit whatever, just to randomly mill it and then just like hit a floodgate. Chicken tenders overall. Yo, Jess Hall just gifted 5 subs. What's up, Jess? Appreciate that. 5 subs over on Twitch. There's no notification sound right now because of the stream and everything, but I really do appreciate it. For the 5 gifted, putting us to 11 out of 30 for giving away 3 ultimate rare branded fusions. Jess Hall. I knew it was you, Jess Hall. I remembered you. Oh, what happened here? We're gonna have to do an accepted game state here. So something illegal happened. Does anyone know what happened? But Jess Hall, thank you for the 5. That's extraordinarily fucking kind of you on Twitch, nevertheless. 5 gifted to Uxum. Yo, Uxum got. Yo, shout out to Uxum. Yo, Uxum, you got in. Uxum joined the Discord. We got it. We got you in. Zeus is low-key decent against Odeon since it's not once per chain, says Dylan Norris. Oh, that's true. But like, how are you getting like a Zeus out that can chain twice in this deck? Can you? Oh, I guess you can. I didn't see. Is he like running the 2 Zeus materials to give you 2? He might be sending Krabs all the aura. Yeah, guys, give Krabs your energy. He needs it. It's his first YCS top. If he actually wins it, that would be absolutely fucking insane, and that would be the first Maliss YCS win. That'd be crazy. Chicken tenders overall. I agree, where like if you order chicken tenders at a restaurant, like you are going to have a better experience, right? But like, can I make chicken tenders from my freezer in my microwave as good as the restaurant quality? No. And with the Tyson chicken bits, like the boneless wings, you can get pretty damn close. Just Hall 2335 or 2335. It's been a while. I've been busy with life and work for a few months. Yeah, I hope everything's going well. Like I said before, have you been able to play any Yu-Gi-Oh recently, or are you kind of coming back into the fold, Jess? I think Branded has been getting some tops lately, Jess. So if you're looking for a deck like that, Branded's pretty good. But I think with the ban list basically getting announced tonight, most likely, like 99% sure. I think like if you wait until that ban list and see what happens there, I think you can make a pretty good determination on what deck you want to play. I'm still curious on what the accepted game state was here. Like, was Zeus not legal or something? I don't know. I know I used to devour the spicy boneless Tyson chicken bits. Oh yeah, they have like different kinds. Like I know they have the plain. I didn't know they have spicy.
Kai being a little hard on himself there, calling himself a poser. You are not a poser, Kai. But it is true that you can really use Memento Mictlan whenever you need to set that, and so he is going to go ahead and set down an extra bone party for later. And it's important because it could destroy a Memento monster in the hand.
Yeah, but thanks again for the 5 gifted. Super kind of you, Jess. It's great to see you back. Would love to see what you're cooking with. Well deserved on the Uxum gifted. Soul by Design, what's up? Nice to see you, brother. RJ King Pants, if Maliss gets hits, I'm buying Runic for my dad. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people don't like Runic right now, specifically because of Maliss, which is like, I get it because Detonator on top of Maliss makes Runic a dubious prospect. But I did include it on my budget tier list recently. Which if you haven't checked it out, check it out after the stream. I appreciate it because it algorithm. But I put in Runic Stun in that list, and someone took issue with that because they're like, oh, we're seeing a Guardian Chimera play here. That's pretty good. The fact that this deck can make Guardian Chimera against Labyrinth is so good. Guardian Chimera is going to get around the lady targeting effect, so like he can just pop the back row, pop the lady, and just chill. Obviously, he has 2 monsters on board too, so as long as that last card in hand is a monster, I think he's chilling. Now, it's not like Brandon in red where you can actually like add a card in hand. Brandon red really is just like the ultimate Guardian Chimera card because you add a card to hand that you need for Guardian Chimera and then just use the shit on field, right? Dinomorphia with Track Trip to Ferret Flame is funny. I've lost a couple games like that Blue Eyes Collector, no lie.
I think it was definitely the Guardian Chimera there. What a heads-up play. You could totally see Kai going, okay, what's he summoning?
Just feels like if you hit something like Moon, you have to hit 2 or 3 other cards. Yeah, exactly what I was trying to say. 100%. Which makes it feel like, and I feel like Moon's just a bad card to ban in general. Like, although it would be good, I just think it somewhat limits card design. But also, like I said in the past, like, do we really need? Does it really matter?
As the field spell hits the field.
We just addressed other cards.
Yep, we're going to activate the effect of Labyrinth Stormy Torby to summon itself, and we're going to set Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard.
Oh, that's gonna hurt, guys.
Ooh.
Oh, unfortunately though, he did commit to activating the Welcome Labyrinth, the Labyrinth, then I does.
Oh no.
The opportunity to bring back the Storby and the Welcome Labyrinth.
He does because he missed the triggers, and it is really important. Verbal commitment like that, it takes over your actual hand commitment. So, tournament policy guidelines definitely something you have to adhere to, especially at this stage of play.
100%. Like, if you go to a YCS, in my opinion, and you're asking to take back things, and it's like, you can. I think you can. But, like, you shouldn't expect your opponent to ever let you. Also, I think, like, I personally don't ever ask for takebacks at YCSs, personally speaking, because I think at that high level, like, it's just kind of, like, disrespectful to your opponent. And most of the time will change the game state.
Probably needs to slow down, right? There's a lot of Labyrinth and cosplayer fans certainly cheering him on, but at the same time,
although people like Patrick Hoban talk about like giving back takebacks at any level, which I find commendable.
We shall see how this proceeds.
We see Kai eyeing that trap trick there, but he's going to choose to get the Dominus Impulse set here to maybe turn off any shenanigans like that known Bone Party from being able to summon, and we're going to add back the Lady of the Silver Castle here with our effect. Yeah, just clarifying which effect adds the card back to hand. It's all one effect.
Konami blue balls their fans more.
Level 8 Fiend monster.
Dylan, you're just spin facts. Chris, what round are they in? They're in top 8.
Effect of the field spell and getting rid of the Bone Party before there's even an opportunity to use it. And obviously, there's no face-up Memento monster or anything left in the hand that would be Memento.
Yep, and then here we have the new chain here of Ariana, and then chaining the Stovey Torby, and of course the Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself.
So all's well that ends well for Kai. Managed to still get that same play back, but he's going to have to be very
My pizza just got here, very pog. What kind of pizza that YuGiOh player? I like pepperoni, but I like literally anything on my pizza outside of like, I don't like when they switch the sauce up. It's more or less the ingredients need to taste good. I've been switching between Magic and YuGiOh. What have you been playing in Magic, Jess Hall? Are you playing, like, are you a commander player, or you've been playing the new standard sets? I heard standard's kind of getting interesting right now. But I know, like, commander is also just going crazy as usual. Maybe you're playing Pioneer.
Now, I'm certainly not trying to clamp down on the duel. Certainly a lot of nerves when you have
I had a dream this morning. I was actually at Houston. I was nervous about walking up to the players to ask for deck profiles for the channel. that is like a goated MetaGamesGX mod right there. I appreciate the thought. That means a lot, actually. Yeah, if anyone ever like goes to an event and wants to and gets like and has like a top they can get a deck profile of and just wants to get it for the channel, feel free to reach out. It's very much a community effort here, but you know, for the mods too, it's something that is nice to get to.
face Goblin, and we're going to use Garrick to summon itself back. And then we're going to use Garrick on
I'm hoping for Maliss hits too. I unfortunately don't think Maliss is going to get hit that hard, but like I could be wrong. Like they might just be smart about it and, you know, foresee that Alliance Insight is going to require some Maliss hits on, or else Maliss is going to be the best deck for a few months, right? Which they might just do. Why not limit Runic Fallon? I mean, Runic's not doing anything right now.
Maybe needs a little bit of a breather and to get back in.
I'm sure he's kicking himself with that bit of a...
That game was 7 minutes, by the way. That game felt forever. That was a 7-minute game. I think there was like a ruling issue, and they paused the time.
I think it was mostly decided with gameplay. The only opportunity might have been to set an additional trap card there with the Stovey Torby, but seems like things have kind of calmed down for both duelists, but both duelists again showing a little bit of nerves. We know that they haven't been this far into an event before. And
Labyrinth while making it to top 8 while using rollback is crazy skill level. Why do you say like specifically like rollback is skillful? I'm just curious. I don't know too much about like the actual intricacies of playing the Labyrinth deck and like whether like, I mean I'd assume the stun variant's the most ignorant build, but I'd assume maybe rollback is like more of the combo based, right? With furniture, which would lead to, you know, knowing, you know, your combos and your sequencing. Okay, so
Big resource gains. Like if he can get...
this is what I'm talking about. The pot, like the pot of extravagance. Like, what is going on there with the white border? I can't tell if these are like, if that's, I think that's just the border because like it doesn't, I don't think he's double sleeving these cards. I could be wrong. Yeah, because his sleeves don't look double sleeve, so I think that's just the reflection. There's no way that's an inner sleeve that's white. So like, yeah, I think that's just the reflection. I just saw that in earlier games. I was like so curious. What decks coming out this year are you looking forward to? Definitely Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail is a really cool fusion strategy that's basically like Shadal's and Tier Laments. And has like a mix of branded fusion in it, or branded in it. You can just use branded in it too.
It's very nice though to see both these duelists playing at the highest level of play possible. We saw some impressive plays there from Kai, being able to counter Pascal at every turn, but was stymied there just at the last moment.
And while the conversation was dominated by nerves, I think really that was a duel decided by their cards. So neither duelist doing anything wrong here. I think they're going to go into the next one maybe a little bit calmer, more collected.
All right, guys, we got the official announcement, guys. We got the official announcement from the Konami Facebook. Attention duelists, the new Forbidden List will be announced after the YCS Houston finals. So guys, there will be a ban list right after the finals for sure. So once again, you gotta trust your boy MetaGamesGX, right? Jess Hall. Haven't been playing competitive just with friends. I've been playing branded. I actually just finished styling out my deck with QCRs and Starlight Rares. Oh my gosh. If you can, post it to show off. Commander. Spent way too much on my UR Dragon deck. Yeah, I heard dragons are really good right now in Commander. With all the new stuff. With, I think, like Tarkir coming out or something it's called.
I definitely saw a transaction rollback.
I see a big welcome and a trap trick. I think Kai has everything he wants to be a happy camper as a Labyrinth player. Starting off with Corby, sending Dragula here.
I guarantee you in 50 round YCS time becomes very relevant, yes. Rollback is terrible in time, bro. Pascal going second. Maybe Pack was right about Memento being goated. Yeah, I mean, I think Memento was very good.
I think you're right. Set.
All we gotta do. All right, over to Pascal. Let's see how he can combat this.
It was many YCSs ago when an Eldritch duelist set 5 and the crowd cheered. This is wild to see set 5 in 2025.
Yeah, here we go. It's right on the Facebook about the ban list.
Yep, there she is, Lady of the Silver Castle.
Lady Labyrinth certainly putting in work. I think she's been the MVP of this particular set of duels.
Oh, 100%. Usually the most consistent Lady Labyrinth monster, whereas Lovely's more of a payoff for all your already set up cards.
Well, the Queen sits on her throne, but she hasn't arrived yet. We're taking a deep look into Memetotlan Darkblade here to consider whether or not we want to stop it. be kind of scary. Are we activating the effect here? Oh, yep. Does it go in the field spell zone?
Yeah, it was originally in the farthest right zone. Or left if you're Pascal.
All right, we're just going to go ahead and destroy the Memetotlan Darkblade to special summon level 3, and there's the Anguish in attack mode.
We're doing everything we need to. We have that extra name in the yard thanks to the Darkblade.
All right, back into the deck, no response. So searching out a Memento monster from the deck to the hands.
This could be a Sleepy line. This could be a Goblin line. This could be... Probably that's it, because you want to be able to maybe protect your... No, probably just normal summon Goblin could be pretty cool here. But we are going to get the Tatsuno Toshigo.
Kind of have to push the envelope there. When you're staring down 4 face-down cards, eventually you have to get rid of some of those before you bring out your biggest bosses.
If Kai does not already have a Karma Cannon, he might force it out here from Pascal. There we see the big welcome. This will let him put back the Tatsuno Toshigo in Pascal's hand because he does control a level 8 Fiend. And then he's going to chain the Ladies effect to set another trap card.
And we've already normal summoned. I've seen some desperation play where a Tatsuno Toshigo was tribute summoned, but not this turn. Oh, but there's the cannon.
It currently cannot be played this turn, I believe, because Lady does not let you do that.
Unless we get to a coup clock, but there is no clock in sight. Speaking of the clock, we got 33 minutes, so plenty of dueling time left.
Ooh, we're getting Ariana, and Ariana can get the coup clock, right?
That's true.
Because Labyrinth does not negate their effects.
Chain 2 to add back, summon, set to the field.
So let's see, Chain Link 4 is going to be Welcome Up to set itself. Chain Link 3 is going to be Stoby Torby to summon, Dragleer to add back to hand, and then Ariana to search. Chain 5 for Pascal is going to be Forbidden Droplet on the Ariana, would be pretty huge here. We're going to go ahead and send that Otaka Tomborg from his hand to the graveyard, the patented Speedroid engine requirement.
Not getting locked in a win for now, but
we have another Daruma Karma Cannon! It was the biggest bait of Kai's life. Yo, just proving that it is in fact a different one. Don't worry. Pascal's like, but you said that this turn. I was like, I did set this one this turn, but not this one.
Keeping great track here.
Now, does that mean that Droplet no longer applies to Ariana because it's been set face down? Is it like Imperm like that, or does it not target?
So you negate face-up cards during the resolution of Forbidden Droplet, and since it's no longer face-up, you can't negate that face-up card.
So you look at the search of the coup clock, and so now if he wants to, he can activate the other Daruma Karma Cannon. Really heads-up play from Kai, getting a card that he already had set face down.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Amazing play right there. It is worth noting that Pascal has used his normal, but he has Momental Infusion. And we have the hard draw D-Barrier calling Fusion. Pascal at a loss for words, at a loss for actions, but he's going to keep playing, and he's going to banish that Fusion from his graveyard to activate its second effect. Just making sure he has a clarification of how this one works. Yes.
Just on the edge of my seat here, because every one of these plays is absolutely incredible. Every one of these plays is pushing the envelope of this, and Kai just had some great luck with that opening hand.
Such an interesting card where you get to chain and banish to destroy Momental Infusion.
Oh, are they clarifying if Fusion can send face down monsters?
It's summoned after. It was Daruma resolved before this came out.
Oh, they're asking if the Stoby Torby should be face down. I believe it was Chain Link 3 and Daruma Karma Cannon was Chain Link 6.
I don't know.
What time is it coming out? I mean, like, literally after the finals. I don't know how much more specific I can get from that.
So we got Bone Party, thanks to
We're in top 8, right? So, like, that's probably another 2.5 hours, right? At most.
Also to hand, although it doesn't seem like that effect is being used much.
Add 2.5 hours on.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think Kai has that. So we're going to send the Goblin from hand to the graveyard, or destroy it, I should say.
Destroy. Now that it's destroyed... It's funny too, I mean, you can see Goblin having a party right there on the art.
What other Memento extenders could he do? He currently does not have the names for Combined Creation. He could get Mace and maybe use that during Kai's turn to maybe stymie him from going for game.
But Mace only works when you have Combined Creation on the field.
What commander deck should I get? Jess Hall, if you recommended a new player for commander, I'm very curious. This is an interesting game, though, of YuGiOh, I will say.
Well, it's the one inherent advantage, right? We've joked
D-Barrier
about
Yawn. I mean, I agree. The card should go.
Your extra deck, but Kai doesn't care about your extra deck either.
No, I have to go to work. I count you guys to post the list in the Discord. Of course, Magic Geek. Have a good day at work, brother. See you later, King. I appreciate you coming through so early. J Bluff. What's your favorite vanilla monster that deserves a retrain and/or archetype? That's a good question. I think it's like that level 3 dragon. That's like 1700 attack and 300 defense or something. That card's pretty cool. I used to like running that.
Energy too as he slams back to the chair, takes a smile at the crowd as they applaud for him, a little fist pump there. But he is not out of the woods yet. Pascal still demonstrating great play here. So
this guy won the giant card, by the way. I'm pretty sure.
Got to dig himself out of this hole, but he'll be able to
We're
go
going undefeated in Swiss day one.
What Kai gets in his opening hand may mean that
The only thing about Memento is you have to combo so much to do so little. Can I imagine my brain could hang on for 15 rounds of Swiss? Depends on which variant, but I agree. A Dark Blade is great against Labyrinth. Yeah, that makes sense. What time is the final? Probably in 2 hours. Is Voiceless Voice getting any more support? Eventually. Dragon Tail seems like a cool concept. I'm just not into collecting and playing these waifu cards. I mean, that's like every Yu-Gi-Oh deck though, right? Like, is there a Yu-Gi-Oh deck out there without waifus? Probably. Besides just like the animal decks. What do you call for D-Barrier? Fusion. You call down the Memento Infusion. We need a Celtic Guardian archetype. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. We need a... Oh, the GiGoh. Yes, that's actually... I want to change my answer. We need, like, that whole lore retrain. Aluber, YuGiOh. Can someone keep me updated? Yeah, the cool thing about Memento Fusion Grave Effect is you can pop literally any monster you control, leaving tokens. Yeah, and since it goes to Graveyard, you can pop face downs. It's really cool. Bro, Kai is such a menace with these cannons. Yeah, Daruma Cannon's, I think, the best Labyrinth trap. Trap that Labyrinth can use. Shifter Forever, also Casher Ryzeal is coming back limited to 1, says Cameron Andre. Brother, do you just live in cash format? Did you play cash format and you were like, this is it, this is peak? No, hey, I just think that's an interesting one. My thoughts exactly, plus I wasn't playing cash when it wasn't banned. Well, fair enough. You just want a little taste.
Which would be super awesome for Pascal.
Pascal just taking a little breath there. Got to get it done. Kai just looking out to the crowd.
Ever since the ban Dockside, Mana Crypt, and Jeweled Lotus, all of which has been bought legal, I've sworn to only ever proxy in Commander. That's totally fair, yeah. If they're going to start, like, banning cards in Commander, I can totally understand that. I know, like, a lot of places allow people to proxy Commander cards, so...
Well, we are here at the YCS after all.
Pascal did win going second. That's a good one. Dylan Norris, I'm a complicated man. I plead for more interactive version of Yu-Gi-Oh! And at the same time don't enjoy Magic. Well, I think there's like a happy middle ground between those two games, ideally, because Magic is a, you know, older card game.
It's time to duel. Pascal, of course, starting off, and he's leading with Memento Lin Goblin. That's a pretty good start here. Going to get 2 cents from the deck.
All right, we're going to see how this game goes.
Like, I want to understand fully what's about to happen to me right now. Yeah, that's fine. He's going to destroy itself. And then send 2 more cards to the graveyard. We're going to send Gaddock, and we're going to send Fusion. Really nice, getting extra access to more Memento cards.
Wow.
Chain Link 1, Gaddock, Chain Link 2, Meow was going to get that draw because a card was summoned from the graveyard, which is something that Memento loves to do.
The forgotten Mulcharmy of the format. We've seen lots of Purulia, we have seen lots of Fuwalos, but Meows has taken the stage.
As a Maliss player, that is a very scary card.
Well, I mean, you know, Kai said earlier in his interview that he thought the best deck was Maliss, so he came equipped for it, and that will help him in this Memento matchup.
So they receive Fusion, sending Gaddock to the graveyard, and returning the Goblin to the deck to be able to summon Memento Lin Twin Dragon.
Oh, wait. Is this in grave?
Yeah, I shuffled that.
It shuffles back from grave?
Yes.
Yeah, just double checking how Memento Lin Fusion works. You can either send cards from your hand and field to the graveyard, or you can return cards from your graveyard back into the deck.
Because it would also destroy Goblin.
Oh, it's like the second sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah, is Meowl's good against Memento?
You didn't do that. It's just an option you have when cards are destroyed.
I didn't play cash format, unfortunately. I need the taste, brother. Play Master Duel. I know cash isn't very consistent on Master Duel, but you do have a Ryzeal over there. I've heard people make that argument. I'd prefer it not to be here, but I also don't think it's the worst. I think Shifter is more of an issue. And now that cash is no longer the best deck, I mean, they just have to hit a lot of cash cards for it to be legal and safe for the game.
Too many draws to Kai because every single time it could just mean the right Labyrinth card hits the hand.
But my man wants a Ryzeal and Shifter at 3.
Kai just double checking what the graveyard effect of fusion is, being able to search for more memento cards, essentially get him even more.
Bro just wants kaijus to be meta again.
Absolutely.
Ryzeal has 0 waifus. Well, yeah, I mean, like, you know, the humanoid archetypes. But I guess, like, Ryzeal could have, like, a bot waifu. Yeah, Carmen Cam and main deck Impulse alongside D-Berry. So much hate that specifically cooks Memento. Also, what's up, homie? How's it going, Adric? Nice to see you.
If he wants to order this any differently or just go straight for that Tatsu no Toshigo and get some more memento cards in his yard.
He's running on pure aura. I memento so much as GZ1K. It was about the memento that we mementoed along the memento.
Here we see Bone Party going to be destroying a card from the hand, it looks like.
I like the direction of having an archetype hand traps turn 0 plays with Dragon Knight and Dragon Tail Canine. Yeah, I mean, I think that was like the issue or the thing about Tearlament and Labyrinth. Like, right, they were trying to do that with Tear and Labyrinth, but they were too overtuned. I think these cards are a bit better in terms of Yummy and Dragon Tail being it. Because those two decks just play on your opponent's turn, essentially.
I mean, it is a complicated deck indeed, not only for the duelist, but for the judges as well.
Cinemas is awesome. Mista 3s. Please, I want to play Dinosaur. Misk is so, like... It's so face roll, though. I understand. But that card is so good. Like, I just don't like cards like Tenpai Field Spell. I don't like... You know, the Gimmick Puppet Field Spell. I think those cards are kind of, you know, I think Misk is just more of that for going first deck that can make a board you cannot play through with Engine. Like, maybe if it was going second, sure, with like UTC, but that's not what dinos are anymore. Unless you're like, you know, one of the Buffalo Goats. Shout out to Jeff.
The welcome
I despise Maxi. I mean, you're not the only one.
In the game 2? To be able to set itself?
I believe so.
What are they debating right now?
I'm sorry. No, you're good, man.
Yeah, just clarifying. I think so. Are they saying the effect to be able to set it last game?
Yes, I believe so, but that was previous. We're just keeping track of things because your penalties, if they accrue, stuff could happen.
So apparently the Labyrinth player did something wrong last game.
Whatever players can do from this moment forward for this game, just a little bit of a warning to Pascal there about being maybe a little too quiet.
Or maybe that's Pascal.
Part of the effect too. So Bone Party is not just special summoning; it's also adding to the hand, or could add to the hand. So can't give half answers there.
Good job on our judge team over there, making sure that both these players have a clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean, it's difficult. You got to remember, both of these duelists have been doing this for days, and because it's an East Coast, West Coast battle, neither of them are from here, so they're even in different time zones as well.
So it's looking like Pascal's going to be resolving this Bone Party here, destroying a card from his hand, just probably figuring out which card it should be. And then Kai Wong giving us a bit of a heads up. I did see the Arias in there, which means he does have a potential interaction here during Pascal's turn, but like I said, I think he's going to wait until Pascal commits more cards. And there we see the destruction of the combined creation that was in Pascal's hand once again to resolve this Bone Party and maybe get Anguich. Yep, there she is.
So with the Arias the Labyrinth Butler in the hand, Kai isn't completely locked out of the game, but maybe telegraphing that there's not much he can do except just that single move of setting a trap card and then jumping in.
All right, both these players here are locked in. Pascal is recognizing, okay, I'm still under Meowls. Summoning from the graveyard is out of the question. Unfortunately, he will be doing that if he wants to get that combined creation back out onto the board. So worth noting that he will give up another card to Kai. And weirdly, Labyrinth is one of those decks, Kai mentioned this earlier, that doesn't just like plus a bunch, but the more cards they have, weirdly, the more access to their entire deck they'll have. So you still don't want to give them too many cards.
The more you use, the more you can do, absolutely.
But like when big guys on the field, like essentially like take.
If you control it, it's a take quick effect.
Yeah, quick
yes.
effect.
The main phase.
Yes, just clarifying that Mace will only work if you control combined creation.
So jumping back in, apparently during the last duel around the 35-minute mark, if you're checking out the VOD, unfortunately Kai did use Welcome Labyrinth's effect to summon Lady Labyrinth during the draw phase of Pascal, but later in the turn, Kai also used Big Welcome Labyrinth during main phase 1. On a new chain, he went to Ariana for chain link 1, Shadrach Lear for chain link 2, Welcome Labyrinth for chain link 3 to set itself again. And you cannot use Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself as it was sent to the graveyard the same turn. So great catch to be able to go back in time there and for the judges to be able to catch that to make sure that this is a full and fair, honest YCS top cut.
Judges should have caught that
initially.
initially.
Sleepy fusing Mace, Katsuno Toshigo, and Sleepy to summon Creation King.
Like, are they just not paying attention to the games?
This is the first time this card's been able to resolve for Pascal. Now we're going to see just how strong it is. We're going to be able to send another Creation King from the extra deck to the graveyard as well as 2 other cards. We're going to send Aki Huron.
What's going on?
This is sending 3.
Yeah, so we're just clarifying what effect is happening right now. We're saying we have Creation King sending the Creation King from the extra deck, the Aki Huron from the main deck, and then 1 more card.
I get it in Kai's position. If I had never seen Memento before, I'd be like, what do you mean you're sending 3 cards, 1 from the extra deck and 2 from the deck? What?
Yeah, there's a reason why you turned out my fusion monsters in game 1 and 2. Because I could do this.
He just heard the word fusion and said no, but little did he know how powerful these fusion monsters truly are.
Yep, and now we have Creation King's effect to banish itself and then set Memento Mictlan from the deck to the field.
What's up, cuz? Hope you're doing well, brother in chat.
Of
course.
Fusion to search for another Memento card. We're going to be destroying the Creation King that we just summoned. Yep,
so again,
yeah, I was gonna say we're searching for Memento Fusion. We're gonna be grabbing another Memento Fusion.
So crazy that card can search any card, including itself.
I'm reading this right now.
Yeah, this isn't bad.
And it just is something a lower level or something?
Yeah, low levels than the one short. I destroyed the fusion.
Okay, so Kai definitely familiar with this deck, able to quote
Dirac
the text
deck
of
is
the
funny
cards
as fuck
without
though.
picking them
Just
up.
dropping 3 Meteor in 1 turn on opponent is wild. Agreed.
It's like procedural stuff, yeah. So
Okay.
affect target, and then you're gonna use
Impulse alone made me give up any hope on Mimigol. Just top the YCS though. It was a South American YCS for whatever.
So we went ahead and targeted that
For whatever
destroyed
that's worth,
Mementotlin
but
monster. Now we're going to special summon one with a lower level, and it is Mementotlin Sleepy.
Because that Sleepy did come from the graveyard.
Effect?
Yes. Red one?
And now we're going to go ahead and Xyz summon here into that Goblin Biker Big Gabanka and start unlocking the Goblin side of Pascal's deck here. Going to probably search for that Doug Charger that we saw. Boom, beautiful. That'll be able to summon itself as well by getting rid of one of the materials on Big Gabanka. And now we're going to use Doug Charger's effect.
You gotta, when you say effect, can you
Charger
tell me
effect
what
is search the spell, Goblin spell trap.
Goblin spell trap, okay.
Yep, and this will get the grand breakout.
I'll say every second.
Yeah, Pascal getting a little ahead of himself, kind of like Kai did in game 1. You know, these duelists feel an open game state.
Maybe the real
They just start
Memento are
playing
the
and they forget,
monsters we
oh, yeah,
popped
I'm sorry,
along the way.
I'm
That's so
speaking to
funny.
you as well.
Yeah, I mean the best way to do it is just say it like the anime. Right?
Not hating on
Activate
Kai,
my
but bro has
monsters
been
effect, which allows me
lucky
to
these
do
past
this in a
few
simple-
rounds. Yeah, between I know what you mean. Between the stuff we mentioned before. Shifter and Fuwalos, man. I agree with Shifter. I think Fuwalos is just fine. I personally like Fuwalos in the game. I think most decks have a line where they can still make enough interruption under Fuwalos. If they don't, they just need new support that helps them. What the hell? Yeah, I do hope Pascal wins this because there's been some kind of like Kai would have probably lost that I mean, I don't know. Kai had so much, but like mistriggering the big welcome should be like that's like not sequencing your Alubers and Cartesias correctly for Labyrinth, honestly. I need the Nightmares to be unbanned. I think Nightmare Mermaid has a decent chance of coming back. It's not just Maxx C though. Maxx C can be used on your. You can make an unboard and then Maxx C, but you can't do that with Fuwalos. You can double Fuwalos, which can be worse than Maxx C, but. I know what you mean though. I can understand Fuwalos. Like I know not everyone loves Fuwalos. I think it'd be better if we had a game that Fuwalos wasn't really that good, but I also think it helps like simplify board states a lot better. Unless you play something like Asher Called By. I mean, everyone runs Ash. So it's like 4 outs in every deck.
then we're also going to activate
A lot of monitor decks can 100% play through Fua, giving one draw and saying an okay board. Yeah, exactly.
That's tough. I mean, with only pot of extravagance.
Also, Jess Hall, I think, gave me the rundown. Buying dual lands for my dragon deck since it's 5-color was a lot of money since they were printed in 1992 and 93. What? See, that's the cool part about Magic is, like, sometimes you have to, like, literally dig back in old sets.
Welcome, Labyrinth.
Good call.
But the cannon can be activated, and that will stop the Utopia Draco.
Depends on how you like to play it, or if you want to start from scratch or buy a pre-con deck. The new dragons from the set coming out on the 11th, I'd say any of them from Tarkir, Dragonstorm is good, and the Final Fantasy set is coming out in June. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I watch Alpha Investments, and he does like Magic content. I don't even play Magic, but I just like his content and to hear him talk about like Magic from a market perspective, because I wish we had that for Yu-Gi-Oh. It's supposed to be MCole40, but MCole40 does not make as good as videos as as him. So.
And then we're gonna summon the combined creation for the graveyard by shuffling back 5 different memento names.
16K people watching on YouTube, by the way. This is why they do the ban list at the end of these streams, so they can get people to actually watch their events. Yeah, I might just pick up one of those dragon sets then, Jess. Honestly, at this point, the dragon
And now, well, that does not help nearly as much as it would have.
And there we see a potential set 3 from Pascal, ending on Utopic Draco Future and combined creation. That is a very scary board.
Yeah, that's a really good unboard. I'm not sure if Lab can. I mean, Lab does have a few sets, but UDF is a neat play. Yes, I agree. It's Utopia. I hate the idea of getting Ibly locked. Well, I'm glad Ibly's banned in every format, right? Free branded fusion today. We will see. It would be better if it wasn't $50. Oh my god. Wait, the new ones are $50? Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, you're right. The new Commander precons. I looked into the Fallout ones and they were like $50. Lower to the ground health or med decks promote healthier game stay. I agree. Dylan Norris. Zone I for the Fallen of Albaz anime will guarantee specifically branded support as Albaz stories made of a lot of the archetypes. I mean, I don't think we're guaranteed specifically branded, but I've mentioned at the bare minimum we will get cards that mention Fallen of Albaz, which should in turn be Fallen of or brand support because. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so that is just the reflection. That's such a weird reflection.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, let's see what these 2 destiny draws are. Kai's fate depends on it.
Big welcome, it looks like. And a Dominus Impulse.
Ooh, even pointing to the Dominus Impulse like, yeah.
How to get into Yu-Gi-Oh as a beginner? Step 1, be rich. I mean, I would just watch a budget list. You know, I think there's a lot of budget decks. It's just like you won't be able to play exactly what you want, but you can play some like budget decks for sure.
Taking a sec there. That's pretty rough. Great card.
This is making me want to pick up the Goblin stuff. You should. I think Goblin stuff's great into. I think Memento's just great right now. I think the Goblin stuff's okay into Ryzeal, right? METAGAMES fan club meetup in top 16 next YCS. Yes, sir.
Oh, I know. But
I mean, I will be hopefully going to Providence. I need to go to Providence, and this ban list should hype me to do that. Got cook branded.
Kai's like, oh, I know why you searched this.
I missed Toss format. I never played Toss format, but it seemed like a fun time.
You wouldn't be able to use the effect, but you can summon like Creation King and get the pop that way.
I think all the Charmies are best will be limited in the future because you can activate one other Mulcharmy effect.
Kai's got to decide what to do. We're still in draw phase, technically.
I suppose you're right, yeah.
Praying for some branded synchro support.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
We did draw during the main phase.
It's been a very long main phase. But all we've done is draw cards then.
We're going to activate the Dreamer Karma Kit we set using Arius last turn. That'll set all the monsters, turning off most of the interactions that Pascal had access to there. This does also turn off a potential mace that he might be able to kind of sneakily get in there with any of these awesome memento cards. We're going to welcome Labyrinth for Ariana. Aria effect on summon. He's going to be met by an Imperm.
Goblin helps versus hand traps. Yeah, you get to extend.
Be able to chain Arias to add it back to the hand.
It's kind of like the
That's the second time Arias has
the
stomped
Millennium
onto the
cards
field.
in Snake Eye, kind of.
Maybe the third.
Not really. I feel like they're directly just starters or extenders in that deck.
That's right. In attack mode, no less.
Gonna be able to punch, I believe he has
Well, level 12 Synchro Dragon Despia card for Blue Eyes matchup.
There are 10 stars worth of monsters on the field, including only Dark. So we may
I do think if we got level 12 Synchro that just like did branded combo, that'd be really cool.
I mean, the powers of light and darkness intertwine in quite a few decks this format, right? We've seen Chaos Angel in Ryzeal Themesmith, and now we're seeing it in Labyrinth.
It was not
Can someone explain to me why Elf is banned if Beatrice is banned? Because Elf is a broken card, Dylan. It ruins level 2 card design. Because any deck can just make that, if they have a level 2, special summon it, trigger their level 2, and give untargetability to your endboard pieces, which we already know is really good. I think that card's absolutely busted.
Ooh, I think Kai's thinking the same thing I am. How much defense does this have? But I don't believe he's able to ask that now that it's set face down.
Yes, because it's only dark. Okay.
Yes, because it was made with only dark monsters, Chaos Angel cannot be destroyed by battle. Worth noting for sure. Because Pascal might have limited ways to out it at this point. We're gonna go straight to battle phase
So,
here.
3K are watching Farfa, and us 80 are watching MetaGamesGX, and that's why you guys are goated in the chat. I appreciate everyone over on the Twitch chat and everyone over on YouTube. Really do love you guys. You know, I've been a little burnt out on Yu-Gi-Oh, but I just knew the ban list was coming out, so I wanted to give myself, you know, 2 weeks off, essentially, to get, you know, to get into proper form. And guys, we're going to be making daily videos once this ban list drops, so I'm going to be... Tomorrow, my new branded deck will release. I will be releasing that new branded deck profile for the new format. We're just going to have to analyze the format, and we're going to make the list on stream after the list. All that fun stuff, so stay around for the party. We're going to be discussing the list once it drops too. I'm hoping to have some people on the live stream to discuss that. So yeah. Rough take, but Imperm will fly out the meta. Why do you say that? I think Imperm is such a good card where it's a top deck and a board breaker and a hand trap where it's like it can almost never fall out with how utility it is, even though it is like low impact on most decks right now. Link to character could be banned, I agree. Level 12 dragons are in style. Look at Snake Eyes. Yeah, I mean the new Snake Eye level 12 is really cool. Memento is already free into Ryzeal. I've heard so nothing changes.
And you can keep going. And then we're going to go ahead and get Anguish back using Memento Midclong, and then you use Anguish's on summon effect to search for a Gaddock. And then we're going to Sleepy because the card was destroyed, summon itself from the hand.
Gold rare, no way, says Uxum. Uxum was surprised at the gold rare.
So Kai just confirming some card effects here, and we're going to dominance impulse.
Would you please make combos for branded without banishment, says Espayo? I mean, I have them. But yes, I mean, I have combos on my spreadsheet without banishment. So do you have my branded spreadsheet, Sebastian? If not, pick it up on MetaGamesGX.com. I have all my branded combos there, and I will be adding more because we have to do the full branded guide. I'm gonna be making like a 5-hour branded guide. Once I get a weekend to do that. I was like also thinking about waiting for the new branded support before I start that, to be honest. I miss half format. Half format was goated, but also I think half format has huge issues to me where like they don't have Trish or Brio. And like some people were like, "Oh, Brio's broken, but only with pre-mat, and pre-mat's banned, so it's fine."
During Kai's end phase, he's going to discard the lovely Labyrinth's hand.
Like you can't break boards unless you're using Exiton with Engine and Hat, which I think is a really bad thing. It makes it so Geargio's way better than it. Geargio's way better in that format than it ever deserved to be. Like the fact there's no Heavy Storm, no Feather Duster, you know, no Brio Trish to hopefully try to break apart the board. And even then, Brio Trish won't even be enough into Geargio, frankly. Like Heavy Storm should be in that format. And I say this as a player who I have multiple hat decks. I just personally prefer Tengu as like my retro format of choice because you get a little bit of... It's basically Edison with like more options.
big welcome. We're actually going to be bouncing our own Chaos Angel and
How good is Orcus going to be with the new support? I have an Orcus core and might want to play it again. It was really good. I think it's really good up until Alliance Insight support, and I don't know if we're getting it. I think it is actually an Alliance Insight anyways. So, like, the issue is, like, the new Maliss and Ryzeal support eclipses it, and same with the Dragon Tail and Yummy support. But besides that, I think it's, like, one of the better decks. It's going to be a top 10 deck, so if you do like Orcus, I think the new Orcus support makes your deck very playable, very viable. Which is what you like to see, frankly. I like there being a dive. I know a lot of people don't like seeing a billion decks at events. I want to see a billion decks at events. They just need to make it so the most decks in the room are not just like diametrically opposed to each other in terms of deck building. So like, for instance, I've talked about this with Master Duel, like the fact that Stun, Tenpai, and Snake Eye and White Forest were all the best decks for the last DC Cup, made it so you could not deck build around Tenpai and Stun if you wanted to deck build for White Forest and Snake Eye. That's it. So like, as long as that dynamic doesn't exist, you can have a billion decks in the format. If they're all just combo decks, it's like, okay, evenly matched takes care of everything. Lightning Storm takes care of everything. Dark Roller takes care of it, right? Like, goes down the line. Also, guys, make sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. We got 90 people in the chat. Subscribe on YouTube if you have not already. 75% of people who watch my streams, I've heard, are, according to YouTube stats, are not subscribed. We're on the road to 20,000 subscribers. We do weekly streams, daily uploads for the most part, unless I'm taking a break from moving. We'll be getting back to it, but I do appreciate it. We're going to be talking about the ban list once it drops. We're going live, and we're going to be discussing it for an hour after it drops. We're going to go into the nitty-gritty of the ban list and to see what the biggest implications of the list are. I really hope I can get someone to talk about the list, like someone, preferably like a player that, there's another YouTuber, but
I could literally watch this matchup all day,
one
and
of
the
my
way they're
friends,
playing, if
but
it wasn't
we'll see.
untimed, or if it was untimed rather, you really could just play Memento and Labyrinth non-stop.
It's so back and forth, honestly. Like we
very rough britches, says JaketheMtnMan. What's up, JaketheMtnMan? Saw you say something before. I gotta read your message. I wish I could just like pull up everyone's chats on YouTube.
At his disposal here. It could literally go either way at this point.
Really could, it really could. It's one of those wild things.
Judges probably have a similar fatigue as the players. Shit gets mind numbing after a while. Yeah, that's true.
Goblin build from Pascal, because even though we already had him on the stage,
That's a good point.
we didn't see any of the utopic stuff. That's wild.
Yeah, I kind of like the Goblin Memento deck. It's like, why would I bother getting rid of your monsters? I'll just steal them from you. Thank you for
Oh, I forgot about the spreadsheet.
monsters. They're mine now.
Yeah, guys, pick up the MagGamesGX spreadsheet on MagGamesGX.com if you want to get all my branded combos, my Ryzeal combos, and my Dragon Tail combos. Also, pick up the MagGamesGX merch. We have fantastic merch you can pick up to support the channel, and if you want to show off MagGamesGX swag at your YuGiOh events, it's a great way to show off and support the channel.
A moment before we get back into gameplay, but it's just again cool to see that. And we did
Orcus will be meta. It was in the OCG. I agree, but if you look at where Orcus is right now, is not quite where you want a meta deck to be. So I feel like its meta reign is going to be a bit tapered here, especially if Ryzeal and Maliss are post-Alliance Insight. I love being able to use Maltronus on Nib to summon Underworld Goddess.
We've seen Ryzeal and Maliss definitely perform, definitely earn people some top.
Is that how it feels to chew a Klondike bar?
Beautiful decks, Labyrinth and Memento and even Mermail are doing such great jobs here this weekend.
Yeah, I think it goes to show you, we talk about how no one deck is it. There are formats where, like, there's a popular deck and everybody sort of gravitates towards it so other decks don't get a chance. This is not that format.
White Forest, best deck post-Alliance Insight, says Turbo. I think White Forest is going to be good with the field spell. I just think, like, White Forest is, like, a fair deck in the TCG as long as Baron and Apo aren't legal. I could be wrong. Maybe the field spell just enables some FTK bullshit with, like, Secret Village or something, but Mika does, in your opinion, how much attack should a vanilla have to be staple in every deck, for example, say to OTK your opponent? I think vanillas I think, like, there's just a different dynamic, right? Like, you could have a level 4 4000 vanilla in your deck, or legal in the game, and, like, most decks probably wouldn't run it. That's actually a good, like, thought experiment. Like, would you run a level 4 4000 vanilla beater that was, like, any typing you want? I think some decks might, but most decks would not. unless you're running Primite. So I think Primite is like what really makes the vanillas like go off. Like without Primite, and with Primite, it makes it so like it doesn't really matter the stats. Obviously, Blue Eyes is nice, but Primite cards summon them in defense, so the stats aren't really too important. I think Primite's really the only thing that's bringing vanillas to the game again. And I think it does a lot. I think the Primite engine's incredible. I think it's absolutely busted. Ether Barrel's not going to get hit on the list. Drill Beam Control's still going to be absolutely insane. You know, so if you're looking to run vanilla cards and stuff like that, I think like literally anything that just fits in your engine to help you link off to extend, basically, is more of an important thing than, oh, like my vanilla has 4,000 attack. Crazy local stories. I beat a Ryzeal player with Brandon Mitsurugi, and he pulled a gun on me. What? No way. Are you okay, bro? I'm glad you're okay since you're here, but Jesus. Adric, that's absolutely insane. I've got to get some context on that, but yeah, I mean, like, let's just call a spade a spade. No one deserves to get a gun pulled on them over a card game. That's like an all-time Yu-Gi-Oh story if that actually happened, though. The fact you're on Brandon Mitsurugi, I was like, whoa, he's cooking. And you were, but the story went way different direction. I thought you were going to talk about Brandon Mitsurugi, bro. And Brandon Mitsurugi is something I've like theoretically like thought of working, but it really doesn't. It's like you have no way to make King of the Feral Imp, so it's not like it's a thing, right? Like, gotta go back into work. Wanted to pop in and say hi. Have a good stream, Meta. Peace out, cuz. Nice to see you. George G. Did the ban list drop yet? No. It's after the finals. Feels like how it feels to buy into Bitcoin back in 2008. Shout out to MetaGamesGX buying a Bitcoin in 2011 for $15 and selling it for $20. I was like, damn. I was like so worried to sell it too. I was like, damn, I just wasted $15 of my fucking high school money. Dumbass. Sometimes, guys, it's just good not to be cheap. Honestly. Oh, Christian lost. No, rip Crabs. Rip Crabs. Crabs lost. Crabs did a good run. I know Crabs doesn't love me right now, but we love him. So congratulations, Crabs. That was a top 8. Very good top 8 run. So we have a DDS. So Mermail's in top 4, guys. Like, we are going to see a Mermail hit. I do not see how we don't see Mermail being hit. Wait, what's this I'm breaking anyways? Endless already? It's after the finals.
We've had it before. I believe it was YCS Indianapolis that was won by a player from Brazil. I remember asking, what does it mean to you to come all the way from across, you know, so many different locations to get to all these different...
Check out the guy who got recent top with Fam Night. Maybe if it was water, I could play some Pacifis or Pacifis. Make it flip someone's meta again. I mean, that's what Mimigol is, right? Mimigol's attempt.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about card games. You know, I don't care if you're blind, I don't care if you're deaf, I don't care if you don't speak a single word of my language. As long as we're dueling, I can communicate with you and have a great time.
It's good stuff. It's weird because we all do speak a second language, and it is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Because if you see a picture, I don't care if it's like 50 feet away, maybe it's on the other side of a football field. You're like, yeah, that's pot of greed. I don't know what it does, but I know that's pot of greed. And it's something.
Galzo, voice chat for finals. Let's do it, Galzo, for sure. How's it going, brother? Brandon King in the chat, Galzo himself. Yeah, I was looking for people to talk about it with anyway, so that's perfect. How's it going, Galzo? What would you like to see on this list, brother? We could save that for when you're on here, but... Would Mitsurugi Malfi Runic work? That's certainly a combination. That's gonna get. Okay, so like I'm not a Melfi player. I'm not sure if you get locked into into like stuff with Melfis. I don't think you do since Sprite runs it, but so sure, but like you're going second potential is not gonna be good. Now with potential new Mitsurugi support, who the fuck knows? Yeah, I'll message you, Gelzo.
Yeah, it was a super awesome format, and I'm glad I got to play with you. Thank you. But focusing on the cards, not on us, right? We've had our day. It's just wild to see.
I'll give you permissions to join right now, or whenever you want. Use it in the channel I'm in. I know it's just top 4 right now, so we can just do that in finals.
No, you're absolutely right, and they're apparently going to be very close. So those of you who are just like, please, we want to see the duel, we're sick of the Stevens, don't worry, it is coming your way. We want to see the duels too. But following up on your comment on the Ultimate Slayer, it's just so wild to see it disappear because it felt so good to just be like, Myriologic Aggregator, there's your...
Yeah, no, I think like overall when it comes to other things too, it'll be interesting to see if we see anything come back for branded. I think like the most likely thing is like we just see a bunch of decks hit that, you know, around branded that positions branded into a better spot.
Having just something that protects your turn 1 or gives you some powerful non-engine to kind of stymie your opponent seems like what most
I love the Arc V music in the background. Or sorry, yeah, is this Arc V or Zexal? Fun fact, the creator of Bitcoin wallet hasn't been open in over 19 years.
They're definitely going to have the cards. You can't think that, oh, he's not going to have 3. He has 3. But they also come from like different scenes, so they have different perspectives on it, and you may run into something where like, oh.
Telling y'all QCR Ghost Spell will show up next format. Buy it now, says Del Norris. Yeah, Ghost Spell's like the best non-engine next format because it hits the Dragon Tail traps, I believe, and then also it hits the the yummy effects, the yummy link. I hope we get Anaconda to 1. Yeah, that would be really nice. I want to see like Anaconda or Anaconda or Grass to 2. Adric Brandon Mitsurugi was a massive test. I wanted to try. It was fun, not consistent.
Both of these are kind of galaxy brain level decks with so many little micro interactions, so we had to make sure we were verifying that. But it looks like we will be going back into the gameplay relatively soon here. We just want to update.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're okay though, Adrix. Stay safe out there.
That's what happened. We were just verifying. That's all.
And like I said, the judges are there to make sure that a good, clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh happens. And any legitimate question like, did Anguish resolve twice? Is
I'm sorry, metagamer. I'm a book of useless knowledge.
Everything so far has been above board, and that means once
if I open Obedience School, I'm Beast Lock, says Liquid Rex. Yeah, but at least the you know, the yummy cards are all beasts, so it doesn't matter.
We've got it. Now we're going right back in.
Oh, we're still. I thought this game ended. I thought we were just yapping.
We're going right back to Pascal's turn. We are still in his draw phase. The Lovely has resolved its effect to destroy the Draco Future, and we're just moving forward from there.
Like 2.5 hours after the finals, probably like 1.5 at this point, right? Or no, it's probably 2.5. This game's just taking forever.
Yes, specifically this is draw phase as Pascal clarified. Therefore, Fusion is not able to be activated.
Earlier, Kai did ask, can you activate that only in the main phase? The answer is yes. So great time for Dimensional Barrier.
All right, so they won't be able to go into Creation Kings anymore, but Combined Creation is on the table, I think, and that is more than enough to maybe destroy Kai's board. Because remember, he's only at 4,000 life points.
Maybe I can try to get Nightfall on
right,
for the
from the earlier
Banlist. I'll see
transaction
if he's
rollback.
up.
Now, he does have transaction rollback in the graveyard, but with limited options of traps in the graveyard. I think I only see 2 cards there for now.
Ooh, and there we see the Tatsuno Toshigo being summoned from Pascal's hand. That'll be more than enough names being sent to the graveyard that he needs to start comboing off, I think.
Let's see.
Yep, so we got Mace being set there. That's 1 star. We need 4 more stars worth of Memento monsters. We've got Darkblade, so that's 5 total. I think Gaddock was already in the graveyard, so we couldn't get any more value out of that. Yep, because the Tatsuno Toshigo was destroyed, we're going to be able to summon a monster that's weaker. We're going to chain the Akihiron's effect to summon itself because something was destroyed. And this makes all of our big...
I'm going to use the bathroom quickly, guys, and let this game kind of play out.
Good stuff.
What effect?
To discard, to destroy a fellow trap.
Yes, so this is the effect of Dark Blade to discard and destroy a spell or trap, and he's chaining to that the Aki Huron's effect to make sure that everything can attack directly if it's level 9 or higher.
Feel like this is the first time we've seen, or at least the first time we've seen in a while, so discarding to get rid of that face down card.
I mean, what a matchup to use it against Labyrinth, right?
Yeah, plenty of traps.
Yeah, we have used the Big Welcome already, if you guys remember back, because it was used during the draw phase of Pascal's turn.
This does something itself. Then it attack game.
Oh, it's a different
It's a different effect. It has like 3 different effects.
Yes, Aki Huron has 3 separate effects that'll have different triggers.
Welcome to Memento, friends.
Yeah, level 9 or higher Memento.
Yeah, only level 9 or higher Memento monsters can attack directly. Oh, and there we go.
Oh,
Kai's
Kai.
instantly scooping because all he has to do is summon Combined Creation and attack directly, and Kai only has Welcome Labyrinth and can only summon monsters. Pascal is moving on to top 4.
A huge round of applause. All our very patient duelists here again, cheering there for Pascal, managing to get the match win out, and everybody is locked in and ready to see who is going to continue to advance, because now we're about to go to top 4.
Ooh.
Only 4 duelists left.
And we know Pascal's going up against Kevin, and we know that Manuel is going up against, I believe it was Nathaniel that he's playing against.
So we do have Ryzeal representation. We do have Memento here. Unfortunately, this is the swan song for Labyrinth, but what an incredible, incredible performance from Kai, right? Just great stuff, showing how good Labyrinth is. Wasn't able to get through the Memento. Showcasing right now, I believe he's showing that he's side decked in the Mulcharmy Meowls, and it is a good option against a lot of different decks, but just didn't get too much mileage in this duel.
Yeah, unfortunately, still going second against Memento is just too hard to come back from when they opened as well as Pascal did and played as well as he did as well.
But Kai seems like he is happy with his performance here. Still smiling. Top 8 in cosplay, man. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You've got a bright dueling career ahead of you.
You know there's like some obscure stat out there, like now he's the highest placing cosplayer of all time, which is an awesome feat to have if that's true. And even if it's not, getting top 8 at this stacked YCS, nothing to scoff at.
My dream, as I preach to the chat, is for one of you to get top 4 in cosplay. That's all we need to see. We've seen top 8. Kai has an incredible record here. Somebody's got to be the cosplayer to get the next one.
Oh yeah, 100%. But this duel was amazing. Both players did great, and I think we're a strong representation of what is possible in this format, even if you don't play Ryzeal or Maliss.
Oh, yeah. And it is always one of those things. People are like, oh, look at these popular decks. I have to play this popular deck in order to make it wrong, and you just saw it here. So, again, we've got now left. You said Mermail, Ryzeal,
Goblin Memento, then whatever Kevin is playing. I'm not sure if I can remember. Maybe it's some kind of Ryzeal variant, but
yeah, but still, it
I'm
shows you different decks from different eras just clashing. I mean, Mermail has been around for decades. Well, a decade or more.
Yeah,
so
11 years plus. Yeah.
Wow, that's so crazy that we have gotten this far in the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game, and decks are still coming. And that's what really makes it great, you know, because Blue Eyes was in the top cut. That's wild.
That's from the very first set of Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's from the first starter deck. I guess depending, you might have gotten starter deck Yu-Gi-Oh and be like, no, not for me.
Very
but still, just really good stuff to see that duelists are taking all those life lessons to heart. They're just sticking with what they're comfortable with. I think that sometimes a deck that you know is better than a deck that just seems like it's going to work, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what to do with it. You're in your comfort zone. You played those matches a million different times. And when Pascal was interviewed for that first time, he did say, I just played this deck because I know it so well. I've got about a year or so of experience with it, right? So good stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, if a year is all it takes to get top 4 at a YCS, that feels like too few of time. So it's still a huge accomplishment for Pascal. This is not an easy feat to do, y'all, and he's doing amazing.
Well, speaking of Pascal, why don't we go ahead and get it over to the stage, because Pascal had get through an incredible duel there, but now we get to see where his emotions are running. So, Jackie, take it away.
Okay, Stevens, I am with Pascal. Crowd, let's hear it for Pascal. Oh my gosh, they love you. I'm sure that you're overwhelmed with emotions right now. Tell me, what are you thinking? Final 4 semis.
You know, just stay locked in and focus, and just make sure I, careful with my plays and just think things through and not be in a rush. So, yeah, pretty excited.
I love that. I love that mentality. Talk to me a little bit about your journey to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing this deck for about a year, so it's a very complicated deck. Like, every card has, 3 different effects, so it gets confusing sometimes, but I've been playing it for a while. Misplayed a little bit throughout the way, but, I got better with it, so.
Yeah, a mix of Goblin Bikers and Memento. Can you explain to me your deck a little bit more?
Yeah, definitely. So Abyss Dweller and Shifter are very popular in the format, so I wanted to play, a route with Memento where I could play around those cards pretty well, and there's plenty of times that I got Shifter and I was still able to win because of the way I built my deck.
Okay, awesome. It's working, right? Do you have a game plan or a mindset going into semis?
Just keep doing what I'm doing. Just stay focused and just make sure I just play my cards carefully, and hopefully we'll see what happens with the rest of it.
We'll see what happens. And is there anything you want to say to the crowd, to the people watching at home?
Nothing that comes to mind right now. Just, I guess we'll see who wins.
We'll see who wins. All right, thank you so much, Pascal, and I'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And once again, huge congratulations to Pascal for being our first top 4 match victor here. It's top 8 match victor going into top 4, where he's going to fight against definitely someone from Switzerland. Sorry, guys, I said Sweden earlier. I got a little bit mistaken there.
That's okay, that's okay. But the main thing is international duelists coming from all walks of life. We didn't get that part wrong, right?
Not at all.
Got it, got it. But speaking of all walks of life, let's talk about all games of life. There's just been an incredible collection recently released. You might have heard of it. It is the YuGiOh Early Days collection. All the hours I have already put into that game. What's your favorite on this one?
Dungeon Dice Monsters for sure, no question.
So for me, actually, I do love me some Dungeon Dice Monsters, and there's so many memories I have with all the Worldwide Edition games. But my new favorite is actually Capsule Monsters GB. It's a storyline that kind of crosses into like old Yu-Gi-Oh! And just has this great vibe where Seto Kaiba puts on the Millennium Ring. I'm not going to spoil anything more than that, but it is such a cool game, and there's such great nostalgia from all of that. Whether you're playing it again on Steam, so you can play it on a Steam Deck and have portable just like a game experience, or if you're just actually playing it on PC, Nintendo Switch, etc., it is so cool. And comes with those beautiful quarter-century secret rare alternate arts of Harpy's Feather Duster. Do you like the one on the left or the right one more?
Oh, definitely the classic version from the
classic
manga on the right.
The right feels classic too. You know what? I'm not going to pick any fights here. I love them both.
Oh, yeah. Early Days is super awesome. I just love that how it unlocks not only the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I love so much, but also unlocks features in the game that before, when I was a kid, I never was able to access because I was a lot worse at Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time.
But good stuff for sure. Gosh, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days, how many years has it been?
More than I've been alive.
That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm a little bit of a dueling grandpa for sure, so I might have been around when those games came out. Whoops, might have played them on the original systems they were out. But speaking of future duels, we do have to throw it to a break here, but don't worry, we'll be back with our semifinals soon enough.
Hey, it's Asala. We're here at YCS Houston, and the duelists out here on the show floor have 60 seconds to guess this card. Let's see how they do. We are back with Pack, and we're gonna guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it higher than level 8?
Not higher than level 8.
So is it level 6?
No.
Is it level 7?
No.
Okay. Is it level 1?
No.
Is it a Link monster?
No.
Is it a XYZ?
No.
Is it a Synchro?
No.
Is it? Damn, this is hard. Okay, is it level 2?
No.
Level 3?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom?
Not Ash Blossom.
Is it a hand trap? Or sorry, is it a card you can use from the hand?
Yes.
Does it destroy?
Yes.
Ghost Ogre.
It is Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Good job, good job.
Thank you, guys. Boom.
I'm back with Logan. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster card?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Is it meta relevant right now?
Yes.
Does it have triple in its name?
Yes.
Is it thrust? Sorry, triple tactics thrust.
That was quick. Good job, good job. And I'm back with Nicholas, and you have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a spell?
No.
Is it a trap?
No.
Shout out to Logan, just saw him there. Extraordinarily skilled duelist.
Is it like a monster they played in the anime?
No.
Is it like a meta monster, like one that's popular?
Yes.
Is it a Maliss card?
No.
Is it?
There we go.
Is it SP Little Knight?
It is not SP Little Knight.
Is it IP Masquerena?
It is not IP Masquerena.
Is it a Smash monster?
No.
Is it does it have? Is it Link 2?
It is a Link 2.
Is it like generic? Does it like require? Never mind. Does that have effect on summon?
It does have an effect on summon.
Where is Kangas? I think he's doing another event this weekend.
Yes, it's Spartan Recta.
Because he also co-streams for like the NA League of Legends circuit, the LCS or whatever.
Is it a
Kangas does such a good job though.
Is it Nightmare Phoenix?
The new lady here, she's she's doing as best as she can. Seems like she's not like entirely familiar with like the subject matter, so like it doesn't really lead to the most like detailed interviews that you would want, like that the Europeans do, because like you'll have like Lampy like interviewing people, and like Lampy plays the game, right? Like Lampy, whatever. Like you can go watch his stream, and he's a good player, right? Which I think helps when you're talking about, which is like crazy when you hear like, you know, Garrett Fi, you know, who makes some of the best content in the Yu-Gi-Oh space here. He like pitched himself to NA Konami to help them out with, like their presentation for events. And they're having someone who could do these interviews, presumably, right? Or you know, the game by game interviews and stuff like that. Someone who's, you know, knows how to tell a story, with Yu-Gi-Oh, which I think is really important, right? Like I think Billy Break is really, the European commentators are the only people who really do that at the moment with like Yu-Gi-Oh. In terms of like, it just could be a lot better.
Can't answer that.
Yeah, GG's Memento. I might just play Maliss for the fact that I can resolve Shifter and take a Memento break during my matches. I think that's why a lot of people just like playing Maliss.
It does have a rank.
Like the deck really wins a lot going first, right? So like that's a huge selling point to a deck.
Is it Typhon? I don't know his full name.
Be wild if all the cards they're guessing are actually part of a ban list.
Divine Arsenal, Zeus.
That would be some like that would be some like Twin Peaks craziness.
Can you get it? Can you give me all of that name?
Absolutely not.
Only popping in every 30 minutes for the ban list, fair enough.
Super Wave, Caesar, DDD.
Been on instead of Bastiles this format,
There's
loving
one extra
it.
there. At least you got the DDD part. It's DDD Wave King.
America moment. The Yu-Gi-Oh Yamcha.
And welcome back, everyone. We're here.
They're
going to
do a ban list announcement here.
Man,
they haven't done it on stream yet.
What a weekend it has been, and we are now here in top 4. And I'll tell you, if you asked me at the start of the weekend if I could guess what the top 4 decks were, I would not have got it right. I mean, we have a couple of Ryzeal decks, which is expected, both pure, so no Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Actually, I don't think there's any Fiendsmith in the top 4 at all, right?
There's 0 Fiendsmith in the top 4.
Wow, it's almost like they might not be hitting Fiendsmith.
That is actually crazy, but instead we are going to have an Atlantean Mermail deck and also a Goblin Memento. I think that's the biggest surprise.
I will bet someone money that Mermail gets hit this list.
So many surprises going into this event, all the way even into top 8. But I think there's no more surprises anymore. We've seen most of the decks now, and at least half the tournament could go as predicted.
We're going to have to see if the decks...
Look, there's no time. Forbidden list.
Are we back? Are we good? I'm not certain.
Oh, wait, what?
Jerome's still trying to break into the broadcast.
Jerome's still trying to hack in, yo. Yeah, Jerome's on the fucking Maliss P fucking GWC. My man's about to about to put in a Maliss code and put freaking all the Maliss names to 1 or whatever. God, I can't wait for QCR Anguish. Honestly, I can already tell you that's gonna look incredible. Like the colors for Anguish really complement it. They are still teasing us so hard. I feel so bad for Krabs. Like I wanted to see him in top 4, man. Like honestly, very good job to Krabs for making it to top 8 in this tournament. Very well deserved, very incredible player, and you know, next YCS will be his, I'm sure. Jerome inside the Pentagon trying to... Oh, so that's what you guys were like. Oh, yeah. You guys were like, Jerome showed up. And I'm like, where was Jerome? I like turned my head for like 2 seconds to text my dad or something. And then like, I guess Jerome has been trying to break in.
All the way from Switzerland. And his favorite food is pizza.
Yo, iFunnyGiant, nice to see you.
All right, everybody.
The
Let's get
QCR
this
Metamorphosis, I
semi-match
saw
started.
Cyber
Are you
post a picture of it. It looks so good.
I love the enthusiasm. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, we have the NAWCQ champion himself from
Can
this
Mermal
past year,
get one more
Aditya
ban so that, well, it doesn't even matter. Like, once again, I don't think that they're going to do anything that's sufficient to actually hit Mermal. Like, they're going to ban Toad, they're going to ban Bahamut, one of the two, and then they're not going to actually ban the barrier statue. And that's the issue. Like because they're just going to use barrier statue right after. But, you know, it'll take a month, right, for Mermal players to recollect. But, I mean, they're going to lose to Nib a lot more, which is a really good thing. You know, especially if Link Decoder goes to Maliss loses to Nib a lot more. So, that's going to be a really good dynamic.
We have a chance of having a 0 Ryzeal final as well, or potentially an all Ryzeal final. So we'll have to see how this matches end here.
I mean, yeah, we could have Lanian Mermail versus Goblin Memento. That would be quite interesting. When Goblin, it's Goblin Bikers, you know. Maybe you're not as familiar with those cards, but there is a Goblin Memento that you can search. There's some synergy between the two strategies. And we saw how Pascal's using those two themes to work together to make.
Oof, I like both of these players. Yeah, Didia is obviously Didia won our Nats last year, so like he's on a great team. I love Team Inspire. Great team, great people. So yeah, no, it's I've never seen Manuel, but like you gotta respect a guy to come all the way out from Switzerland. Like, that's a fucking huge travel, man. Like I think my preparation to have to go YCS is a lot of the time, unless it's like in my backyard like YCS Niagara was. Like, traveling sucks, right? This guy's doing like triple the traveling anyone else is, and then he's still making it to the semifinals, so that's definitely commendable.
Here in top 4. This is when you want your deck to perform its best and not run out of steam. But we're gonna have to see. I mean, there's a reason why Manuel and his friend Kevin, both from Switzerland,
it still sucks that Prosperity got limited
all the way here to this tournament, and they both did well. It's not by a chance.
I think it was a good hit.
There's something
I think that card made too many decks good, but like I think I know what you mean, where it like made a lot of decks playable.
They know what they're doing. This is it. It's game
I don't know if that's where
one
you're
of our
coming from,
first
but
semi-final match here at YCS.
I just personally think if you open up Prosperity, you mostly win the game.
I would say this is
Or you
important,
don't
but the
mostly
Mermail
win the
deck's usually
game, but
fine
you have
going
like,
second, four,
you know,
not
it's
a
a card
high
with a
number.
high win rate.
That's much higher.
11
Cards with high
gonna
win
win the
rates,
die
you have
roll,
to
but
do
we'll have to
something,
see
right?
if going first is going to even
That's why I think Master Duel
matter
is such a good
for
testing
Aditya.
ground now for Yu-Gi-Oh! I think
Alright, is
Master
there
Duel
anything
honestly does
before
the
the
most
main
testing
phase for Manuel here?
for both ban lists.
Does he have
Because you get hard
anything, any
numbers there.
Mulcharmy? Thinking in
Like,
standby.
I'm sure it's annoying as hell to track all the
like there
data
is something.
from regionals with decks.
There is going to
on
be a
paper, like they
Perulia.
have to for the last like 20 years of
All right,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Mulcharmy,
to actually
Perulia
like
is going to let him
get
draw every time he
solid
summons,
data.
but
I'm
not
sure
the
they do
case
it,
because of
but-
Ash Blossom.
See
Alright,
Perulia,
passing
we
through.
see the Ash
No more
Blossom.
Mulcharmies here.
Using the Mulcharmy before the main phase, so he won't enable something
Main
like
deck
triple
Perulia is
text
pretty
down.
good.
The main will
Like, that's
offer a
actually
fast
something I
start.
really liked when I played Mermal, because like it's a water, right? So like you can obviously just like do Bahamut plays.
The Primal being here mainly because he knows that the Mermail and Lightning deck is typically on.
Adric,
copies
my
of
friend, just got
Dumbest
into
Symbols,
Yu-Gi-Oh! So we
which also
started doing a thing where we combine two decks to see if they would work well together. I like that. I think that's like one of the cool, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very malleable nowadays. Like if you played Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2014 or 2012 to or 2013 to 2014, it was all like archetype based, and there wasn't really a whole lot of deck building outside of non-engine choices. So, and even then, like it was really predetermined. So, like it's cool nowadays that you can do like so much deck building. That's why I do appreciate cards like the Cashier cards, like Fiendsmith stuff. Like I still think they have places in the meta, these generic engines that help you like. It's just really cool. I don't know. I like cubes, so like generic engines is like, you know, I love those. I also think like generic engines can't like bridge you into your other engines. That's the issue. That's like why Beatrice was an issue, right?
Both of them I made it this far into the tournament, and playing Ryzeal Plasma Hole might be one of the reasons why.
Initially, when Ryzeal originally came out, Plasma Hole was a card strategy incorporated to tackle Ultimate Slayer, give you some more insulation for that. When you're able to set up the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, you're able to immediately summon another rank 4 after you lose your detonator.
Yep, definitely an awesome card that fell out of favor, but may be coming back into the fold. We're going to see the 2 level 4 monsters overlay for Ryzeal Detonator. On summon, he's going to be able to attach a monster from the graveyard. He's going to attach the Eclipse Twins.
And there is the node here. I imagine he's going to try to use it immediately to summon another level 4 from the graveyard.
Yep, node lets you send a monster to special summon back.
And now he's going to set up that Abyss Dweller.
This is huge. We haven't seen a DJ have to face down Abyss Dweller. It is the bane of Mermail's existence right now.
Plasma Hole in the main is crazy. I don't think it's that crazy. I think it's a cool tech. I like Plasma Hole. I think a lot of people discount that card. That card's broken in my opinion.
Plasma Hole in hand. Things are looking really
It's like
good
maining the
here for
Mitsurugi trap.
If you can put
It's like a little worse, I think, but like I think it's like also a little better on some level.
Because even if you did have infinite impermanence, detonator could chain to destroy
You can
his own
actually
dweller
use the
to make
graveyard
sure it
effect
resolves.
on the same turn you use its field effect.
Now see him detach the material to activate Dweller's effect, so he's able to put 2 Ryzeal monsters on the bottom of the deck.
Dang, meanwhile I'm playing Voiceless Voice. Hey, Voiceless did get a top a few months ago at like I think Sydney, right?
3 face downs, Abyss Dweller,
It's still possible.
underneath it.
You just have to know what you're getting into, right?
Cut out for him here as he draws for his turn.
And also I think you have to
Looking
play
good here in
Spice.
game number 1, if you're a DJ anyway.
Yeah, not yet. The Abyss Dweller, now if this resolves, it's going to be an uphill climb.
It looks like the Dweller will be resolving.
Mermail Atlanteans are heavily dependent on the graveyard effects.
I wonder if a DJ will even choose to play the turn out.
See that cool token that DJ got at the World Championship this past year. He's going to start things off with 1 for 1.
All right.
He's going to discard the Gluttonous.
Reptilfin, Greethus.
I'll let you finish it off. I like to call him Gluttonous.
I'm just calling him Greethus usually.
Well, we're two men with 2 different walks of life, I suppose. We're going to have to see how this 1 for 1 is going to help a DJ. He'll be able to access Neptibus.
That Yu-Gi-Oh player, I only like Prosperity
much, right?
because
Yeah. I mean, it still adds
it
to
made
hand,
decks
which
that
is
lack modern
fine,
support
but
actually
you've already
decent.
had
Yeah,
spent
that's what I
2
thought you
cards to summon
meant.
this, and it's not getting all the value that it normally does.
It's kind of like why Prosperity or Duality is cool in Tengu format, I guess.
Like all these effects are so costly in their nature because they have to send cards from their hand or field to activate, but because the cards in the graveyard have so many effects that trigger, you can often just get so much of that value back. But when you're not getting any of that value, your hand depletes so quickly, and you already start at 5 cards because your Perulia was ashed. So after using 1 for 1, we're really running out of cards here. Looks like we're sending Shrine to the graveyard.
I'm in Manhattan, so I feel you on that.
Okay, putting something in the graveyard that'll be useful during the opponent's turn as opposed to sending down like an Elenian Dragoons.
Yeah, I mean, Mermail be doing
It is a monster we'll be able to summon. Won't be able to
Mermail things, right?
having to send the monster from the deck as a
Someone topped the YCS with Ryzeal Voiceless Voice. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. You have to run Spice to. That was actually a pretty cool list too. I won't lie, it was a really cool list.
It is a menacing field spell card.
It was a little cracked out, I'm not gonna lie, but it was still like a great list.
I'm sure he has encountered a few Abyss Dwellers on his way to the top 4.
Guy at Locals ran Spooky Dogwood and Mermail as a searchable time card. Yeah, no, that's actually been a thing for a bit, but there's a lot of cards you can do that with in Mermail. Like you can search a Kaiju if like Purely is good in the format. Like when Purely gets its new support, because it's very likely to get new support. Because it's on like their calendar of decks that just keep getting new support in the OCG. I wish I had a reference picture, but you guys are gonna have to go out on a limb and believe me on that one. It's basically just like the last 2 decks on that list is basically Labyrinth and Purely, and I think something else. But it had like also like Sky Striker, Orcus and stuff like that, and Dragon Maid on it. So it kind of like predicted a lot of these. So Purely and Labyrinth are probably next on the agenda to get new support for legacy decks after, you know, whether it's this new set that's out here now or the one after.
And again, that's so expensive.
While I'm playing Pure, yeah, I mean, you have to play something else at that point. I think Pure Voiceless Voice is in a bit of a struggle right now. I think until it gets new support. I think Voiceless Voice, I really hope to see some new Voiceless support because that deck is awesome, honestly. I do really, I have a more of appreciation for ritual decks ever since I played, started playing Mitsurugi. I wouldn't mind playing like Voiceless Voice if it got a higher ceiling. Or a way to go second. Jess Hall 2335, I just checked out your latest deck list for Brandon. Mine is literally the same, literally. That's crazy. I mean, I think actually right now Brandon's pretty figured out for the most part. Like you'll see a lot of the deck lists are basically like 9 cards are the same in every side deck. Like everyone's running 3xyz Encore. I kind of forgot the ones offhand, but same with the main deck. Like a lot of these lists are like 50 cards. I do have a 60 card list, but I do think my last list was a 50 card list.
I mean, generally, when Ryzeal is able to go first and set up the Dweller along with the Detonator, it's usually
yeah. So Ryzeal did win. Yeah, I was gonna say without more non-engine, I don't you know Mermail had a great hand going first, but not so much going second. Like 1-for-1 is really bad going for second. You're giving up a card, right? Like I even think it was great in Snake Eye going second. I think it was crazy in Snake Eye going second sometimes because like they would just have it was like one of their ways to layer through end board interruptions in a format where the only deck really making Apo was like Snake Eye. I don't know, that was like a weird pick. I don't know how much I stand by that one though. Dylan Norris, imagine also what's up Manu Mouse. Dylan Norris, imagine how much representation Mermail would give Dweller was currently banned. I think it's a give and take, right? Like, yeah, like, I think in that situation where Dweller's banned and everything else is the same, correct. I think everyone would be on Mermail. I think there would be a lot of other decks too cropping up. Some, not a lot, but there's a difference. But
make a lot of their Xyz monsters, and then you have Lancia against Maliss can really shut it off, and as well.
Like I think there's a give and take in the TCG, so like Dweller's never gonna get banned without like these graveyard decks being hit. So when if and when Dweller gets banned in the TCG, it will be accompanied by Mermail hits as well.
But yeah, not gonna be able to stop them from doing all their plays, but you'll at least be able to stymie what their end goal.
Like you can't do one without the other, in my opinion.
Yeah, they can get so much value
because then if you ban Dweller or you ban just Shark, like then it's like there's too much against Mermail, I guess. Yeah. Man, I'm really thinking about that Ryzeal Detonator to 1. Like that's like such a TCG hit. Like I wonder if that guy was cooking the other day who came into the chat. You think they should give Branded Fusion back to 3? Yeah, but I also, like, the card's crazy, right? Like, I'm not going to be up to good if Branded Fusion goes back to 3. I do think it could go back to 3. Does anyone know if Lunalight is getting support anytime soon? Aren't there Lunalight cards on the ban list? Like, we could probably see those come off the ban list, if anything. How many hours will this day 2 last? I mean, from now. We have this game in the finals, and then they have to release the ban list. So I would say about another 2 hours at most. Did they announce a ban list, or is it speculation? They announced the ban list. They announced that the ban list will be coming out on Twitter. It was before speculation, but I never come on here if I'm bullshitting. Like, I've never done a stream where I'm like, ban list is today, and it wasn't officially announced, and the ban list didn't drop. Like, I don't have inside information, but if you've been paying attention to YuGiOh, you can typically see when a ban list is dropping, essentially, unless it's really just out of the blue.
None of these cards will resolve.
Am I playing Master Duel? It feels
yeah.
I don't like clickbaiting people, and some people come into these chats and they're like, oh, ban list isn't today. No one did it today. I'm proud of everyone. Last 3 ban list streams, like, a lot of people would come in, they're like, you're just clickbaiting. And I'm glad, like, no one did that today. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. Best fucking community ever.
That's going to let him special summon a monster from his deck.
It looks like it will be resolving as well, so Dragoons will be added to hand, and Squad will be activating now, probably summoning Abyss Pike.
What do you guys think the next structure deck will be?
To add a level 3 water.
Dark Magician.
Likely going to be that
But I think Dark Magician... Yeah, no, it's not Dark Magician because they're getting support and tactical. But that is a structure deck, so I guess, so... That could just be our structure deck for the year. I have found I have a better win rate with the 50 card versus 60. Yeah, I mean, I just think 60 is really hard in the TCG to run because of the consistency issue. Like, I think Oscar was probably running 60, so I'm really excited to see what that list is like. The 41st place list. Pure Mitsurugi will be playable if Dweller plus Shifter get hit. I think Pure Mitsurugi is going to be playable with the new wave of support that has yet to be announced. I don't know what the new support entails, but like, I would hope that Konami actually makes cards that makes the deck like and I've said this since the start of time. It needs 1-card starters, cards that convert into 1-card starters. Currently everything's a 2-card combo, so that's Mitsurugi's problem. You need to use the Ryzeal cards to make 1-card combos. So if we get cards that make 1-card combos, I think Mitsurugi is going to be actually potentially just like playable as a pure deck over the Ryzeal cards, especially if things like X Ryzeal goes to 1 or something. We'll have to see what happens.
Talked about you have Sin the Neptibus and summon the Poseidra. This has been the bread and butter of the Mermail Atlantean strategy all weekend.
You think they give Branded Fusion back to 3? I'm not saying they will. I'm saying it could.
My friends in Germany. My one particular friend who I think loves
Swizzo, what's up, brother? Nice to see you again, my man. How's it going? You on the hunt today? I heard a new boss is coming out this weekend for Monster Hunter. Tiger went to 3 last list my games. Yeah, I didn't know if there was anything else. Uxum with the I'm unsure, but it's a very adorable emote, I will say. I know because I play Lunalight. Well, fair enough. Oh, Meta, how was last night? Oh, it was incredible. I met a girl that's really, like, really nice, and, she's great, so, yeah. Nothing too much else to say there. Spending a lot of time. Also, it's been nice to, like, step away from Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit, so I could just, like, I could, like, focus on other things for a bit, but obviously, I do want to get back to daily uploads here. It might be, like, 5 uploads a week versus daily. Yeah, I think that's what it has to be. I don't think anyone likes daily uploads. I know YouTube, like, incentivizes that, but I just, like, I want to be spamming people. I mean, I do that, like, I do shorts, right? So it's like, it's essentially daily uploads, but daily actual videos. Like, that's so many, it's a lot of minutes of MetaGamesGX. I already want to make a podcast, too, because I just want to have, like, a platform to yap about Yu-Gi-Oh! Every week, because I basically just be doing a solo podcast on my, stream every week, right?
Oh, the Abyss Keeper. He must have drawn Coelacanth.
Abyss Keeper is going to allow him to special summon a fish from his hand.
Yep. Namely, this only happens when you have the Coelacanth in your hand. Coelacanth is able to discard a card now.
And we
discard the Minstrel.
And we get to see Coelacanth resolve.
Give Fire Fist the Mermail treatment.
2025, and this super ancient
I wouldn't be opposed to Fire Fist coming back. They just are, like, probably being careful around bringing back Dryden, since that's, like, on the event horizon for things to come back.
I mean, I think we're deep enough that the game should already be over. Manuel's just sitting there letting it happen.
Hand on head.
Like, right, because 110 key can, like, equal a zoo board if, like, Broad Bull's back or something.
In his deck, normally when Moaning Glacier hits the field, it's only one or the other. But he wants to see the remainder.
Dude, stop clickbaiting. BANLIST isn't today since GC1. Thank you, GC.
That is indeed what is happening.
Jess Hall, I'll also be updating that ban list or that list tomorrow.
So now filling up
when the ban list drops, once we discuss it for about like an hour, I always discuss the ban list for an hour, try to bring people on.
Synchro summoning the Monoceros here. Monoceros is going to be able to special summon back
Target the fish in my grave.
a fish, so it's going to go after the Abyss Spike and then copy its level. So
If I'm not just like stone cold tired, we'll cook a list.
He's going to make a Bahamut
Because I've been streaming now for 3 hours.
Very typical for this deck.
Again. And now he's over.
Oh, he's running the Ravenous Croc,
Oh, no,
so he can go into the Bish.
Yes, he's going for level 7 here.
Such a good combo line.
And now we're going
this is even better. He's still going to make another Bahamut Shark again. But he's going to have some more value along the way.
I don't know. I would just scoop at this point, though. There is like 38 minutes left, so like, there's not a ton of a point to scoop too.
Going to be detaching Dragoons once again.
And
How many
YuGiOh
times
creator with the Love
How many
Life
times
counter
do you
has
resolve
risen to
Dragoons?
3.
Tell me.
2 totally awesomes, 2 cards ripped from the hand takes Emil and Glacia.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, sometime we'll bring her on stream.
It does even better when it gets the opportunity to go first like that, thanks to multiple copies of Bahamut Shark.
She's very nice. She don't bite.
Down next, that'll be useful.
Oh boy, hand rip gameplay, says Turbo. I think this is top 4. This is top 4. Dryden might come back today or Broad Bowl. I wouldn't doubt it.
Something like Atlantean heavy infantry, so you can destroy a face-up card on your opponent's side of the field.
You basically want to have 2 forms.
Daily
of
uploads is wild. Quality over
so you wanna
quantity
have
is the
access to
king.
infantry and access to
I agree.
side draw on the field to also go after your opponent's field. So you'll
That's
have
why I'm
a
like,
destroy
I usually do like 3 video uploads a week, and then I do shorts every day, because shorts, I can make a ton of shorts really quickly because I have a website that helps me do that. So it's like a lot quicker than like, I don't, it's really quick to make shorts. It's not like I'm not putting any effort, but like the shorts I make, which are just stream clips, it doesn't take too long. And I like to get the stream clips out for the people who don't have time to watch the stream.
I mean, it's just so impressive what the deck can do going first, right? Once you're able to get past that checkpoint of resolving Neptibus, it just seems like there's nothing that you can do to stop it anymore.
How far are we from the ban list? It's the final. We're in the semifinals, so it's happening after the finals, so probably an hour and a half or so.
Really well there from Aditya. There wasn't a lot of thinking. It's something that he seems like he knows this deck in and out.
I mean, he took a moment to
Anyone getting the Switch 2? I'm personally not, because I have the Switch 1, and I really only play the Pokemon game, so I can just buy Z-Day on my Switch if I choose to buy that game.
Can't get no respect for Nibiru around here.
Although it looks like a really good console, I'm not gonna lie. I just know with like tariffs, it might go up in price, which is not great here in the US. But I think people outside the US might not be experiencing that necessarily.
Dominus Impulse that cuts you off from light effects. We've seen a heavy decrease on players using Primal Being. If you're able to
Konami, give me back my red maid and my life is yours. What do you mean by red maid?
Definitely one of those cards that comes in and out of formats here. The less it's respected, usually that's when it starts coming back, right? Because you can start punishing players.
Hunting on Monster Hunter as we speak, says JaketheMtnMan. Romy and Selhurst. Alternatively, it's Lightsworn after that. That's what I was actually thinking before Romian, but Lightsworn doesn't have a way to go second, so...
playing Mermaid Landian, I'd be shuffling up for game 3. I'd look at my opponent, I'd just give him a quick donut.
But Dweller does basically invalidate that deck. I won't lie. Like, it can't even attempt to go second with Dweller. But I already played that deck, like, when Dweller wasn't a thing and it wasn't a good time. Because it could not go second. Because it can't run non-engine. If you try to run non-engine, you're just breaking. Which I guess, like, there's probably things like tier cards and then...
I would assume one maybe being a Fiendsmith, but no Maliss.
Black Goat and like transaction rollback that you can run to break boards, but still.
Only ones remaining in this tournament.
I mean, I would have believed you if you told me there would be 2 Ryze.
Melfi structure deck. Fire Fist support. We have a few Fire Fist supporters in the chat. Fire Fist is cool. It was always like that's definitely a deck I see getting support eventually again. I mean, it kind of did already get support. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it got a link, right?
Decks are shuffled. The side decks have been utilized. We're mere moments away.
I mean, Manuel still doesn't seem so confident. The head is still heavy. But he is able to go first now, and all he has to do is try to set up a duel.
Alright, I need to get some coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
More answers in things like Season Court.
Yeah, that's the big difference when after diving into the side decks is there's definitely cards in the side deck that will target down Abyss Dweller because they know that is what the players are going to try and go into before anything else to make sure they can cut off those all-important graveyard effects. But this is it. This is our first semifinal match. Game 3, the winner of this game wins the match and we'll move on to the finals.
Our first finalist
of YCS Houston. Not Houston to all you New York folk out there. I know you have your Houston Street, but no, it's Houston down here in Texas.
I would have never known that.
Soho? No. Bonfire coming down here from Manuel. A good start. Ash Blossom immediately met with a D-Chud.
Oh, taking the gamble there.
Not saving it for the duo drive. He's trying to say, I don't think you have any Ryzeal monsters. Pot of Desires is up next.
I mean, that is technically a sign of weakness, but it can easily reward you here.
Will he draw any Ryzeal monsters? He has to banish the 10 cards face down on top of his deck. So he's a check the banish before draw player, I see. I feel like there's two different schools of duelists. Okay, that's not a Ryzeal monster. Oh, that one is. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, well, I won't spoil it. He did draw something that play will continue this turn.
We've seen a lot of it happen where the plays have not been able to continue, but
What happens when water gets cold?
He gets the ice.
It turns to ice. Ice Ryzeal is coming down. It's water frozen. And now Ice Ryzeal is going to special summon a Ryzeal monster from the deck, and it's going to be...
Ice resolving here is pretty big, but obviously we have to get past the duo drive here.
Beyond that?
I saw his Desires Banish pile, and there was barely any Ryzeal names. I saw the Plasma Hall, but I didn't see much.
I think he'll live without it.
Yeah, I think
many players have.
All right, here comes Duo Drive. Ash Blossom's gone. The Duo Drive resolves. Adichia took the big gamble. Usually when you Ash Blossom something like Bonfire, that's kind of signaling your hand might be weak. You don't have any other forms of interaction, so you're just kind of gambling and hoping they don't have anything else to play with after that. It's a tall order, but sometimes pays off.
Looks like we're just going to go for the node as well as the Ryzeal Cross. We're going to activate the Ryzeal Cross here. And now we're going to be special summoning the node.
Node Ryzeal is going to send Duo Drive to the graveyard to try and special summon back Sword Ryzeal. Adichia picks up his hand and takes a look, but no cards are going to be played.
It's very interesting. We haven't used X Ryzeal yet. We haven't really... I wonder if we have enough ways to extend here to get to Dweller. Like, yeah, he has to consider this. Is he going to summon the Detonator?
He was looking at Exciton.
That'd be an interesting one.
Yeah, no,
okay,
it is Abyss Dweller. This is the key point in the match. Will the Abyss Dweller be enough?
Okay, so here is the X Ryzeal. We're opting to summon the Dweller first. It looks like we still might have the ability to extend here. We're going to be able to send the Eclipse Twins.
I had Detonator in my hand.
The Dweller is so good here, but he still does have, like, Abyss Shrine.
You have to commit to it.
No, I don't think you put the Detonator down.
Was the Detonator ever on the field?
No. I saw him just moving the cards in his extra ground while he was trying to decide. I don't think it ever touched down on the field.
Oh, well, it looks like...
Throw me in the structure deck before Sage of Blue Eyes was Fire King, so I'm back on Cyber Dragon structure deck. That'd be cool.
It looks like we're activating the Detonator to attach Ice Ryzeal. Will we be continuing further with our turn?
I'm going to have to go back and watch that one. But I think he'll still find a way to get to the Abyss Dweller just fine.
Yeah, so now we're going to be using X Ryzeal.
Still gonna buy it. I love handheld consoles for the Switch too, says Jake.
Activating the X Ryzeal on the field to be able to add...
Mermal gonna win a YCS? I don't know.
He's just fine. This is
fine. Yeah, okay. Nothing off.
No harm, no foul. Detonator Dweller on the field just like it would have been, just reversed.
Right.
I think he was just doing it the other way so he'd have proper materials that he wanted under Detonator.
Right, and then potentially to get the draw as well.
Yeah, he'd have the Eclipse Twins under the
This is like a better way to do it anyway.
So a little
W
worse
stream,
here,
thank
but
you.
Still achieving the
Appreciate
goal of
YuGiOh
getting
player.
The Dweller on the field. He's considering detaching to get the extra draw.
Is the
here,
ban list
putting
dropping
back
today?
the dual
Yes.
drive now that
It's
the
confirmed.
in the graveyard's not gonna be actually
Luna, Ryzeal, but I personally like Maliss more, but I don't play either, but people in my locals play both.
So now we're
I mean, Ryzeal's better than Maliss right now, but Maliss might get better post-Alliance Insight. Probably will be.
card here.
This is not the final.
Looks like we're gonna set a couple, or 3 even, to the spells and traps before we pass on over to Aditya. Double checking all his cards.
I mean, Aditya will have 5 cards.
Yep, there is a passive turn. Aditya has a lot to handle here. Again, facing down the Detonator as well as the Abyss Dweller, as well as the Ryzeal Cross. Will he have an answer at all?
Does Aditya have Xyz's Encore?
It's the only card that'll really do it here, and even then, it doesn't seal the game for you. You still have to deal with the Cross and the Detonator.
Yeah, it is just step 1. Yeah. But he needs that step 1 to get to step 2.
Guys, this might be the one of the last games you see Abyss Dweller legal in the TCG.
Thinking on target.
There we go. We see Xyz Encore. We have a game on our hands here.
What do you mean thinking on target?
We got a game on our hands here, boys.
I'm so
Boys and
excited
girls.
to see how this turn's gonna play out. We have a game, folks.
Is Xyz Encore once per turn?
It's been a while. I'd have to pull up the card.
Xyz Encore is not once per turn, Asala.
I used it once on Ophion, so I don't know if I ever needed the second one. Let's go ahead and pull up the card text.
We all know this from the Darwin feature match.
Doesn't look like it.
Should have learned that then.
Okay, it's not once per turn, so he could have 2.
I mean, either way, you have to go for the Dweller first.
Ryzeal
not
Cell
give your opponent
Helmet.
any
I
window
mean,
here.
it's a really
you
simple
could just
deck.
chain
It's
both, I
it's like a
guess.
Rise Heart Pass cashier, right? You do the same thing every game.
No,
Oh, no,
he
okay,
picked the
he
Dweller.
picked the Dweller. Okay. Very
With like
confused there.
minor
So
interactions that
Magnus
matter.
going
Technical
Sword Ryzeal
interactions
thinks Xyz's Encore.
that make
Alright.
like the better
Now,
Ryzeal players play.
can we
But
do
like
it
that was
again?
my issue playing
Really
Ryzeal. I
simplify
just
this
like
game.
felt like I was getting like beaten by players who just like they weren't outskilling me. They were just drawing better hands.
That's good.
And that wasn't even a
Sword?
deck building issue.
Thank you.
Is he activating the effect of sword?
Evenly would go
You gotta get-
crazy.
no, never mind. That'll be something I can talk about in the future, but we are in the present right now. He's gonna go Deep Sea Mitchell, discard Dragoons.
That's pretty good.
There is a card in his hand he does need to take out. It's the card I was talking about last game that we thought people weren't playing, but maybe they're just not drawing it. This is prompting a deep think.
I love the
here from Manuel. This
construct
is
in the
game
background
3, a lot
right
on the
here. One
line
of the go-to
here.
cards, and then the BLS dad.
For the Deep Sea.
This decision could determine.
Oh, he's doing the actual thing, the fingers on the head.
Red Mid is the next lab card. Oh, it's gonna be a Red Mid.
All right, he's gonna let him take a peek.
I mean,
Nibiru Bonfire.
I'm afraid of
and
what it's gonna be.
X. I mean,
You have to take away the Nibiru, right? Like the only card that really matters here.
it's only for the turn. Dragoons is gonna let him add if there is no response from Manuel. Something like Call by the Grave again would be huge.
He can use Cross.
Oh, he could use Cross also. But Call by the Grave would like last through the remainder of the
Yeah, I
turn.
mean, yeah, Call by the Grave.
Yeah.
That would make this really simple.
All right, so he's going to detach for Cross, so Atlantean Dragoon's effectively negated. So Aditya's going to need more cards to progress this turn. Does he have Neptibus? It's Poseidra. This is last
Okay,
card.
yeah, they just
Okay, is that
the
good enough?
Ryzeal player
I mean,
won.
he can send another copy of Dragoons here to get rid of the Detonator, and it will get rid of the Detonator because now that Cross is gone.
Click the Poseidra.
I could be
Summon,
wrong.
pays the cost, is gonna be
I
able
just
to
see
return a
3
card
back
from the
row,
field to his
and
hand.
there's no way they aren't all relevant. And he has 2 cards in hand. Like Aditya has nothing in hand right
The only 2
now.
options are Dragoons and Shadow Squad at this point, right? But
Looks like he's thinking of.
what does Dragoons do from this point on? You would Dragoons for no, going for Shadow Squad, targeting the Detonator. Is there a response from Manuel here? We're going to be chaining the Detonator to try to destroy the Poseidra.
And then he has another chain. It's infinite impermanence.
Oh, that's going to keep the Detonator on the field. That's huge.
Yep.
Aditya out of cards in hand. I think there's 1 material left under Detonator.
That makes sense. 1 from Cross, 1 from Detonator's effect here.
Special summon Neptibus.
Have been used.
And he's
then
going to
Book a Moon on summon.
This is the 1 card that's really good against Neptibus. He's going to book a moon it before he can
They
send
mentioned
the
it before. They literally
Aditya has
mentioned it
nothing
before.
left.
All right, so that's pure
control the ties.
Ryzeal going to the finals, guys.
They
Woo!
do indeed. And
Let's get it. Round of applause for pure Ryzeal, guys. Everyone's favorite deck. Pure Ryzeal, we did it. Detonator, it was about the detonator and friends that we made around along the way.
The game is over. He has no other cards to play with. All he has to do is pass turn.
I think Aditya has run out of water and time.
I got Book of Moon twice last night. Yeah, shout out Steven Santoli for like popularizing the books in Ryzeal in the US.
And then we're drawing for turn.
Those cards are, I think,
the rest is just a formality
gonna pan out to be the best non-engine.
We are moments away from seeing Manuel fight
for that
his
deck
way into the finals. Thanks to Book
I know,
of
Eclipse
Moon.
Twins also made those cards like way
Starting with
worse.
X Ryzeal, sending a copy, another copy of
Does
Eclipse
Detonator
Twins to the
target?
graveyard here.
Yes. It'd be crazy if it didn't. I'm not saying like that's a crazy thing to ask, but like imagine if Detonator didn't target.
I think he's just making sure that he can even resolve X Ryzeal. Yeah.
Alright, you guys can watch the rest of the Ryzeal slaughter. Leave me some questions. I'm just throwing something in the microwave.
Yes. So the sword that got summoned back from Maxx Encore is a level less than what it originally was.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's
you won't
fair.
be able to add.
It's a level 3 monster.
Yeah.
Slight warning there for making illegal activation, but I mean,
communicating. Yeah.
Yep, just gonna get a minor warning for an illegal activation. It happens. No big deal.
Makes a lot of sense here in this situation. I don't think you were too worried about it.
He will be able to continue his plays.
Yep, so now the Eclipse Twins is able to resolve. I believe there are enough targets in the graveyard because there are... Actually, there might not be. It's just 2 Eclipse Twins and... Oh, there's 2 Eclipse Twins in Duo Drive, so you can put it on the Duo Drive.
Is there? Oh, yeah, because the Duo Drive got sent from the Node Ryzeal on the previous turn.
The Duo Drive was properly summoned.
Indeed, it was.
Scott Hubs, nice to see you. I feel like his Chained is gonna be dope after the ban list. Just a hunch.
I mean, if Aditya was looking for
That's a cool meta call, Unchained. Haven't thought about Unchained in a minute. I feel like Yubel is a really underrated pick, even.
Man, this was a good game 3, though. I mean, that's the thing. Even though you deal with the Dweller, Ryzeal
Even
is
like
able to put
pure
up so
Yubel
much
with
onto
like,
the field.
I mean, I don't even think pure
having the
Yubel's that
Detonator,
good.
the Cross, the Imperm, the Book of Moon. I mean, it really came down to that. It came down to the Pot of Desires.
DP
I
package
could
still
see
go
Manuel's
crazy.
hand, and
We'll see when
Bonfire,
Verte
they got
doesn't
ashed.
come
If this
off
Pot
the
of
list,
Desires
right?
didn't get him any Ryzeal cards, he was going to be able to set Book of Moon, Imperm, and have some defensive.
But that was
options.
never going to be enough.
Yeah, never. He needed way more than that, and the Desires got there. And I mean, I talked about that's one of the big advantages of pure Ryzeal over Fiendsmith Ryzeal is you do get high impact spell cards like Pot of Desires. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Pot of Greed. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck and add it to my hand.
Yeah, ideally, I mean, he led with Bonfire because he wanted to get the Ryzeal cards out of his deck. He wanted to get the 1-ofs out, the Cross, the Node. But in situations when you don't have access to any of those cards, you will take the risk because you'd rather have the option to play than not.
Definitely. All right, looks like we're just double checking, make
Eclipse
sure
is more
that
reliable.
PE minor didn't get upgraded.
Where
make
the
sure it
branded
hasn't
players,
been
I only saw one yesterday.
using that same penalty throughout the tournament. Nope, this was the first
Branded
time.
got 41st place in the top 32. He went X1-1. That's a good. That's a topping record. We're gonna have his list at some point though. Hopefully by tomorrow or something.
I wonder if he has a Node Ryzeal still in the deck here. It would be very useful, able to just send the sword. Oh no, we're going to just be summoning away another X Ryzeal here.
The drain has been opened. The water is gone. All there is now is lightning and electrifying excitement from the Ryzeal side.
He has to find the damage at this point. Oh, it looks like he has plug-in set as well. That will make things a little easier as far as finding the damage. We're going to overlay the 2 X Ryzeals here. For Ryzeal Duo Drive. Duo Drive is going to potentially use its effect to attach. If there is a Ryzeal in the graveyard, there is. Looks like we're not doing that. We're going to put the sword into attack mode.
That was a good call, Romy, and you called it being a book.
Plus 200 attack. So it's 15, 17.
Wait, can you take back that Dweller that
I
late?
almost forgot that was there.
I mean, you might as well.
I didn't
have. It
notice
wasn't
that.
doing much.
I mean, blocking an attack here was pretty relevant. Aditya doesn't know about the plugin.
Oh yeah, because there's so many 1 cards he can draw off the top of his deck that are going to come back into this game.
Hey man, look.
Hey, it's YuGiOh.
Yeah.
You have to believe in the heart of the cards, because if not, what else are you going to believe in?
So it was 27 after the fact with the Duo Drive.
Okay, so I will attack with
This game making me forgive Abyss Dweller for everything it's done to me.
Alright, plug-in activated.
I'm like, yeah, maybe we should keep around Abyss Dweller, guys.
And Plasma Hole, but Manuel has decided to use them in his pure Ryzeal strategy, and that might be why he is on his
Hello,
way
good
to
sir.
the
What's up, Solomon YuGiOh in the chat?
Plug-in just giving the extra material to the dual drive here, so it's even stronger.
Getting Book of Moon twice last night is crazy, though.
minor given, especially at this late stage in the game when there's been so many rounds, you always have to verify to make sure it shouldn't be upgraded, because the judge who initially gave those warnings, you don't want to make sure it's the same warning over and over again, as I explained earlier, but you want to make sure it doesn't get upgraded, and that's why, you know, the head judge had to explain to both players that it's not being upgraded, because he hasn't committed that same infraction previously in the tournament. Patience is key. We waited for it, and now Manuel, all the way from Switzerland, is now in the finals of YCS Houston. Unfortunately, Aditya just came up, just is now in the final.
Classic strategy.
Good for
all the
Manuel.
way from their initial release back in like YCS Anaheim, having the plug-in, the Plasma Hole, getting value out of those cards.
Yeah, they really, I mean, their decks and the way they built it is the reason why. I mean,
Bro, did anyone watch the MC movie? What MC
the key
movie?
card in that game that really sealed the deal, Book of Moon, Bouche de Mons, is that the way?
Yeah.
Libra de Luna?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, they got them all day. Book of Moon.
Would you play Book of Moon
oldie
and Branded?
but a goodie.
Eclipse is more reliable, says Roman.
cards,
Soul is on.
and
He's
it
an
is
Ami.
still
Thought about it.
paying
It's
dividends
Ash
for duels
Bait.
today. I mean, being
All
able
you
to
need
put
is
the
to
Neptune
dodge an
face down before
Imperm
it can use
Baylor
the
or
effect
whatever, so Book of Moon should just be enough.
Which is, it's all like so funny because if you look at the old Mermail deck, Book of Moon would have been one of the most useless cards.
Yeah, I
in
mean,
that
I think the
strategy.
benefit
As,
of running
cards
Book of
like
Moon over
Atlantean
Eclipse
Marksman being able to take out face downs along the
solely
way,
in
but
Branded is the
that's not
fact
same
that
Atlantean Mermail deck we've seen here since
doesn't get
Supreme
Ash.
Darkness
I
and
think
Rage
that's
Abyss
not
gave
good
him so
enough
many
because
powerful
Book of Moon
cards.
targets, and
Aditya
then Book
did
of Moon
wonderful,
also
still made it
doesn't
to top
isn't really a
four,
board breaker,
but just
whereas
short of where
Eclipse
he wants. I know a
can be
player like Aditya
considered
isn't
more of
gonna
a
be
board breaker
satisfied with
because
the
it
top
warrants a
four finish,
response,
but you
whereas
still
a
have
Book
to
of Moon doesn't
congratulate yourself and realize
always.
You did the best you could. You played well all tournament, but sometimes you're just going to come up short, and that's just how Yu-Gi-Oh goes.
Yeah, no, Jess Hall with the 50 to 60 card debate with Branded. I think like with Master Duel, if you ever played Master Duel, I think 60 card Branded's way more consistent because of cards like Verte. Like if we see Verte come back on this ban list, we could definitely see like a return to running 60 card list. If we see Grasslook Screener go back to 2 on this ban list, we could see a return of 60 card Branded deck lists. I think Gold Sark to 2 would also help because it's just another 1-card starter. Right now, there's because Verte can convert any two monsters into a Branded fusion. So at 60 cards, if you just draw Albaz plus Lubellion, that's full combo, right?
Here it is, pure Ryzeal using 3 copies of all the Ryzeal monsters. Really focus on that main strategy.
Yeah, I'm potentially playing against a perfect mirror match in the finals against another Switzerland player.
I mean, that like never happens. So like 2 players like come with the same deck and end up making the finals. I mean, a lot has to go right. Not only do you have to beat all your opponents, you have to be placed on like separate sides of that top cut bracket.
Exactly.
And then you have to defeat incredible duels all along the way. I'm sure that they would love to face each other in the finals because no matter who wins, they win. Like, I mean, they won
one
the
of them will
tournament.
win, right?
They're going to go home together happy. I mean, I've played friends in the finals. It's a lot of fun. And it's
Oh shit!
great things that you
Yo,
can rub
it's
in
2
their face for
Europeans
years.
in our finals.
If
What?
they play in the finals, the winner of that will never let
That's
the other one
crazy.
live them down.
Y'all came over and
no matter
pillaged
how much
us.
time. These YCS wins don't expire, that's for sure. But it's been an excellent tournament so far. I mean, and it's lived up to the hype that I had coming into it. I mean, we've seen Tombkeeper, Mermail Atlantean, definitely a deck that I thought might make the finals. We really, after top 8, thought maybe this was a Deech's tournament to win. Came so close, but unfortunately just short.
Yeah, and then I think Goblin Memento does have a good chance of playing in strictly to a Ryzeal matchup, mainly because of those Goblin cards.
I mean, he's going to have to defeat the same deck basically 2 rounds in a row as he's going to take on the other player from Switzerland, and that's going to be the match we're going to have it coming up next. But first, I think Jackie's standing by with our winner for an interview, so go ahead and take it away, Jackie.
Thanks, Billy and Asala. All right, crowd, let's hear it for Manuel going to the finals. Oh my goodness, I can see you're all smiles. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
I can't explain. I'm just super nervous.
Nervous? Why? You're doing fantastic.
Yeah, I nearly messed up now because I was so nervous.
This is a European YCS now.
It's definitely a grind. What is your mindset moving forward now? I know you're feeling these nerves. How are you going to calm yourself down?
I don't know yet. I just try to relax, and I hope my
Y'all took
teammate
Worlds
wins as well,
personally.
so we can face each other in the finals.
You want to face him in the finals?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So who would win?
Can't tell about that since we.
He's eyeing you over there. I see him.
I don't know, but actually I don't care because if we're both in the finals, we already won, and doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, talk to me. You came all the way from Switzerland. Why would winning a YCS in America be a big deal for you?
Just to represent Europe and show that we're the. Sorry for you Americans, but show that we're the better YuGiOh players.
Oh, did you hear that crowd talking some smack over here? Oh, no, you're getting booed. I love it. It's too funny. No, we're all friends here. Is there anything that you want to say to the crowd and anything you want to say to the people watching at home?
Yeah, just greet all
Damn.
my friends. Thanks for the support. Thanks to the crowd.
Not
and,
the friendly trash talk.
Congratulations, Manuel. Fantastic interview. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
So when he said that European players are better than the American ones, I took that personally. No, the European players are fantastic. I mean, it doesn't matter where you're from in the world, as long as you're a dedicated duelist, you put the time in, the practice, the hard work, that's when you get to see the results and see it pay off. And big congratulations.
He's now
to the
my
words out of
favorite.
my mouth that, you know, as long as they both make the finals, they've already won. It doesn't matter who wins between them, but really it does. But that's only for, you know, talking back and forth. But we do have our second semifinal match coming up, but we want to talk about something really, really cool before we jump to our next
Our
semifinal.
second semifinal? Oh, God.
Events that we have YCS Mexico City. That's coming up soon, April 19th and 20th. YCS
Look at
Kino
Rax,
Ecuador,
USA,
May 31st,
USA,
June
USA.
1st. YCS Lima Peru is going to be in September.
I'll test Moon and Eclipse at
YCS
locals this week.
Providence is gonna be the
I mean, yeah, you could
beginning of
run
May.
both in theory, right? I think actually
YCS Vancouver,
it could theoretically get better post BANLIST. I just think with Maliss in the format, like books are pretty tough press.
I guess I can call it my hometown. It's been years now at this point in Anaheim, California. Can't wait to see that and see all of you wonderful duelists there. And
What did
being
he
part of our live
say?
streams for some of these events that we're going to be at. If you see me at an event, make sure you come up, or a Sala, we're always happy to say hello. And now we're going to be moving on to our second semifinal and then the finals. And then I'm going to figure out what's going on with Jerome, maybe, or maybe not.
Maybe
But
not.
Stay tuned. We have a lot more YuGiOh to come. YCS Houston conclusion is coming up shortly, so we'll be right back before you know it with our second semifinal. Stay tuned.
Or maybe
Hello,
not.
everyone. I'm Billy Brake, and I'm here at YCS Houston.
Or maybe
But,
not.
Did you hear? Too funny. People watching
crowd
interview.
You're a
I'm gonna
dedicated
pretend
duelist.
Billy didn't
you
say
put the
that.
time in, the practice, the hard work. That's when you get to see the results and see it pay off. And big congratulations. You took the words out of my mouth that, you know, as long as they both make the finals, they've already won. It doesn't matter who wins between them, but really it does. But that's only for, you know, talking back and forth. But we do have our second semifinal match coming on. That's right. We have upcoming events that we have YCS Mexico City. That's coming up soon, April 19th and 20th. YCS Quito, Ecuador, May 31st to June 1st. YCS Lima, Peru is going to be in September. YCS Providence is going to be the beginning of May. I'll be there.
I should be at Providence. I need to like book my trip now, but I should be at Providence.
You're going to want to make sure you don't miss that one. YCS Vancouver in August and YCS Anaheim, back to my state that I currently reside in. I guess I can call it my hometown. It's been years now at this point in Anaheim, California. Can't wait to see that and see all of you wonderful duelists.
All right.
Do it. All right, ready, set, go. Is it a monster? Yes. Does it have a level? Yes. Does it have an effect? Yes. Is it level
Hot take,
8?
you personally like
No.
Forbidden
Level 7.
Lands?
Yes. Dark Arm Dragon.
In what
No.
deck, though? In Branded?
Does it banish a card?
Yes.
When's
Is
the
it
the list coming after the
Kashtira
finals?
archetype.
Yes.
Fenrir.
Full name.
Kashtira Fenrir.
Yes. You got it. It's Kashtira Fenrir. Hello, everyone. I'm here with John. He's going to try and guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. Go. Yes or no question?
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
No.
Trap?
Yes.
Counter?
Yes.
Solemn?
Which one?
Judgment?
Yes. Good job. You got it. It is Solemn Judgment.
You can't just give him the
Hey,
card.
everyone. I'm here with Rayfield, and he's going to have 60 seconds to try and guess the card in my hand. Rayfield, ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous spell?
No.
I like his outfit.
Quick play.
Nope.
Does it start with an A?
No.
B?
No.
Or C?
Yes.
I mean, I just think that Valor is a card, so
God.
like Lance doesn't really
Is it a special
that
summon?
good
No.
for that option.
Is it a draw card?
No.
Talent? Triple attack the talent?
No, it's not. 30 seconds left.
Card of the Mind.
Nope.
Change of heart.
You got it.
Wait, what?
It's change of heart. Good job. Good job, Rayfield.
Thanks, man.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to YCS Houston. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we are about to bring you guys the second semifinal match here today.
Cannot believe that we have finally gotten this far into the tournament because it's been incredible. I mean, it's been just duel after duel after duel. But we've got quite the match for you guys coming up. Think about this. We have mentioned that Memento Goblin's been playing, but now we finally get to see it up against a Ryzeal deck that just has really carried Kevin through this tournament. But without further ado, you know what to do, fam.
Yep, let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie and introduce our duelists.
Who is going all the way? You lose, you go home. You win, you go to the finals. It is all on the line. Who is ready to duel? All right, we begin with the blue chair. And sitting there will be Pascal Manigat from Elmont, New York. And this is actually his second Final Four. He also made semis at NAWCQ last year. Now to the red chair, we have Kevin Zuger all the way from Switzerland. And apparently, his fun fact is he thinks his IQ is unfortunately bigger than his biceps. I don't know, that was what his fun fact was, everybody. Let's get into this semi-duels match. Are y'all ready, crowd? Love the enthusiasm. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. It is good to see Pascal at the table again. We've been seeing him all day, and having Kevin over there representing that pure Ryzeal deck is going to be super awesome to see. I actually think Manuel, our current finalist, is Kevin's teammate, also from Switzerland. So if he wins here, it could be a potential Switzerland versus Switzerland finals in Houston.
Billy on the cast earlier was mentioning how cool it is to go ahead and play against someone you know. It's just a friendly game on the biggest stage in the world here. But Pascal is his opponent, so we're not to that mirror match just yet. Pascal, again, running all those great Goblin cards. We mentioned earlier before we got into it that this is going to be sort of that dream matchup. Do the Goblin Bikers actually get to snatch materials out from underneath these Ryzeal monsters?
Yeah, we've seen Pascal fight with this deck multiple times against non-Ryzeal decks, but now I think we're going to get to see the full power of these Goblin cards and the reason they were put in this deck in the first place, and that is to help you when you go second against Ryzeal.
And who needs Ultimate Slayer when you could just snatch the materials out from under the monsters so they don't really do anything? But both of these duelists have been up on top tier tables before, so you're going to have to get locked in and just show us what they got.
And
oh, Memento won? Okay.
Interesting. You know, I've been a big fan ever since you played it over at the Team YCS.
So are we going to have to watch
your
this whole
Ryzeal
game?
Variant, just how resilient and consistent it is. And as Kevin and Manuel have showed us, it is very strong.
It's definitely a commitment. You don't get any of the flash of the Fiendsmith variants or any other combinations if you happen to sprinkle a little bit of water in there too. You just have your game plan. And what could surprise your opponent is if you just naturally draw those search targets for all the different Ryzeal cards. You may use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop anything from your 7th Tachyon to Bonfire. And you could surprise your opponent by just be like, well, I already had it, so here's some
Lance could
Ryzeal
work
cards.
against Malice traps. Fair.
The duel of the most amount of engine possible in Pascal and the least amount of engine possible, but all the non-engine units.
I wonder if that's like a decent side into Malice. I don't think so, though. Use you Lance, you're a Luber, and it's like, okay.
You new Memento players after this, and we've already seen some of those great video reveals of Quarter Century Stampede. There are some great Memento reprints in there, so if you decide you want to jump in, you can jump in a way that is stylish like never before.
Now is the time, and Pascal might be a trendsetter if he wins this event. Let's go ahead and see if he has the chance to while we go into this game one.
Lancia ban. I don't think Lancia is gonna get banned. For better, for like, it's a shitty card. Like I feel for them. I feel for the Malice players with Lancia. I hate that you guys have to deal with it. I also think your deck quite literally calls for it because there's no other non-engine that's common that works that people are playing.
We draw our opening hand of 5 cards. very meticulous over there on Pascal, making sure he just picks every card up before he starts committing.
Kevin got a great start with some points of interaction. I saw an infinite permanence and Droll and Lockbird. That could be critical here.
But there we see the Tatsuno Toshigo, the really awesome ignition effect that lets him dump as many names as possible. And uh-oh, this could be a bad start for Kevin needing to read this card because it does everything.
You know, there is a running gag among European duelists that nobody knows how plants work. I wonder if nobody knows how Memento works over there, if they don't have a lot of Memento duelists over there. Wow, though!
There we see the infinite impermanence, but the chain of that with, oh, I guess it was on a resolution because it was in the graveyard, but now we're using the Bone Party to send the Tatsuno Toshigo to the graveyard and get access to our Anguish.
Very good stuff. You wouldn't want to do it in an immediate chain because you still have to be able to destroy a Memento monster in order for Tatsuno Toshigo to work there. And of course, jokes aside there, just like Billy was saying earlier, doesn't matter where you are from in this world, as long as you put the time in, you get the grind in, you are a great duelist. And that's exactly what these two international players are.
But here we got the Anguish being able to search his deck right now. Probably going to get access to Dark Blade because he hasn't normal summoned yet for turn. That could be pretty nice. Or that Sleepy for that extra extension because a monster has been destroyed this turn.
Just like you said, Kevin may not have a lot of Memento partners to play against, and so here is Memento Sleepy being read once more. It's a great card, and I feel like it's been the MVP
it's sacky,
for
but there's
Pascal.
so
All
other
these
few
different
ways to
fusion
interact with
summons
it
has kept him in
otherwise.
this
Yeah,
tournament.
exactly
this is
what
his
I
third
mean.
time on the feature match stage, and he has earned it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Memento cards aren't necessarily
They ban
starters in their
Lancia,
own
though,
right,
then
but
at
some of them
some
are a
point they
mixture
gotta
of
do
starter
shifter
and
too,
extender,
because
like
it does
Sleepy
the
here. And
same,
there we
but
see
for
the resolution
graveyard.
of Droll and Lockbird after
Yeah.
Sleepy gets added to the hand.
I mean, I think Shifter gets hit before Lancia.
That may be fine. At this point, you may not be doing too many more searches because of the Memento and Bone Party already being used, and
I'm a
the
huge
effective
pro
Anguish
wrestling
already
fan.
being
I was like,
used.
what?
Oh, and there we see the fusion summon of 3
I was
monsters,
confused about
including
that. I don't know what you meant by that.
Gaddock. This will go into that Creation King, and you're totally right, Steven. Droll may stop you from searching, but it does not stop you from sending to the graveyard.
All right, so we're going to send those cards. It already feels like we've sent them with those 3 Memento names right there, but we're picking up the deck, and let's put 3 more down. Not sending the Creation King. Notice he didn't grab the extra deck there.
Yeah, so it's Chainlink 2, Gaddock to summon, Chainlink 1, Creation King to start sending some cards here, just making sure that resolves in order.
Good looking out for sure. Again, still Yu-Gi-Oh competition. We're all excited about the finals here. 55 minutes on the clock. Is going to be a long game here.
Iron Wall takes up
Heron being
setup,
sent as the first
and
card.
Chaos Hunter eats a whole nother card.
That'll let him get some extra incentive back into the graveyard. We have Combined Creation. We'll have more than enough
Yeah, I
names
think
once
Chaos
the Creation
Hunter
King
is
done
just worse
resolving,
Lancia.
So that can definitely be a big threat during Kevin's turn.
Can also be outed, like whereas Lancia's a lingering floodgate.
And the final card will be, it looks like a spell card, probably the fusion for some
unbanished
follow-up on
effects.
after the Droll and Lockbird is done resolving.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to use it now, but could be something that you have from the graveyard with the Akihiran.
Oh, that looks like the field spell, actually. Yep, we're going to be sending that so we can activate it during this turn, potentially. Because we can add it back with Akihiran, like you said. Yep, and then Gaddock's effect to add from the graveyard to hand as well.
It's just such a strange deck. If you haven't played against Memento before, you know, there's some
Droll
decks you're like,
d- yeah,
I
Droll
don't get
does
what
not
you're
really
doing. There's just a
affect
bunch of monsters
Memento.
on the field. I don't feel any pressure. You're not taking any cards out of my hand, destroying, etc. But it plays its own game plan of just having all these different accessible effects. And Pascal said earlier, you just really have to know the deck and just do stuff with it that's appropriate for the situation at hand.
Droll hurts me on Memento so much. Maybe it just depends on the list. Like, obviously, if you get, like, drolled on track, like, sure.
Situation, if he does really well with the
It's just like every time I've drolled a Memento player, they just, like, made a board.
But here we see those 2 monsters being sent to the graveyard for potentially a Link summon here into SP Little Knight.
If he's just ending on SP, maybe I'm just stupid.
Because he used the fusion monster. Not going to do that. We're just going to summon the Combined Creation here.
He's just lucky he drew Gaddock. Okay, maybe it's just that.
Toshiko, Sleepy, Akihiran, Gaddock, and the Creation King. Keeping access for that Anguish in case we want to summon it back during Kevin's turn and get that search for potentially a Mace for another interruption.
Or you could get the Goblin too in order to protect targeting. And targeting may serve you well, knowing your opponent is likely on Ryzeal. If you just peek over at any of these featured match streams,
Can't
you've
use
gotten a
Twin
little
and
bit
have
of a
the
taste of
Deuce
what your opponent might be on.
do that
And
shit
then
and
we
get
have the
City.
Memento Field Spell being activated to set a spell trap from the graveyard. We're going to target the Bone Party. Kevin's just reading it to make sure that it is in fact doing what he is saying it does.
Even at this stage of play, there is nothing wrong with reading your opponent's cards. It's important that both players know exactly what's going on.
Like I said, all the Memento cards are both starters, extenders, and they all have essentially 3 effects that can be activated whenever you want them to.
On either player's turn in some cases.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're going to pass, and Kevin draws for turn.
There we see a second drone lockbird being added to his hand with a little flash of the camera there.
Doesn't seem like he has too many Ryzeal names in hand, but does have a few spell cards, including Bonfire.
Kevin did go -2 essentially on turn 0, trying to stymie and interrupt Pascal's turn, but he was still able to establish quite the board in spite of that.
Let's start off with X Ryzeal, likely sending, Myriologic Aggregator to the graveyard.
Demetrius Thom. What do you recommend for a player that can make the 60 card branded? Play 50 card branded. I have a few different lists. There's a few different regional tops recently that are 50 cards. I'll check those out. I've featured them all on my channel, including the UK Open list.
And grab Mace or Goblin respectively.
There's also an argument using SP and just banishing this extra.
You can also check out Darwin's channel, The Collective, if you want to see the original deck profile too. Shout out to Darwin for coming onto the channel too. That was a fun branded cast. If you guys want to see my interview with him, go to the branded cast playlist, of course.
No need to maybe play into potential talents, right?
Does he have Creation King?
Triple Tactics talent bluff there if he actually does have it or not, but
like, does he have the trap?
Keep Pascal at bay. He did not choose to special summon any monsters from the grave with Nemeton Combined Creations effect. But now we're getting Sword Ryzeal.
And the effective search on summon here.
If you think Lancia needs ban, you need Droll ban too. It's basically Lancia for the deck. I mean, I think it's all context based. I think like Droll is way more generic than Lancia, so sure, but like.
See if we're gonna chain Bone Party to Sword Ryzeal.
Seems to be fine.
So I just don't think like Lancia needs to go either. I think Lancia is fine.
But oh no, now that we don't have Combined Creation, it wouldn't work. But we're gonna get Gaddock. Gaddock back on summon.
So maybe trying to wind up for next turn.
Well, because the Combined Creation was destroyed, Memento Micron will be able to bring back that Anguish. And what's cool is he's doing all this with just spell cards, and he's chaining Gaddock, it looks like, to add the creation back to hand.
Pascal certainly heeding the words of the judges from earlier, doing a great job of explaining each effect and each play action from here.
Yeah, and that's actually a really smart way to get Anguish online, even though the Combined Creation was negated by the Aggregator. Really heads up play from him.
Kind of lets him know that there isn't a triple tactics talent right about here, because I feel like this is right when it would drop down.
Now that we're activating our monster effects, but now he can't steal the Combined Creation. All he can steal is an SP Little Knight, which we can chain to the talent anyway.
I think I recognize the other spell that appears to be a Pot of Prosperity in his hand.
That might be rough for Kevin, given that it's his second turn, and he might want to try to go for some big damage here, but he needs to dig. He needs to dig, right?
Speaking of digging, we are actually fusion summoning right now during the opponent's turn.
Yeah, one from
pretty
field,
good.
And this could be that Chimera. It's going to be the Creation King instead to get even more sends from the deck to the grave.
Perhaps Pascal values more to, instead of clearing the field, he wants to set up his graveyard as much as possible.
Yep, so now we're going to use the effect of Gaddock.
Doesn't SP stop duo drive since it won't be on field for early effect? Yeah.
So yeah, Gaddock will come back as we're sent to the graveyard this turn. While being, yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
I was going to say, as you could only use each effect once per chain, he may on a new chain try to use the effect of Creation King to destroy the Anguish and the Gaddock to get rid of those two monsters to prevent a single Xyz summon.
Branded refuses to die. Hell yeah, Grimmins. You know it.
Yeah, especially now
Branded
that
best
Pascal
dog.
knows that Kevin's follow-up is going to be Ice Ryzeal. You can just chain to Ice Ryzeal.
I kind of wish like Sanctifier would be banned so people could stop like complaining about Branded.
You can stop Kevin in his tracks.
When you have a popular deck like Kevin is playing, certainly you have to learn all the different matchups.
These people still just see Branded as a floodgate deck, and it's like, it's so much more than that. Like, I run it on Master Duel literally with 0 floodgates.
No, we're excited.
I really just like Branded doesn't have that stigma on Master Duel.
I'm going to destroy 2 of my own mementos to destroy 2 of your own cards, still having the SP Little Knight on hand as well. So I think again he is trying to just keep Kevin from getting a single Xyz material in the field. No level 4s for you, sir.
Yep, and we had the Octahuron in play as well coming back because another one was sent from the graveyard.
Thank you.
We still have the SP Little Knight, so that pretty much invalidates the Ice Ryzeal like I was saying earlier. Kevin might be forced to Prosperity here, but that guarantees Pascal another turn, and you saw all the follow-up he has access to. That might be too much for Kevin to deal with. You definitely fought a Memento player or Tiber 2 with a full graveyard. It's not fun.
Oh, it is very difficult to get through. You think you finally got through all the interactions, and like, hey, guess what? 4 card effects.
All right, so there we see the Ice Ryzeal coming down. Effect on Summon 2 special from deck. We are going to chain the SP Little Knight here, targeting, I would assume, itself and the Ice Ryzeal. Probably the safest 2 to pick. Targeting itself and the Ice Ryzeal. Seeing if Kevin has anything to chain here. He does not. The Ice Ryzeal will get banished, but a monster will still be special summoned.
So I feel like you probably get Node Ryzeal here because you've gone through all these other different effects, and you could discard a card in order to special summon another level 4 and still finally be
I
able
see
to
branded is. I see Crystron. It won't stay down. Yeah, but I think they're on complete. I think those two decks are similar in what they do right now, but I think that how they came up was different. But yeah, where they are in the meta, they're both sleepers.
Like you said, Node is probably the obvious
That
pick.
given the environment can just like crush a tournament.
The graveyard, which is pretty rough from this board texture, given how many resources Kevin's already used up.
Do you think you get rid of the Pot of Prosperity maybe in order to keep the half damage at bay, or do you need the options that bad that you're willing to go ahead and banish 6 targets from your extra deck?
It depends on what.
I think Crystron has a bigger issue with Dweller than Branded does, though.
Duel Links has kind of served its purpose of being a stymie card.
Like Branded could still win going second under Dweller. It's in a lot less hands under Dweller, but yes. There's some hands where Dweller doesn't even matter because you have so much non-engine.
So we're gonna get that Sword Ryzeal summon back here using the Node, and this will be a potential Pixie summon here. Yeah, the only option I can think of is going to be Ryzeal Detonator, but I guess we could go for a duo drive and try to get more value.
I don't think you realize how tragic banning Sanctifier is in Branded. It's our best answer to Fuwalos and Maxi and Master Duel. Branded would lose one of its biggest advantages. I agree. You know, I agree actually on that. You know, I do take that back. Branded is actually kind. I mean, okay. There are builds that don't run Sanctifier. There are builds that top consistently on the top 10 Master Duel leaderboards or DC Cup without Sanctifier. So
he still can reach a little further into the deck, but he's used so many Ryzeal effects. There's not
I'm not just trying to shoot ourselves in the foot, but
that's correct.
It's kind of just like an integrity thing. Like, I don't know, for me, because I meet so many people, like, whether it's people I look up to in the community, whether it's like a viewer or something like that, or someone I just met at a regional or something, like, like people are just like, they just do not like the lock that Branded does, and it's just like, when Puppet was banned, it showed me that like Branded does not need the lock to do well. So, and I think I think it was 100% correct to run Gimmick Puppet, unfortunately, because there was no other, like Gimmick Puppet was the best. It was the end all be all for that deck. I know it's not that like that, but I do think that a lot of people in the TCG are kind of tunnel visioning on Ido right now because it's good. Like, don't get me wrong, it's good, and not a lot of people are on Droplet, right?
Cross won't get us any extra digs, but it would give us a potential monster negate during Pascal's turn. Ah, man, if you're Kevin here, all these cards, like, they look really good. They're some of the best cards in the game, but in this exact board texture, I'm not sure they do too much.
Dylan Norris Crystron has gone top 8 at 2 separate YCSs, and one of them only lost because of custom hands to opponent. I'd be happy for Brandon to get 1 or 2 more cards of support to keep it alive if they remove Sanctifier. Yeah, exactly. Like, I meet people at regionals where they're like, oh, Branded was such a cool deck until Sanctifier until the locking started. It's like the same thing. And these are really nice people. It's like, I don't want people quitting the game over, like, me locking them on Sanctifier. Like, when I think Branded is just fine without it, honestly. And, like, also, I think if Sanctifier got banned, it just means we could get Branded Fusion back to 3. I used to not feel bad. I used to be like, you know, it's just a part of the game. But like, when the TCG has been like consciously making efforts to get rid of all these floodgates, it's like, okay, like sure, I'm down now. Like, y'all got rid of Calamity, y'all got rid of Ibly, y'all got rid of Blue Tier, you know, y'all put all the floodgates to 1. We're starting to ban some of the things. I don't think Fossil Dyne is gone, but still.
possible. In fact, that
It's
is
not
what he
like the
goes for here.
issue.
That can get him another Doug Charger if he has it in his deck, which I believe we do know he does because we saw him play 2 earlier.
And the Goblin card's just a great little tech engine here, and obviously that's why we have seen so much just extension and extension and extension out of this deck. But it's also an insurance policy to make sure you actually get to use your favorite cards.
And also the graveyard effect that.
Yeah, being able to be a 1 card that eats up potentially 2 pops from a Ryzeal detonator is so good, especially when you're playing a deck like Memento that has so much extension built in. You can just keep playing despite all the pops they have. Here we have that Grand Entrance. It's going to summon the Duck Charger, and once again, it's going to get rid of another material. I forgot about that part too. It's also what it does.
So this is my bet. What the fuck? He has a bunch. Maybe this is this. Yeah, no, he has a bunch of main decks. I mean, I guess Doug, you run it anyway.
Big Gabonga, baby.
Big Gabonga is like one of the best names for a Yu-Gi-Oh card ever, honestly.
From this duo drive.
Goblin Biker's eating well. This is incredible.
And this will be able to search for the Grand Breakout, which will get you access to Memento Goblin, which will be pretty huge. Because that'll give you more than enough names to summon back Creation King, and maybe even summon back Aki Huron and be able to just attack directly for game.
Wouldn't take much. You just need to get out the Combined Creation and then use Akihiron's effect to make your high-level Memento monsters able to attack directly, and there's not really
Krishan, Mitsu are on Droplet, but Dweller is about to get banned, so it's gonna get cut. Yeah, exactly. Like Droplet might just like get completely out of the meta now.
That is cooking.
Like the second Dweller gets banned.
He's going to trigger the Book of Moon to book the big
Is this still top 4? Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it's a good game, honest. I mean, it's a game, right? It's cool to watch Memento. Memento is a very fun deck to watch. It's a cool deck to play against for that reason, too. It's just a lot of things going on. Rip, Red Reboot, yeah. I'll stick with Tenpai, so still Norris. Dylan, I forget that you're a part of the dark side sometimes.
That's a very different deck, but the biggest boss monsters in this deck, one at 3,000, the other at 5,000. That's enough to empty out anyone.
It's always the Tenpai players. They're the nicest Yu-Gi-Oh players you'll ever meet because they know the deck. They know what they play. They know what they are. They know they're Tenpai players. So they have to be very nice. They have to make up for it as being very nice people. It's Gabonga time. RJ King Pants, I just woke up, fell asleep watching your stream. Good morning, RJ King.
Which is the effect, I believe, to destroy the Aki Huron, and I think it just summons from graveyard, right?
That's correct. It still summons a level 2 or lower Memento monster.
And we have
As a Fire King player, I would be happy if Dweller goes. Oh god, yeah.
Believe so. So
That's a nice little Fire King buff. I'm gonna grab my coffee now, actually, though.
Just have to solve this puzzle. It's kind of what's neat about playing the Memento deck. Once you get on a roll, you get to kind of create your own custom combo.
Yeah, I think right now he has 3 unique names besides Combined Creation. He just needs to get 2 more in play, and then some way to get 3,000 more damage.
It could just link off into another monster depending on what his extra deck holds.
Also, we know Kevin's last card in hand is Bonfire, but Pascal does not, so maybe there are some potential interactions like a Nibiru or Ghost Ogre or an Ash that he's trying to play around as best as possible, but right now I feel like he feels very unfettered and is going to combo off as much as possible, like you said.
All right, well, let's see what he does with that almost full hand of cards there. Gonna go ahead and drop down the Memento Sleepy.
I believe that's going to be the special summon effect, and then we're going to use the effect to summon.
Ah, fusion time.
Another Creation King. That is, will definitely get you the names you need. And there we see Kevin conceding. That is a real concession there. No false alarms this time. Because you just go Creation King, dump 3 more names, combine Creation, summon back, attack directly, game.
The crowd goes wild for Pascal's finish. He is another game.
Is Memento about to get its first YCS top? Or when?
This would him be advancing even further into a championship.
That would be crazy with like Pac just pushing it the last week.
Back in Texas.
Yeah, that's weird. I guess he just is having great results down here in the South.
Love to see it. Honestly, it feels like the best thing that probably Kevin can recognize is how much extension that Pascal has, and trying to have like
Hashira stun with Clockwork Knight and statue is crazy.
He needs to really prioritize cards like Draw and Lock, where like
It's more like a Master Duel issue though.
A bit more impact, like a Nibiru, like a potential more Charmy that really incentivize Pascal to not play as hard as he did.
I love what Kevin did.
Lulu is a Memento player. This match makes me proud because Memento is annoyingly complicated. Yeah, no, Memento does not seem like a easy deck to pilot offhand.
Maybe you don't
actually side decking anything, but your opponent has no.
Seems like once you know what you're doing, it's probably pretty straightforward. But also the interactions are, through hand traps are also what matters. Also the deck building. It's like a deck like Branded, where like your deck building really matters for your ceiling for Memento. It's not like Ryzeal, where it's like it's a Ryzeal deck. Can't do really much to the ceiling, can't do really much to the floor, right? You can do a lot with like Branded and Memento. You can really tune it to be a build that plays around things like Shifter or like Fuwalos or Maxx or whatever. Which I really like decks like that. Like Branded, I can really just tech to do whatever the hell I want it to. Which is one of the reasons I like it. Yeah, I'm rooting for the Memento player for sure. Memento's a deck that's like well overdue for doing well in the TCG, in my opinion. There's been no really good reason, in my opinion, that it hasn't been doing well. People dropped it after Beatrice format, when there wasn't really a great reason to, in my opinion. Grimace, I also don't see why Brand Fusion keeps going to 1. Like, for the love of God, it's the main choke point, might be really good, but it's also easily counterable, not the issues as Grimace. I do think there's somewhat of a thing where, like, Branded Fusion, you can reuse it through Omni negates with, like, multiple, but that doesn't, like, come up unless you're going into like, a really good unboard, and that's just helping you play through, like, really good unboards with Engine, so I think that's, like, healthy, that interaction. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what Konami does, right? Like, they do consistency hits instead of hitting the actual issue. I'm just surprised TCG did this. I remember before Branded Fusion went to 1, I did not think it was going to go to 1. I thought TCG was a little better than that on Branded, where they would be like, okay, they're going to ban Sanctifier. I thought Sanctifier was going to go. But Sanctifier lives to see another ban list, right, guys? Like, that's why in the thumbnail for this video it says Sanctifier ? That's why the thumbnail for the last ban list video was like Sanctifier ? Honestly, if I think Brand Fusion, or I think Sanctifier gets hit, I don't think it's the end of the world, and Brand Fusion would go back to 3. Branded does well without and doesn't need to lock it, just as extra strength. I mean, yeah, I agree. I think once again, it's one of those tools you build your deck to perform with Sanctifier, but yes, guess what? Maxx is, okay, so like, I don't think Sanctifier being banned in TCG does not matter whatsoever, in my opinion, but like, in Master Duel, it kind of does because of Maxx, but under Fuwalos, it's just like, okay, you give 2 draws under your lad line under Fuwalos, like, oh boy, you gave your opponent 2 draws, right? Like, right? Like the standard Aluber lad line gives 2 draws under Fuwalos.
We'll get the normal summon of Ice here.
I think.
Ryzeal is going to special summon. Looks like we're
no, it gives 3. Unless you high spirited. If you high spirited. So that's the thing. That's like a 3-card combo, so.
Playing like Nibiru doesn't matter. The 5th summon is an
Nib does not exist.
Looks like we're going to use the sword. I imagine we're going to go straight into Dual Drive and probably get access to some cross to protect the rest of our plays this turn.
Guys, make sure to leave a like on the stream if you have not already. We got 100 plus of you in the chat on YouTube. Got a few of you over on Twitch chat. I appreciate it, guys. We're also giving away 3 Ultimate Rare Fallen of Albaz once we hit 30 channel members or 30 Twitch subs. They all count. You get entered into all the giveaways for the month. And you get into my members-only classroom. Great way to support the channel and get exclusive MetaGamesGX content.
Pascal's decided to stop the duo drive because they've hard committed way too many resources into almost nothing.
Yeah, and against pure Ryzeal, it's always hard to tell, like, is the mini names the most important thing? Yeah, duo drive just gets them so much advantage on your turn as well as their turn. It's just worth stopping if you can.
And the infinite permanence there, not triggering any triple tactics talent. And Pascal doesn't know the hand doesn't have that, but looks like there's just an Ash Blossom.
Azamina probably gonna get hit. I disagree. I don't think Azamina's been doing really anything. I think Azamina is actually a super healthy engine when you don't. Oh, he's running Azalea. That's interesting. He's running Azalea.
Ryzeal detonator here, who can attach the Eclipse Twins.
But it was properly summoned, so it could come up when the Eclipse Twins.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna really get hit. It's like a healthy engine without the OSS. With OSS, it's a pretty toxic engine.
That goes into another detonator because of Eclipse Twin, which is more than
But I could see it with the White Forest stuff maybe getting hit.
the Goblin cards.
But we have to wait for the White Forest stuff to even come out for that to happen.
No summoning because there's only one Xyz in your grave.
So getting rid of the Troll and Lockbird there.
Still learning how to play around Shifter with Memento.
Now we're going to Xyz summon here, and I wonder if we're just going to go in for Abyss Dweller.
Probably the best.
I think Shifter is one of the more difficult ones to play through, to be fair.
We're past the turn here.
This is quite the formidable board. There are many decks in this format that would cower in front of this, but is Pascal's deck one that would do that? Or is he the kind of player that would do that either? Let's find out. We're going to draw phase Dweller, I believe, here. So no graveyard effects for the rest of this turn.
See if the Goblin Bikers go crazy this time.
Shout out to Steven for still pronouncing Ryzeal after 4+ YCSs. That's commitment.
Do you think it telegraphs a Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis? But if you did that, you wouldn't be able to summon anymore for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, but you would be able to out Dweller and out Detonator it with one card. That's pretty cool. You're
Yeah,
right. Look
okay.
at you.
It's like
Look at
Dynamorphia
you,
players.
seeing
They're
the
like the
future
nicest
right
people
there.
I
I'll
know.
turn my Millennium Eye off, I promise. Or maybe at least my necklace.
Also, I mean, Kevin has one card in hand and no follow-up, and a Typhon just outs Dweller and goes, all right.
Wow, that was a nice
my friend.
Typhon.
Just cheers from the crowd there, going crazy.
I mean, this is the kind of board that Typhon was made for. Your opponent is low on resources. They need to out
Yeah,
this,
if you
and
guys
they
ever
can't do
need,
it with
if
any
you
of their
guys
really
ever need a scenario where Typhon is good, it's like you draw one hand trap, and then you make them end on a half board, and then you Typhon it, and then they have 2 cards in hand. He has Solemn Ash. He's dead.
powerful monsters. Kevin just
That was a
draws
crazy
Imperm, or is
Typhon.
that Solemn Judgment? He just draws
I
Solemn
think
Judgment
people
and
just
can't do anything.
don't
Just incredible
know how to
gameplay
use the
here.
card,
He
obviously.
says a Solomon pass, and there we see the Bone Party during the end phase. Gonna get Pascal
Oh,
access to the
yeah,
Memento
this is the
engine. That'll be more than
Memento
enough
player's
damage to go for
game,
game.
brother.
Kevin can't stop this.
Oh, that's game right there.
It does not cost to destroy.
What's
It
up,
doesn't have
Sonic Rage?
resolution,
Nice to
so if
see you,
want
brother.
Ash, you gotta do it now.
Just speechless watching the
I
crowd.
love the
get
USA
excited
in the
as they are.
background.
This is
I love how
YuGiOh
this is turning
finals.
into
I
Europe
mentioned
versus
most players
US here.
cower at the face of Detonator plus Abyss Dweller, but when you go,
Oh, I'm too, but I also love our Swiss Go. I see the
Typhon clear
situation
whole
as an
board,
absolute win.
all of a sudden it's not so scary.
I'm
huh?
all in on the
Now
Memento
it shows
player.
you that any deck can win it, and some people say, you know, the Typhon is all about being in a bad situation. If you had to Typhon, you weren't
Dylan,
going
I
to win
think you
anyway.
are.
Well, I hope that gives those duelists pause for thought, because it's
I mean,
still an
I think it's
excellent
like a
card,
50-50.
and Pascal has gotten into this position just on its graces.
I mean, do you know how many Ryzeal
What do you think
names
will
Kevin's
be
gone through
Fiendsmith
already?
hit?
Like, he has, like,
Will it just
very
axe
little
Moon, or
names
do you
that
think they
he's
might ban
playing.
Necro?
He's gonna
I think
go
they'll
for
ban
Bone
Moon,
Party's
if
fine. We're gonna
anything.
destroy Aki
I also
Hero on the
could see them
whole
not
bar.
even hitting them
Just
because
so
they
good
just
going
reprinted all the
Pascal's way. Kevin
Fiendsmith
working
cards,
his
so
way
that'd be
into this
annoying.
duel, but may not have too much of a turn left.
We're using Darkblade here to destroy the set face down by discarding the Gadget that we have in hand. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. The secret second effect of Darkblade, getting rid of that super set Solemn Judgment right there.
It doesn't matter until it does.
And then on Pascal's turn, he can just use the Ignition effect to destroy it and get access to his full Memento combo.
Bro, I was getting tired about that Typhon play, but win back in myself.
Taking a quick look at Aki Hiron, just letting the judges confirm everything is on
I
the
feel
up
that,
and up.
Dylan, I'm with
Memento
you
is
there.
super
I think
power
you
door
had a
deck, so
lot
you don't
of
see the
sleep
interactions
last
every
night.
day.
Yeah, I think the chain link is like Aki Huron 1, Gaddock 2, Darkblade 3.
Unfortunately.
I guess it would be Darkblade 1, then Gaddock, yeah. On a new
I
chain
just
link.
took some coffee, though, so that's gonna
Yes,
get
we're
me
going to add the
through.
Mace back to hand with the Aki Huron is what he's saying. That is good. And then the Solemn Judgment, which it was, does go to the
Wow.
graveyard. Oh yeah, Gaddock was discarded. It wouldn't be activating anyway.
Memento.
And by the way, all of that on Kevin's
I need to
turn.
learn Memento,
Yes. And
honestly.
now we
That's a
can
deck I
Darkblade
did
Ignition,
kind of
like I
want
said
to
earlier.
learn, but
Destroy a card and
I was just never really into it that much.
Kevin assessing his options here.
We do have an Ash Blossom, which I believe can stop Darkblade.
This can special summon anything, right? Destroy Memento on field and or hand. Just on field. On field.
Kevin just carefully making sure he understands the situation.
It does resolve. It will get destroyed, and he will summon from the deck.
I think it was a smart play from Kevin to hold off. This is a great time to use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, if he so decides.
Durjaz, what's up on Twitch? Any crazy deck scene today?
That's now he's lost his opportunity to do so because of Memento.
We saw Odeon Fiend
It's always
Smith
hard remembering how many different
Blue
effects
Eyes
Memento
the
cards
other
have and when
day.
they can activate.
Even if you play the deck, that's for
Nothing
sure.
really today.
Kevin, take a look at the graveyard there while Pascal cycles through the deck, grabbing
Maliss
a card.
was in top
and
8,
it
but it's not
is
really anything
the
too
combined
crazy, though.
creation.
Yep, and now here we have the effect of YuGiOh saying all my level 9 and higher can attack directly because it happens on summon. It's mandatory.
Anguish effect target. Got it. We'll do summon back, right? Yep.
Yep, so now we're going to have Anguish destroy YuGiOh and summon back Gaddock. Gaddock effect on summon will be able to add back
They're
Dark Blade,
roommates, Dylan.
Or I guess
That's what they were
YuGiOh,
talking about before. I don't think
Lots
you
of
know
different
this, but
choices
yeah,
here.
they're roommates.
Not quite enough names
Like they came
yet
here on
for
the trip
Memento
together.
Tekutleka combined creation, but it's coming.
Yeah, but he only needs to do what? 5,800 damage. We got 29 with Typhon.
Do you think Tier will ever come back? What cards would most likely come off the list?
Ooh, that's right. Gaddock can add back any Memento card. I always forget about that.
I mean, Tier's a deck still. Do you mean Kick Close? I don't think Kick Close will ever come back in the TCG until like something happens with power creep with the deck with the game,
SP Little Knight here. Probably not going to use the effects that way. He
or like best of one comes to the game.
Oh,
Which honestly, guys,
I was going to say, here we have Sleepy, which lets get even more.
the more every day goes by, I'm just like, wow, best of one looks more appealing in TCG.
Combined creation.
4,600 on the field so far.
And we are going to be chain blocking the Creation King, making a Chain Link 1 and Gaddock Chain Link 2. So once again,
That's my hot take, though, as a Master Duel player.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, not an effective
Tito, Glove Bulb, Unban, who's with me? I'm with you there, brother.
Pascal is ready for this. Locked in, possibly claiming his seat.
Elec in the chat. What is up? What's up, dude? Is the ban list release after this match? It's gonna be released after the finals.
He can send it from the hand. He was sending all those to the graveyard. I thought they were going to.
Level Eater unban when JK unless. They can just errata. That's like the most easily erratable card in the world. So.
What an amazing showing from Pascal. Everyone has been saying all weekend that Ryzeal is the best deck, and he's like, guys, I think I've got this one, and he did.
Pascal has smiled on the stage before, but that might be the most teeth I have seen on him all weekend. Just those pearly whites, just feeling it. But now it seems he's settled in, he's locked in. Battle City isn't over just yet. He's still got one more match.
And you do gotta really feel for Kevin here, because as you're saying, like, Ryzeal is the deck that everyone knows about. It's the deck that everyone's been teching to beat, and he had to sit there reading all these cards. You're like, oh, I lose my materials? Oh, you get to still keep playing? Oh, you get to keep still sending cards from your deck to your graveyard? Okay, I guess that's okay.
Well, what is also okay for Kevin is his good friend is still going to make the finals.
That's
so
true.
if you are cheering for an international finals, it is still going to happen. So the fate of his dueling career now rests on Manuel's shoulders, but Pascal's going to have his work cut out for him.
But that was just an amazing match, and may I say I was super happy that we got to watch it as our final one for this weekend. Just putting a super cap on how amazing this event has been with all the different decks and all the, like, I would say, swan songs that people have been doing for the Maze of the Master format. I'm just super excited.
Just absolutely
Swan song for the Maze of Masters format.
until the beginning of May. Once it's finally legal, that is going to be so crazy.
Oh my gosh.
But you can still hear the chants. I don't know if it's coming over through the audio, but people are so excited about this because this is the energy of being here. You know, we hype it up, but they're going to tell the story much better than we ever could. People are so excited to see this. And man, Memento versus Ryzeal in the finals. Those Goblin Bikers may be crazy, or Manuel may just stomp things down.
They're
It's gonna be
excited for the
excellent
ban
finals
list.
either way.
Oh yes, and I definitely think.
Although
Pascal's
the
feeling more
Memento
confident
game
than
is
ever
pretty.
in Smash
Memento
Bros.
being in the
Proud
finals
of
is
him to be
pretty
playing
hype.
the
I
deck
won't
that they've
lie.
been working with for over a year now.
And it shows you that if you continue to
Take
grind
that
out the
Europe.
same deck, you
Oh,
learn all
boy.
these different matchups, and you don't
We
get
love our
surprised.
Europeans.
And I think that's really been the story. I'm not saying that anybody slept on Memento. Everyone knows it's a great deck.
They might just
but I
take
think
it. They
didn't
might just
practice.
take
They
it.
thought, you know what? Maliss is popular. Ryzeal is popular. Water
The most
Jets are
easily
popular.
erratable cards is
Just going to hope I don't run
Union
into
Carrier,
it
ROTA,
first
so I
with
can only
Bristol
equip
Academy
Union
exam.
monsters.
You
Change my
kinda have to
mind.
know everything out there in the format because you
It'd
don't know when a
probably still be
Pascal is
broken,
coming your
though.
way.
You never know when a Doug is going to charge out.
I could do it, yeah.
Charging on it. The
Brand
Goblin
Fusion
Bikers
to 2, you heard it here
made
first.
that duel. I mean, that
Okay,
first
Elec,
one
I'll
was
believe
just
you.
cut completely on Xyz materials being removed from the opponent's side.
Hit will be the next
Oh,
Dragon
yeah,
Lord is
you
not
get rid
coming
of
back
the
until
Dual
fully
Drive
Powercraft and support
had that
comes
been a
out.
detonator, it wouldn't have been able to resolve once. in like a meaningful way.
Sounds about right.
Insane though to think about, like the cards doing what they're supposed to do, but in such a way that just breathes. Like,
Yeah, the Swiss guys are
life into
friends.
The Memento deck because of that Goblin intersection. So great, so great.
They were roommates. Random chick from that one
What the
vine.
heck? That's so awesome.
Yeah, like I wasn't expecting to see
Free
that. Remember, if you
Borload
wanna
Savage
flash back on the
Dragon,
VOD, that's gonna be
Lightning
what's behind.
Rodriguez.
Wow, just incredible.
I'm not sure if I agree, but you know, let the dragon players eat a little bit, I guess. Alright, give me 1 second.
He's going to the finals! Oh my gosh, this crowd loves you, Pascal. I mean, oh my gosh, you're all smiles. It's making me smile. How do you feel?
It feels great. This is actually like the furthest I've gone in the YCS. Like I've topped a few times, but I've never got to the actual finals. So to see where it takes me if I could just keep playing my cards right and make sure I'm doing everything.
Us Europeans will give you
spoken
one.
a lot about
We'll
your
give you
brother.
this
He's
one
actually
considering
made it
you
to
Americans
finals
really
in the
need some
past.
W's
Now you're
considering
going to the
everything else
finals.
happening
That's
there.
making
What
me
do you
get a little
mean,
emotional,
Kaido?
to be honest.
Yeah, we've been playing the game.
Oh,
for, like, kids, so
you
it
mean
means a lot to
you mean our economy?
So,
Damn.
yeah, hopefully I could represent and just
I
keep
mean,
going
fair
and
enough.
try to pull it off.
Are you going to text him and be like, give me some tips?
I don't think at this point.
Free
it's just,
Barone,
we just gotta play it out
never.
and just see what happens, so,
That card belongs on the ban list until the end of time, until it says it requires a floor
Going with the
card.
flow. I think, you know, a lot of people saw the Memento deck and they were like, oh, wow, okay. But you're like, this is working and I'm loving it.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of discount the deck.
Are we gonna do some live deck building after the ban list
There's
drops?
some strategies where it plays really well.
I'm gonna be
really
discussing the
well
ban
around
list,
XYZs and, like,
hopefully with some
Maliss as well,
guests.
so
Once
I never really
again,
had a problem beating either one of those matchups, so.
Unexpected, but believe
if
me,
anyone
hard
actually
cards,
wants to
right?
come on, let me know.
Yep, definitely.
In terms of
for me right now.
Is there anything
YouTubers
you
or
want to say to your
players,
brother? Anyone you want to, or anything you want to say to the crowd? and everyone
competitive
at home?
players, but
Nothing, let's do it. Let's see what happens.
or any of the homies. So I'm back, everyone. What did I miss? Tariffs on Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Oh goodness.
Do we? Are we getting tariffs on Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Oh God, yes.
Incredible stuff. I love how humble he is. I love he's just ready to get in there. Having great luck in Texas.
120 a box.
And speaking of upcoming events, why don't we take a look at what's coming up
The
soon?
man on the Lakers.
Some amazing WCQs happening later this
Love
year.
normal summon diviner turning into free Baron, says Turbo.
Bogota, Colombia WCQ for
Were you guys able to run Baron back in the day? That's crazy.
San Jose, Costa Rica, Central America World Championship qualifier. Then that same weekend, July 5th through 6th, we have the Brisbane, Australia Oceanic WCS.
Pot of Greed to one, maybe one day.
July 11th through the 13th, NAWCQ happening in Indianapolis, and finally the EU WCQ happening in Berlin, Germany.
Said that detonator
We've been
masterpiece.
talking all day about how YCS are international events. Well, these are the national events. The decks that pick
Did
the
they
best of the best
no.
from their respective regions to compete in
The ban list is happening after the finals. It would only be broken on Union Yucks like ABC, but not some crap like Buster Blader. Okay, well, fair enough, Tito. That would probably actually be a sufficient hit at that point for Union Carrier to make it only do Union monsters from deck.
You and I are done.
Yes, we are done commenting at the desk, and it's been an absolute blast, my friend. 2/3 of Max Steve has been representing here behind the desk, and I can't wait to do it again in the future.
We'll see you next time, but don't go away. That finals is coming up, so we'll be back right after this.
Hello, everyone. To all the duelists out there, we're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. We're going to get started with our YCS Nintendo Camp.
What's up, Delhi G89? Nice to see you, dude. Konami chat calling bro LeBron James. Someone in my one group chat called him LeBron James too. He kind of looks like LeBron James. You think we'll get another list before Worlds? Probably not. This is likely going to be our worlds list. Also, whoever asked me what I thought about the OCG, the last OCG ban list, if you're like parsing between what I was saying about consistency hits, you'll probably realize that I do not appreciate the route of balancing that OCG R&D Konami department is really employing with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game over there. They keep hitting cards down to the nub and not properly addressing the actual issues. Like OSS is still legal, Ryzeal's still legal. Actually, I think Ryzeal's banned over there. But like you know, like shit like Block Dragon or whatever is legal. So it's just like they just never ban the problem cards. They just go for consistency hits, and the consistency hits mean it. You can do everything. You can still do full Snake Eye combo. You can still do, like, you can play Landon Oliver's, like, YCS winning list over there. I think besides just Wanted and Diabellstar being at 1. Because OSS is still at 3, right? Same with Flamebridge, so. Call him LeBron because he's the GOAT. Will the ban list be what we were waiting for? I don't think any ban list will be enough, to be honest, unfortunately. It's been like way too long. Like, in my opinion, Konami should have done a ban list 2 months ago. So we were on a 3-month, we should be on 3-month ban list cycles for the TCG, in my opinion. Like every 3 months, a new ban list, or every 4 months at least. Or, I mean, it is basically every 4 months at this point. I just think every 3 months would be better, because then we could get actually 2 lists in between now and like Worlds, and could have gotten a ban list, like I said, a month ago, and then gotten it 3 months later, right before Nats and everything, to clean up things before Dragon Tail and everything releases. OCG letting Snake Eyes stay alive just because OSS wanted Witcher still legal is wild. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just terrible balancing. I think that the TCG should be commended on every front for dealing with the issues. That's why I'm like very surprised that they just didn't ban Sanctifier and like put Branded Fusion to 1. When like Sanctifier is the issue, not Branded Fusion. I mean, like, I think no one can deny that Branded Fusion's a broken card, but it's not like anything out of the ordinary for modern card design, for to be honest. 3-month cycle is correct, I'd agree. Hey Chris, when are we going to see you on a YCS using Branded? Probably Providence. If I'm going to Providence, I will be on Branded, unless I mean, Alan won't be out by then, so yeah, I'll be on Brandon. Weekly new ban list? That'd be crazy, GZ. Is this official or still predictions? It's still predictions. I just have this up as we're waiting for the finals, Magic Geek, but it's confirmed to come out after the finals on the Konami Twitter. Meowmoo to 1 since Prank Kids are Powercraft AF. Do you think they are though? Don't you think Meowmoo, like, I don't know the card design behind the Prank Kids. But if you don't get locked, there might be an issue with bringing back a Link one like Meowmoo. Mementos gets hit. We know they made the list today. Facts. Luckily, I don't think it's like that. Is it out yet? No. I mean, some people are claiming it's out. I don't believe anything until it happens. What would Brand Fusion to 3 do besides make the deck more consistent? Make it more consistent and help its going second a lot. I think the going second is the main point, because then you could invest your 6-card hand, you can invest 5 cards into breaking their board and then go 6th card Branded Fusion and then just remake your board. Like, that's like such a fucking insane thing to do with Branded, and you barely do it anymore. Because Branded Fusion is never already in your hand to do that with. 1 Meow should be fine. Figure it would have been done by now. Nah, Magic Geek, they're trying to milk it. Yo, Jerome they need that ad revenue, dog. Look at this stream. Look at this Yu-Gi-Oh stream. 18K viewers. They need that ad revenue, Home Slice. They gotta pay for those switches somehow.
Then you can just take advantage of that all throughout the tournament.
Definitely, and I do think the Fiendsmith Memento deck is a little more popular. I haven't really seen the Goblin Biker version with Mementos, but we're going to have to see if it's going to carry Pascal all the way, or if Manuel is going to be able to take his Ryzeal strategy to the top. They're standing by.
Thoughts on the new nib art?
Pass it over to Jackie for one more introduction before our
It's incredible.
finals.
People who hate on the new nib art don't know good art.
Nearly 1,500 competitors, and now we are down to
JK.
2. But only one can be our YCS champion. Who will come out on top? Are you all ready for the finals? Let the finals commence, and we begin with the blue chair. Seated there will be Pascal Manigat from Elmont, New York. His brother has been to the finals twice, but will he be the brother who wins? Now to the red chair, we have Manuel Collin traveling from Europe, hailing from Switzerland. He said he was nervous, but will he avenge his teammate? He looks hungry. All right, let's hear it. Are you all ready for the finals? This energy is incredible. You can see our competitors hugging it out. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie.
That's
It's
good
time
sportsmanship,
to duel
a hug
one
before.
more time here at YCS.
Imagine they take
we have
Dryas
Pascal
off.
from New York taking on Manuel from Switzerland.
It's a random one, to be
an
honest.
epic finals.
I don't know
You
what that would really do
I'm gonna
outside
be
of
shocked.
making
I mean, this
plants like more playable.
top 4, defeated it pretty handily from what I could tell, and now he's going to try and do it again here in the finals. I mean, yeah, I would never have thought a million years that Memento would be the deck that could win YCS Houston, but alas, here we are. It's always the ones you least expect.
Yeah.
Or medium expect.
Medium expect. I think this is one of those things when we talk about with the pure Ryzeal deck, it's one of those decks where you have to build all your non-engine towards something. Like, that's what you're targeting, and if you play everything that you're targeting, then you're going to have a good tournament experience. I think the Goblin Biker Memento deck is this exact same thing in that you're targeting Ryzeal, but you don't really have a choice. You are targeting Ryzeal in playing the Goblin Biker cards. Your opponent already having an Xyz monster on the field with materials to give you free summons, you're able to take advantage of even just getting rid of their Eclipse Twins early so they don't get the value out of their detonator. It's exactly what you're trying to do, turning their resources into your resources. And if Pascal is able to just farm the Ryzeals up to this point, it's exactly what he wants, and he gets to do it all the way into the finals.
Give me pot of green, says Jess Hall.
I think you touched on a good important factor that the Goblin
I'm sure you can be trusted with the pot of greed, Jess Hall. You won't use it for anything devious.
Actually, your opponent's Xyz monster. So, yeah, lining up against an Xyz deck is exactly where the Goblin Bikers want to be in this position.
Kato, do you actually think Totally is the issue? I feel like Totally limit with Minstrel and Statue Band would be better for Merrimal. I would accept that. I would accept that, Kato. I just think Toad should still... I think Bahamut should be banned instead of Toad Limit at that point. But then again, it's like they have no end board at that point, so I don't know.
That was a card that's so powerful against the Mermaid 19. It's also still very strong against the Memento clan cards. It's something that you have to consider. Even we saw in the last feature match alone, in that game, the Dweller was going to stop the entire turn, but there was just no answer to the Typhon. The Typhon was able to clear the way because the other Ryzeal player had spent all their resources on those two bodies and had no follow-up. I think that is where Pascal wants to put his opponent if he does manage to summon an Abyss Dweller. But I think if they are able to have follow-up here, it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, Abyss Dweller still pretty strong as mid, as you mentioned, but we're going to have to see if it will.
I don't think Magna should be banned though. Personally, yeah, it's good but slow unless you're in grind game. I don't think Mag will be banned, to be honest. Like, I think that's the least likely thing to be banned on my list.
Next to them, it's time to duel one more time here at YCS Houston. Game
No, I would never just free 2 cards.
starts now.
The all-important dice roll. I think Pascal doesn't really mind either way if he goes first or second. If he does happen to go second, he can use his opponent's cards as a resource. But going first does make everything easier.
All right, 7. Let's see what Manuel rolls. It's going to be a 3.
Oh, Memento gets the die roll.
And it's time to duel.
Ryzeal has Metaltronus in hand. That's gonna be dead as hell. That's the thing, like the Metaltronus is gonna be like really bad into Memento here. I don't know if Ryzeal drew any hand traps, to be honest. I think he might have a nib in there. I couldn't tell if that was an X Ryzeal or a nib. So we're gonna see like the full Memento combo here. I don't know if Pascal is on like Fiendsmith. I don't believe he is though. I think he's basically on a pure variant.
One of those cards in the graveyard. We're going to be adding back the fusion. Then we're going to be activating the fusion here.
So you see the Memento Goblin fueling 2 cards to Pascal's hand. Memento Fusion is going to allow him to summon one of the Memento Fusion monsters.
Yep, because a Memento card was destroyed, he's able to use materials from the graveyard by shuffling them back into the deck. He's going to be able to fuse into
Twin Dragon.
Twin Dragon now is able to destroy itself and add 2 Memento cards from his deck to his hand.
And no responses here from Manuel. Pascal's all good to continue his plays.
He has to get 2 monsters with different names here. He's going for Mace and...
Did he draw another Gaddock? This guy has Gaddock stuck to his hand.
All right, you see the Gaddock coming back down to the field. Sleepy is coming down as well.
Oh, okay, that was Sleepy, not Mace.
Yeah.
If Dormouse goes to 1, I'm taking a break. Carlos, I've got to be honest. If you're playing Maliss and you're afraid of Dormouse going to 1, you've got other things to worry about because... Or you've got nothing to worry about is the correct statement. Like, you have the new Alliance Insight cards that increase your consistency so that Dormouse to 1 does nothing. Also, you guys should already be running Synapse Mining in a deck that already struggles with consistency. So, like, you just replace them with Synapse Mining and it's the same deck. Dormouse to 1 does basically nothing to the deck, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm not a Maliss player, but from the outside in, it does not look like a Dormouse to 1 really does anything tangible to the deck.
So far, he's going to send the Dark Blade.
The combined creation, the Dark Blade, and we're looking for our 3rd option here. I believe that is the Mace.
I believe so as well.
Setting that up to be able to add it back for the follow-up on the...
So, like, why do you want Dormouse to be at 3? Like, what's the difference between Dormouse being at 1 and 3? I think it's just opening Dormouse, right? Like, you don't go through 2 Dormouse in a combo line.
Alright.
If not for, like, your follow-up, which sure, but...
Yep, he's gotten through his plays so far. Drone Lockbird was finally activated. Or, I assume it was activated after the Goblin. I just missed it.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that Joel Lockwood is in the graveyard, but yep, looks like it's going to be Bone Party.
Bone Party's activated here. Destroying the Gaddock on the field.
Special summoning Dark Blade.
And then going into the Dark Blade.
So he's going to be able to special summon back.
The Akihiran. When another monster is destroyed, he can summon himself back from the grave.
Pickler, Griffin, whatever. I think Shifter should stay personally, considering there's Droll and Lancey is searchable, but Dormouse can stay. For real, though, I'll be mad if this list does the same thing the last MD list did. Basically nothing.
It's a tough one to say. It's a mouthful.
Memento Tiklan.
Tiklan, there you go.
I feel like this TCG list is going to do something, no matter what. Like, the TCG does not release non-list. They don't fuck around. The issue with the TCG and ban lists is they take too long. They only do 3 ban lists a year. At most. Like, it should be 4. And also the time frames are always micromanaging product release windows, which is super like that just doesn't line up with player satisfaction or player experience very well.
Back either the fusion or bone party here, and now we're going to be summoning the creation
When they're trying to balance things around and release, or like, you know, they're like, oh, we have to wait to hit Fiendsmith because we're printing them in Stampede 4 months out, so Fiendsmith can't get hit until way later.
King hits the field.
Which is like what might happen this list if they don't hit Fiendsmith.
Alright, he's going to end phase.
Okay, be honest, I'm mighty biased, but I'm a tier player. I want one totally, even though it's objectively a busted card.
With the field spell.
That's
Up
fair.
to have a destruction effect on his opponent's turn.
Not delinquent duo and graceful to 3. Now we're talking.
How is he going to break this board? It's going to be tough.
Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be
Made
right
it to
back.
the main phase. No effects being activated during the draw or standby.
Pascal has a lot of threatening effects in the back here. Just waiting. The Creation King alone can target 3 cards and destroy them.
Alright, going to lead things off with Ryzeal. Going to send Mirological Aggregator to try and negate the combined creation. And then Infinite Impermanence is going to cut off the effect from Ryzeal to add to the hand.
The Aggregator is a really strong lead here, cutting off the Creation King, which could pose a threat later in the turn because it's able to destroy an equal number of memento cards and monsters your opponent controls.
All right,
or cards your opponent controls.
The Akihiron's going to come down.
You targeted this one? I targeted this one. Okay.
I think he might be able to make another one. He's definitely going to be able to special fusion summon during his opponent's turn. He's going to special summon Sword Ryzeal from the hand, continuing the Ryzeal pressure.
Yep. Always feels bad when you're able to stop one of the starters, but they have another one in their hand. Now looks like we're going to be chaining SP Little Knight to the effect, banishing the Akihiron and the sword.
Manuel goes deep into the think take about his next move.
Very visual about it. Okay, I thought he targeted the Akihiron, but looks like SP Little Knight will target itself as well as the sword. Sword will be adding, looks like a copy of Ice Ryzeal to Manuel's hand.
He still has his normal summon available to him.
Ryzeal so strong at just being able to power through fields here by just getting free summons. And now we're activating Metal Tronus on the Akihiron.
What does he have that
It's
can
a
match?
Water 17, I guess Dweller?
Yeah, it's probably Dweller.
And then we're going to be chaining the Bone Party here.
So that's going to destroy the Akihiron and let him special summon a Memento from the deck.
It's going to go for the Angwitch. Angwitch is able to add on summon, and then Akihiron, when it's destroyed, is able to add back from the grave or banished. Akihiron's going to target the Goblin.
Goblin returns to the hand. Angwitch is going to let him add a Memento monster from the deck to the hand.
Typically going to be Mace here so that you can have, yep. Oh, no, it looks like it's going to be Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy's the one you want to be able to summon during your opponent's turn, so you'll be able to conduct a fusion summon.
Sorry, which one do I know in your head?
And thanks to the combined creation, he will be able to special summon a Memento monster from his hand during this turn. All his opponent has to do is activate a card.
Okay, now we're going to be finally normal summoning that Ice Ryzeal, using its effect, summoning a monster from the deck. The effect of X has been used on the field, the effect of Sword has been used on the field, so now it's just summoning another body, not really going to generate any more value than that. There is no Ryzeal.
On res.
And now we're going to be using the effect Sleepy.
So Sleepy's going to try and summon.
And then immediately going to be able to fusion summon.
And now it's going to be a fusion summon, so we'll be able to make another copy
of the Creation King. Using those 3 bodies, Creation King hits the field. That's going to send another copy of Gaddock, Mace. And Hasuno Toshigo. The Gaddock will be able to summon because they're sent to the graveyard to add the Mace back to hand. And the Mace can now, at any point, choose to take a monster. And now the Creation King is also going to use its effect to destroy 3 monsters on his side of the field and also 3 monsters on his opponent's, clearing the way here.
Fossilizing Manuel's monsters.
Akihiron comes back. And so does Darkblade. There is the Ryzeal cross.
Manuel is trying to draw into something. He's already used all of his Ryzeal effects for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, the node's already gone as well. There's not really much you can draw into.
Just looking for an answer in any place he can find it. I don't think a draw unlock is going to be it. And Manuel's going to concede game 1 to Pascal in his Goblin Memento deck. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, we didn't see any of the Goblin cards there. It was just Memento doing what it's supposed to.
I mean, yeah, Memento going uninterrupted, just absolutely incredible. And Pascal Manigat is 1 win away from becoming a YCS champion.
I mean, this is the matchup that he wants to see. He has been preparing for this matchup. He knows the ins and outs of it. He knows how his deck plays so well into the Ryzeal cards. Do you think Manuel is prepared to play against the Memento-thon?
I don't. Yeah, honestly, yeah, no, I wouldn't. It'd be one of those decks that you'd want to know how it works, how it functions, where you have those key points of interaction, but you may not dedicate too many cards to your side deck. As you said, like Abyss Dweller is still functional and works really well against the deck. So I think he knows it enough to where he'll know to go into something like that to slow down his opponent. But when it comes to like the Goblin Biker cards as well, I don't think it's something that Manuel has prepared for this tournament. No matter, despite how well prepared him and his teammates really were for this event, they almost both made the finals against each other.
I see that Memento got game 1. Memento Man has aura as hell.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got way more on the radar in the past like week because people have been talking about it. You saw, I mean, I'm just going to refer to Pack again because he played at a regional last weekend, I believe, in Toronto. I think that got some steam on social media and him talking about the deck, saying he's actually really serious about it. It's a good deck, and I think a lot of people paid attention to that as well. But Pascal definitely seems like he's been playing this deck for a while now.
Yeah, very confident in his plays, and we did see a lot of this deck having success over in Japan as well. And I wonder why it never translated over into our metagame, and maybe it was just we never gave it the respect it deserved.
I mean, that can be true for a lot of strategies. There's a bunch of things out there that just might not have had the opportunity to really show off how good they are. I mean, that's what's so great about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is even some of the most underrated or expected strategies can come out on top.
Yeah, this could be the biggest surprise yet that we've had throughout this entire tournament, but Pascal is only 1 game away from being our newest YCS champion.
I mean, yeah, Goblin Memento was not on my bingo card this weekend, but here it is in the finals, 1 win away. And Pascal doesn't even look excited. I know, like, when I've been in finals and won game 1 or up a game, it'd be hard to contain myself.
I mean, job's not finished.
Job's not finished. That's the right mentality. And now you see Manuel kind of head on hand. Losing game 1 doesn't feel good. He's probably playing against a deck he doesn't know super duper well, but maybe he does. And maybe that'll just work to his advantage. Maybe he just didn't draw the cards that he needed to see against Pascal in game 1. He didn't have any of those interruptions from hand while Pascal was playing. So things could really turn around here in game number 2 as the side decks have been utilized and he will have an opportunity to go first.
Yeah, we'll see how he opts it potentially changes end board, knowing to respect the Goblin Biker cards as well as the mental cards. And then starting off immediately with Milcharmi Perulia. Does he have an Ash Blossom to counteract? Doesn't look like it.
I think I see Called by the Grave though, but maybe not.
I mean, he's going to consider his options here. Called by could be very useful against the Memento cards as well, but it looks like we are going to try to cut him off. And then there's second one! The second Perulia!
The crowd goes wild! Goblin Biker's gone wild.
That's so crazy, Perulia.
Crowd over there through our microphones. I can't hear myself think right now because of how loud it is over there. I mean, Manuel kind of brought this on himself with the post-game interview where he kind of talked a little bit of trash to the USA players. And
we don't take that lightly. We don't take that lightly.
There's a room full of them ready to cheer for his downfall. But he's going to continue play. He's going to normal summon Ice Ryzeal. Pascal's only going to draw one because the Called by the Grave stopped the first one. But
Ice Ryzeal is allowed to resolve here. Manuel considering his options.
This is crazy, guys. 150 people in the chat also watching this finals. Getting ready for this ban list. Let's get it, folks.
What he wants to choose to summon. I think he does have, next. Yeah, I think he already has a copy.
Leave a like if you haven't already subscribed today.
Necessary to go with sword because he wants to like not have to use the X in his hand now because of the Perulia. Yeah, really considering how to best play into this resolved Perulia. I think it's probably
Perulia just probably won him the game. Yeah, Perulia is the best Molcharmi versus pure Ryzeal.
Because you can't commit too much here.
This is gonna be a detonator pass.
Really disrespecting.
By the amount of times he's checking, I know like that's kind of like an indication he's just trying to figure out what's the solution. How do I get out of the spot that I'm in right now?
Yeah, it's not as simple as the choice of the 50-50 between the sword and the X. It's more so, how is he mapping out the rest of this turn here? How many more cards does he have to give Pascal? Because he's going to have to give him another card, I think.
Is this going to be a duo drive, or is this going to just be an Abyss Dweller? It's going to be Ryzeal duo drive.
I was like, he could go for the duo for the cross plus node and then also just like play under Perulia a little bit by giving him 2 draws. I think that's a pretty good board because then you get cross plus that.
This almost certainly means that Pascal will be drawing more cards from that Molcharmi Perulia. This isn't Goki. He's not going to be able to grab Goki rematch or anything like that. Ryzeal has to summon from the hand from this point.
I mean, he could, as long as he can grab Node, that only can give 1 more draw to still provide another rank 4.
Which wouldn't be too bad. Looks like he's considering...
Oh, he may potentially plug-in as well. Plug-in can get you there without having to give up as much draws either.
Cross and plug-in to the hand.
Ryzeal Cross activated now, not necessarily live, but because plug-in is in the hand, it will be able to protect in case anything is trained at any point. X Ryzeal coming down from the hand, giving Pascal another card here. We're going to be sending that Eclipse Twins. X is going to be able to resolve on the field to grab a Thunder here. It's going to just assumingly get Node just for later. I doubt it's going to hit the field now.
I mean, he needs to have... He has to do more, right?
Like, I mean, he could just activate the plug-in.
Okay, and then just have another rank 4.
Yeah, and then like at least that way the cross is live as well because the material will go under the duo drive.
But no Dweller?
Do you think it's worth... How many draws does he have to give him to get that many more monsters?
Yeah, not a bunch, but I think it would be worth... maybe not. Because even though the Dweller does stop them, they still continue to special summon. They have lots of ways to still put monsters on the field without using graveyard effects.
He might actually be opting to not give up any more draws at all. At this point, does that even make sense? You already gave him the draw for the X. No more Exceed monsters?
Oh man, just ending his turn with a cross up with just a duo drive with no materials, X, and he has plug-in and Plasma Hole set.
Can we see a Harpy's Feather Duster? A Lightning Storm perhaps?
Side decks have been utilized. There could be cards like that. They're not the worst against Ryzeal.
Especially against the Pure deck, there's so many spells and traps that are used. You know that there's going to be Plasma Hole, there's potentially books, any of the books.
First up, Bone Party.
Alright, starting off with Bone Party, not necessarily the most exciting here. Gonna have to destroy a card from your hand.
Destroys the combined creation.
Yeah, so he has plug-in. Yeah, he has plug-in plus the pop, so I guess that's not terrible by the Ryzeal player.
You name it. Adds a memento from the deck to the hand on summon. Now Manuel's going to activate plug into special summon sword.
Yep, it's going to summon sword and attach a material to the duo drive, and at resolution he can opt to use cross to negate the anguish, which might be the reason to use plug-in right now. Looks like we're going to be attaching an Ice Ryzeal to the duo drive.
Yep, and it is exactly as you predicted there, Solid. Going to negate the effect of anguish.
The sword Ryzeal will now trigger because it was summoned. Just going to grab some more follow-up here.
Smart stuff here from Manuel. But Pascal got a couple cards in the Brilliant, so there's a chance he's not anywhere near close to done yet.
There's Triple Tactics Talents.
Oh, he's going for the hand.
Yeah.
That means he has already what he needs to win the game, but he wants to take a peek and see if there's anything that's going to stop him. And he's going to see a handful of monsters.
I mean, a hand like that, you can't give him another turn.
He has to find a way to finish the game here, or Manuel will have plenty of plays to push through even the most impressive of boards. But it looks like, I mean, what do you pick here?
It does not matter. Like, they all get each other.
He goes for the node just because it's the one of, I suppose.
Take care, y'all. See a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Thanks for coming through. Wish I could stay for the rest of the stream, but my migraine is really annoying me. Hope you feel better. I don't know, ibuprofen, lay down. I think sleeping off migraines always helps me. Take it easy. Thanks for chilling with us.
Did not leave any materials available.
I mean, yeah, if I was him, I would say it's because I knew it, but sometimes sometimes you get these feelings about the right play, and it works out on top of that. But yeah, maybe he didn't know the Goblin Bikers were in. Oh, he did. His friend did play him in top 4. He probably watched that match closely, so does know.
I mean, he has had plenty of times to watch up to this point.
All right, and the Doug Charger is going to add Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, I believe. This will let him access. Oh, this is the bridge into the Mementos, I believe.
This is the one that adds any Goblin monster.
I mean, we're still learning this deck, the same as you guys at home, so we can figure out what Pascal's strategy is. But now he can overlay those 2 level 3 monsters into Goblin Biker. Is that Big Gabunga?
It has to be Big Gabunga.
It's Big Gabunga. And you see Manuel taking a moment to read, which is always he doesn't have to read a single memento card, but now the Goblin Bikers are onto the field. He's taking a chance to read. The Goblin Biker Big Gabunga will let him add a goblin from the deck to the hand if he has no response.
So that will let you add a couple options here. I don't imagine you're going for the Memento Goblin just yet. You're just going to get another
Doug Charger. Rum rum. That's my best Goblin Biker impression. That's what I would do. I like to make noises for my cards while I'm playing. So now he's going to activate Doug Charger's effect to special summon itself by detaching a material.
And there is the Plasma Hole that was set. He does control one Ryzeal Xyz monster, so he's able to destroy the Big Gabunga, making it so the Doug Charger will not be able to detach.
Manuel doing a lot with a little, but he is going to chain the breakout, which will let him tribute off the Big Gabunga, so the Plasma Hole won't destroy it, and now he can special summon
any Goblin, and that will probably get you to Memento Goblin. Memento Goblin hits the field. Goblin's able to use its effect here to destroy itself and send 2 from the deck to the graveyard if he so chooses.
I mean, we saw the power of Goblin. It essentially adds 2 cards from your deck to your hand.
Yeah, which it is.
And
with extra steps.
And Pascal knows there's no other interruptions from Manuel, right? Everything has been used.
He has the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, right?
So to quick Xyz?
Yeah.
Ooh.
But that might be his only last form of anything.
I mean, that's not too bad in this situation. That is a detonator.
Yeah. That's fine so far.
I hear this Memento Goblin has really good handwriting. That's a stretch. That's a deep cut.
Okay.
But now we're gonna see the Plasma Hole being used for that Xyz summon for Baguska.
Baguska.
Yeah, I was figuring a Baguska was coming out here. I was like, is Baguska the only thing that could work in this situation? The issue is Cross. I was like thinking we would want something to make Cross live. Oh! This guy is the most on-god Memento player I have ever seen in my life. That is a droplet stocks through the roof.
You hear the crowd going wild here for Pascal.
The Goblin Backer's gone wild is here.
Pascal has to not let the crowd noise affect him. He has to stay focused. Not get
He's
too
still locked
excited.
in. He's not getting too excited. He's just playing the game right now.
I mean,
he's moments away.
This is Pascal's expression 24/7. He could have the emotions inside, and we just don't know. But he has to, rein it in. It's hard. I do think his heart is pounding out of his chest right now, whether it's showing on his face or not. Mine is, so I would assume his too. So the fusion is going to, and he's using 3.
That's going to summon the Creation King.
Just as Droplet's about to go out.
Oh,
it has one last stand.
Extra deck. And 2 other memento cards from his deck to the graveyard.
Yep, and there's
Is this the grand finals?
Yes. Using
Yes.
the Goblin's effect just yet.
I mean, this is what happens when you're able to draw a few cards off Perilia. You're going to have those answers to anything your opponent tries to do.
Getting an early Jerome appearance. Yeah, I thought we were going to get Jerome at like 8 o'clock.
Has the Droplet for the Baguska.
I mean, he lined up his plays. I'm probably expecting the plug-in into the Plasma Hole here. Opted to start with the Bone Party because he knew what his interruptions needed to look like. Just wanted to bait out everything from Manuel to have that timely Droplet to really seal the game.
Otherwise, kind of boring. It is kind of crazy that we're so excited over Memento. I'm not gonna lie, but it was like the Euro versus American thing too. Like this was just a cool story behind this YCS.
He wants to make sure he makes no mistakes at this point. This is the critical juncture. He's right there.
Yeah, things are looking good for him, but you have to keep in mind that Manuel's hand is stacked.
Yeah, if he gets another turn, he can easily turn it around.
I've not used Sleepy. I never used this one.
You have not used Sleepy. You've barely used any of your memento cards yet this turn.
All right, so Gaddock, Sleepy, and another Creation King going to the graveyard. Gaddock's going to be able to summon itself and then add to the hand the Sleepy. The effect of
my mind would be rotted too at that point where I'd be like, did I use this effect to my opponent? I'm just like, please. He's just that guy, says cheesy.
I'm trying.
You're doing great. You're doing amazing.
Copy.
All right, and now what is his next move? He's going to summon the Sleepy. Sleepy's
effect. Fuse. Going to use the Gaddock and itself.
I don't think they'll hit Brand again because they want the deck to be more hyped up for the anime coming out about him. I can't wait to finally be able to put voice to Albaz's face.
Add 2 more monsters, different names.
Fair point, Prime.
We have to remember that Pascal already has the combined creation in the graveyard as well.
Well, he looks like he's grabbing another one.
Or maybe he had to put it back for the fusion summon with the memento fusion. So he accessed it again.
And now we're going to be, looks like we're going to start shuffling things back. Or no, the Sleepy hits the field again.
Memento is about to snag a YCS.
Yeah, because, if the Twin Dragon is destroyed, it does
this Memento deck walked into the YCS like it was playing in 2028.
Here in the finals of the
like it was just playing circles around every deck. That's crazy.
The horse.
It's able to use its effect. That is the dark horse of the tournament right there. It's going to be able to send to the graveyard.
We had Khalid on, and Khalid mentioned it, I think, in the interview. But Khalid, who just topped with Memento Fiendsmith, like all the Memento variants are very good right now.
There were 2 monsters on the field that are tired, but now one of them has left the field, and he's going to summon.
No way the barfing horse wins the BANLIST.
Oh, we are moving.
Anguich down to the graveyard. Mace is destroyed. It's going to special summon.
What is the
Memento? Bone Party.
Another Bone Party here. I'm here able to come
Bro,
back
they
now.
better not hit Sanctifier. That's my favorite fusion. I have a feeling they won't be.
And here comes the combined creation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different Memento monsters return to the deck and extra deck.
Now, remind me on why it's worth it to summon all this. And that is it! Pascal takes it! He is our YCS Houston champion.
Pascal, he's taking down the YCS side. I can't hear myself.
And now we get the USA chance.
Crazy, and he is your YCS champion.
Good for Pascal.
Goblin Bikers and Memento. Oh my. Yeah. And he has the ultra rare copy of another versus Solaria. We had over 1,400 players, just shy of 1,500. And Pascal. Sorry, Carl. Pascal Manigat is our winner. I was thinking last name. You're the best, Pascal. Not Carl. Carl could not get the job done in the finals. But
Let's get this ban list. But go Memento, 100%. Like, that's crazy. Memento's such a good deck. This deck probably didn't even have a link, or no, it had an SP Little Knight, right? Like, it's very cool in that respect.
That combined creation with 5,000
or like the other links would be Fiendsmith stuff.
Finish off that game on the back of Mulcharmy Perilia, threw a Called by the Grave because he had the second copy, and then he played it perfectly.
I think expert play by both players here. It's just
the play that Manuel set up, despite getting met by the Perilia, was actually really, really nice.
Yes, respecting the Goblin Biker cards as well, whether it was on purpose or not. I'm going to give that credit to him.
He can take it. He can take it.
This was just a fantastic gameplay, and
we
just saw not only creativity but just planning going into this event. You plan to play against a bunch of Ryzeal. You have this strategy that really takes advantage of a bunch of Ryzeal, and it's not close.
None of those matches have seemed to have very close, despite how well the other players have drawn. I mean, obviously.
Wow, a rogue deck won the event. Yes.
Man, what a match!
I think that just means this new ban list, this new format for TCG is gonna be really good, guys. Like if they just hit the right things, decks will be able to participate in the meta that aren't Ryzeal and Maliss, and that's what we need right now. That's just more fun.
And Kevin, both coming over here from Switzerland, both of them on the same team, playing the same deck, making it all the way to top 4. Not an easy feat.
Yeah, 100% making it to top 4 with your friend that you came all the way over. That's still just like insane.
Handle the Goblin Bikers.
Goblin Bikers.
Yeah, that's
Big
that's a YCS for Goblin Bikers, guys.
Creation King, combined creation.
Where's the Memento stuff? I just saw Goblin.
That was also very close.
It's just lower meta.
Mulcharmy
won the YC. Memento is now meta. Bro did the last round of pure beard power. Can't wait to see Ryzeal get obliterated, says
finally took it over the Tomb Keeper Blue Eyes for me.
Bro, a rogue deck won the event. Yep, Memento, it's combining time.
Thank you for joining us this weekend. I'm going to toss it to Jackie for her to close out the show. It's going to be time to
counter me people ask where the ban list is. Yeah, well, they're gonna. It's gonna end.
Take it away, Jackie.
Pascal, you are our YCS champion! Look at this crowd! Look at this trophy! Oh, your smile. I love it. What's going through your head?
I'm just excited, you know, just like I feel like I did everything I was supposed to do. I took my time.
Hello.
Like really just...
I need to hold on 1 second, switch my audio. We're gonna
on to the finals. You have won the finals.
Mr. Galzo, can you hear me?
I can. Are you streaming right now?
Yes, I'm streaming right now.
Oh, what's up, Chad? You wanna react together?
Yeah, let's do this. We should be getting the ban list here in a minute. We just saw Memento take the YCS. What did you think about that, brother?
That was actually a crazy game. I wasn't gonna watch it because pure Ryzeal is super boring, but Pascal played out of his mind, to be honest. I mean, that was crazy.
Yeah, every game, he was on a lot of feature matches, so we got to see him throughout the day. He was just playing out of his mind. He was playing circles around every other deck, so it was really cool to see Memento do so well. When, like, that was just, like, a deck that was doing so well in the OCG for so long and not really translating over here. And now it's just, I don't know, it's showing the people that, you know, it's a good deck and all that. It's another great fusion deck.
Scary. It's scary, man. It's definitely scary. Wow. I can't believe we finally made it. It's banlist time.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see Dweller. I think Dweller is pretty much 100%. I think Bonfire to 1 is pretty much 100%.
Yeah.
Other than that, I would bet Bestials too, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know where they're gonna take the Fiendsmith angle. There we go.
Oh, we have Jerome coming in.
To our it's happening.
YCS winner, who also happens to be
okay. Here we go.
YCS winner of the current advanced format. The new advanced format starts on April 7th. And I have the next Forbidden Unlimited's cards list.
Oh my gosh.
That is today.
I've been
That is
talking all
effective
weekend
immediately.
about the new Forbidden Unlimited's card list. And there's a lot
Like
to
that?
go over, so lock in. First,
He's not in
following
the venue.
cards are now unlimited. Cyberjar, Danger
Unlimited.
Jackalope, and Danger Tsuchinoko.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Performapal Monkey Board.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
those
really
were
tame.
all pretty easy. Those
Next,
were all pretty
the
easy
following cards
guesses.
are now semi-limited. There's a number of them moving in both directions, so let's
Oh my
start
God.
with the cards moving from limited. They are Black Dragon Collapse Serpent and White Dragon Wyver Burster. Morphing Jar.
Ooh, what?
Unchained Soul of Shrivara.
White
Snake Eye
Dragon.
Ash and Snake Eye Poplar.
Oh,
The rest of the
what?
semi-limited cards
Snake Eye Ash and
previously
Poplar?
unlimited. And
Wait
they
a minute.
are X Ryzeal, Ice Ryzeal,
Oh my
That's
gosh.
Sword
Ryzeal.
Ryzeal,
Oh!
Malice P Dormouse,
Oh my
Malice
god!
P White Rabbit,
Oh my
and
gosh.
Malice in Underground.
There's no
Holy.
way.
That is the most
No
semi-limits
way.
I've ever
What is
seen.
that?
Next up,
What
limited
is
cards.
that?
3 cards have
That
been
is
moved
wild.
from
Wait.
forbidden to limited.
Ash and Poplar. Okay. Heavy Storm, maybe?
The returning cards are Mathmech Circular, Brilliant Fusion,
Oh,
and Masterpiece, the true
There we go.
Flame King. The rest of the newly limited
Wait,
cards
Circular
were
is
previously
unbanned? What the
unlimited.
hell is going on?
And they are
yeah, that's crazy.
Dude,
Bestial
there's
Druid
probably gonna
Swarm,
be like Moon
Ryzeal
and Requiem.
Detonator, Bonfire,
Is that banned?
Crossout
To
Detonator,
one, to one. Cross
to
out.
one.
Talents.
and
Oh, yes!
Dimension Shifter.
Oh! Yo! That's like the best.
Oh, that's insane.
Finally, there
That's
are 4
crazy.
newly forbidden cards.
Oh
Next
my
advanced
God.
format.
That's the best
And they
band
are-
list.
Dude, Fiendsmith is gonna die.
Yeah. It has to.
Dude,
Nightmare Griffin,
what is this list?
Link Decoder,
Oh,
Okay.
there it is.
Abyss Dweller,
Oh, no.
Okay, it's gone.
Bahamut Shark,
Moon, please.
Wait, what?
No
Okay.
Fiendsmith hits.
You'll be able to find the complete list
Dude,
of
they killed
changes
Maliss.
on our social media soon.
Did they kill
with the
Malice, you
complete
think?
list
Is that
updated
actually
on
No,
the
I don't know.
website tomorrow.
Oh my god, they actually banned Link
Best of
Decoder.
luck,
I'm so
everyone
mad
prepared
right
for the
now.
next few months of competition.
Detonator's
gosh.
limited bonfire,
Exciting
dude. I
news
need
on
to
the
see like a picture of that. That was
limited list. Looking
wild.
forward to seeing how
There
this
were
will
so many
impact
hits
our
on that
next
list. That's
YCS
actually kind of
in
crazy.
Providence, Rhode
Like that's
Island on May
after
Why
the
did
time.
Snake Eye Ash
Oh
and
my goodness,
Poplar
the crowd
come
is going
back to two?
absolutely
That's
wild.
nuts. And
I was
Mathmech
getting this
Circular?
before Jerome.
Oh yeah, the circular
They
on
want us
band.
to play-
Amazing information,
Yeah.
They want us
but
to play
thank you so much
Mathmech
for making my first
Malice
YCS
or
so
something.
amazing. Chat,
What
you've been
is
so
that?
funny and sweet
Dude,
and
no
kind.
Fiendsmith hits
The crowd has been
at all.
absolutely electric. I want to
That
thank all
is
the on-camera
extra.
talent.
We're gonna have
Dave
to talk
has
about that,
welcomed
but
me
like,
in.
yeah, no
They're like a
Fiendsmith hits
family
is
to
something
me,
where I'm
and
just
everyone
like,
behind the scenes
are we
working
just? Is every
so,
deck gonna run
so
Fiendsmith
hard,
now?
but
That's
a big
crazy.
Thank you to all of you.
Yeah, no, that's an
This
insane
is a
list. I need to see
shocking
a
ban list.
full list for that.
Yeah.
But immediate
Talents,
reactions.
finally.
Yeah,
Finally,
talents and cross
talents.
out. Oh my gosh.
Shifter is limited. Holy crap. What is that?
Okay, the shifter limit might be like my favorite hit on the list by far. Like I don't know.
I think.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Listen, I might be coming off a little bit biased here. Did they like unproportionately hit Malice? Like much more than they did Ryzeal?
Yeah, I was gonna say
There
because
8 Malice cards or something on this list. 2 bans. Including 2 bans.
you have White Rabbit and Dormouse to 2, and then Malice to
And
Underground
Fieldspell to 2.
semi-limit. That's crazy.
You only have 1 Baldrake. You don't have the Link Decoder anymore, which is something that people predicted. It makes sense. Griffin is gone. I mean, Bonfire is at 1 and Detonator is 1, I guess. This is so weird. And Shifter is at 1, which is incredible. Shifter 1 is great. Amazing for everybody. No branded unhits.
Yeah, no branded unhits. That is something that we'll have to discuss.
sad.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shifter, all the things that happen around it will help Branded, because like Shifter to 1, I think really helps basically most decks just like kind of flourish.
Yeah, and Dweller also is good.
Yeah, and Dweller gone, like that's kind of, Branded might be actually positioned super well into the format. It just depends on how it shapes out until Alliance Insight. I mean, we still have a month though, but like until then, like, yeah, like Ryzeal and Maliss are looking kind of hit. But like also, do you think offhand like the Ryzeal hits are even going to matter? Because I'm looking at this Ice Ryzeal and X Ryzeal to 2. Those hits to me don't really matter when Bonfire, we have like the Ascensions and 7th Tachyon, so like that to me as like someone who's played Ryzeal doesn't seem like it matters. I think the more interesting hit was the Arise Heart like hit where I think Detonator just went to 1. Yeah, Detonator went to 1. That's something I wasn't expecting. Someone came into my chat the other day and they were like, Detonator is going to go to 1. I was like, I don't know about that, but like I guess it makes like Metal Tronus like insane against that deck now. Like it's just like a one shot. I don't know. Like what does that say to you?
Circular?
Oh, it's a circular.
I'm looking at circular. I'm looking at the picture. I mean, Talents is incredible. I love Talents and Crossout, but I mean, Detonator to 1 obviously is good. It prevents the deck from playing around Nib a little bit because you can't attach the Detonator from grave anymore. It obviously dies to removal, like really, like it's gonna die to Melotronus. But Link Decoder, man.
I didn't play with Circular in the game too much outside of like Master Duel here and there. Do you think that actually does anything with it to 1? Because like when the last time Circular was alive, it was kind of that deck that would always go X3 at regionals, I feel like, and not really do too much outside of that. So like, I don't know if it ever like warranted it.
Circular to 1 is kind of scary, I think. I think it's a really scary card. But yeah, I don't know. It was limited for a while, and it still did okay. I'm really confused by Circular to 1, to be honest. I don't like. There's so many other unbans. Like, what are you trying to balance? Realistically, I don't know. And Sharvara to 2 is just annoying to me. I'm so mad.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I'm a Sharvara hater too. I think that. Like, I remember when Unchained was the best deck.
I hate you, Bill, so much. Unchained was actually fun, but X'd Ice Sword all at 2. This is such a different approach to a list, right? Druid's Worm recalled it, but dude, this is a wild list. I think my favorite out of all of this, I think the Link Decoder ban is sort of like when they hit Ronin Totem, and it was like, bro, come on. Like, that's so annoying. Requiem is legal, but Link Decoder is not? What? Tract is gonna go up to like $60 now.
Yeah.
I think Maliss is still fine, to be honest. I think it's still fine.
I was gonna say, with the post-Alliance Insight stuff, I feel like with them just giving you consistency hits, it doesn't, especially since they're all semi-limits, it doesn't really necessarily hurt your grind game, and like you'll just have like whatever you want to run, but whether it's like the spell card, that the Rota, Sign Up Mining, or just like the new Adagnister cards, which are just consistency. They just search Maliss cards, so I think it'll be fine overall.
So crazy.
This is the craziest list I've seen.
This
I don't
was
know.
wild. I'm just gonna upload my reaction to YouTube because this is just insane.
Yes.
This is a lot to take in.
Lots of cooking to be done on all fronts, to be honest.
I
But
guess
think
so,
overall,
but like Alliance, I mean, like if you had locals tomorrow, what would you play? Like, what do you think is a good pick?
with the new list, since it's legal, I guess today, I would say probably, I'd say Branded, but it would really just be to, that would be my classic pick. But I think there's actually like a lot of fun decks or a lot of different decks that might be able to shine now because Dweller and Shifter are at 1. Like Lightsworn is one of my like favorite pet decks, and like
let's
with
go
the Fiend
tier
Smith.
Lightsworn.
Yeah, like, oh my gosh, the tier limit is going to be eating good with this list with Shifter and Dweller gone.
Dude, listen. Dweller and Shifter gone. Fiendsmith is full power. Fiendsmith tier? Horus? Stuff?
Ooh. With the Millenniums?
Bring us
Yes.
Grasted too.
Yeah.
With the Millenniums?
Ooh.
Yeah. It's insane. It's going to be insane. Okay, I'm going to go edit some stuff.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Nice hanging out. Shout out chat. Love you guys. We'll talk soon.
Bye, Galzo. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone, check out Galzo. I'm going to link his channel down below. Branded Goat. Thanks again. It's great to appreciate him reacting, even though my audio was not working the whole time. So please, everyone, subscribe to Galzo if you are not already. I'm going to link it down in the chat. But we're going to keep talking about the ban list, obviously. And here, I'll pin that right there. And yeah, so I do want to run down the cards for, I guess, our reaction here. And we will go from there. So, yeah, this is, in my opinion, another one of those lists. We didn't even talk about talents and crossout. This is another one of those lists where Konami is going for the throat on these. And shout to Jerome. Jerome is the coolest guy they got at Konami by far. Like, Jerome he's a gift, honestly. Like, I see why people talk about him like he's like the gifted child. Like, this was one of the coolest things I've ever seen, frankly, for like a card game. So there's so much to talk about, I guess, and so we can talk about the Forbiddens first. I want to talk to chat now that we have a little bit more, so please let me know down in the chat. I know I missed a lot of chats and we got like 350 people here. How's everyone doing? So yeah, what do you guys think? Yeah, Shifter to 1 is definitely my favorite hit, but we'll go down the list. So Nightmare Griffin ban, that is for Nightmare Griffin has been like a problem card since tier limit, and even probably before that. You know, whether it's just floodgating your opponent or looping trap cards that shouldn't be looped, like viruses. And I do think that Nightmare Griffin is, you know, warranted a ban. I don't think it was ever something that really, like, we see Jeff Jones, like, I've listened to Jeff Jones, like, talk about his last 3 Maliss tops, and he said that he made Griffin once in like top 16 or something at YCS Vegas. So, like, he's doing Crypt or Pass on most boards. So, like, which, because it also works under Shifter. So, like, Griffin isn't going to affect really what Maliss ends up doing, because their best end board is still just like Maliss or Cryptor Control. And then you have the Link Decoder. Link Decoder is definitely the biggest Maliss hit on this list. I think that Link Decoder really helped Maliss play through hand traps and insulate itself, because Link Decoder made it so that Imperm and Valor just did not do a whole lot to the deck. So it is one of those things that it is going to actually make it so Maliss is hand trappable. And Galzo did mention this. There are a lot of other tops as well. Very important insight on the list. Oh gosh, GZ1K. I'm gonna have to check this out once we're done running it down. Yeah, so Link Decoder makes it so that Maliss is a lot more hand trappable. I'm surprised Maliss got hit because they haven't won a YCS yet. So, like, it's a little crazy seeing all the Maliss hits, but, like, I do think that it's in anticipation for the Alliance Insight stuff, and that's very smart. It shows the Konami R&D TCG department really knows, they have a finger on the pulse of what's going on, you know. Also, thanks for the follows. I do appreciate everybody. I just have a lot I want to get to the ban list, so I do appreciate everybody supporting and everything. So Link Decoder going means that Maliss is a lot more fair in terms of Nightmare Griffin as well. Like, they just aren't inherently doing...
So Sky Striker, Memento, Thainsmith best decks.
I would say Sky Striker is about to be a tier 1 deck once the new support comes out. Memento is also looking to be a tier 2 to 1 deck for sure. Fiendsmith is also is completely unhit. So yes, any Fiendsmith variant. Also, Primite's not hit. Also, guys, Druid Swarm only went to 1, so the Bestial engine is completely still playable, right? You just still run Baldrakes and Magnemite. You're still doing your thing. So yeah, no, and now Abyss Dweller. So Abyss Dweller really does end up hitting the Abyss Dweller ban is going to make it so decks, and also thank you for the $2, Timothy. I do appreciate it. Appreciate the support. So yeah, Abyss Dweller is going to really help a lot of these graveyard decks be able to flourish, you know, whether it's Crystron, you know, Mitsurugi, things like Branded is also going to really appreciate things like Dweller and the, you know, Dweller and Shifter, you know, going to the wayside. You know, effectively a Shifter semi or limit is I love like, I genuinely, like, it has... I don't know. I'm so proud of the TCG because this list was like such a good, like a long time coming, and they answered a lot of things. Like they really did. They covered so much. Makes me so happy. So the Bahamut Shark ban also, it was either this or Toad. So this was because, right, like all the Ryzeal variants, Pure Ryzeal was running this with the 7th Ascension, allowing you to search out the Shark cards. So Bahamut or Toad needed to go because you also had Mermail winning YCS after YCS. And this is a deck that can hand rip and also set barrier statue, so you need to effectively hit their deck, and what's on every one of their end boards is 2 Toads. It's their grind game, so it's... Getting rid of Bahamut also means that they can't just, like, convert their bodies and, like, trigger Dragoons, right? So, like... hitting the Bahamut Shark is even a bigger hit, in my opinion, to Mermail than the Toad hit, because they would run Bahamut Shark, I think, even without Toad, in my opinion, just to still detach the Dragoons on those hands. So, maybe I'm wrong on that. But, so, that being hit is definitely going to end up hitting Mermail, but as we see from the other hits, I think that Mermail is going to be perfectly fine. Also, Abyss Dweller being one of the most popular endboard pieces on Ryzeal means that the Ryzeal endboards are going to change up, right? So, like, a lot of these decks that are graveyard-based are just not going to have as good of a time into, Ryzeal's not going to have as good of a time into them, so definitely one of those things that is going to... help them end up playing the game. And then yes, so now I'm going to also go into the limits now, but I honestly, overall, I couldn't see any other bans. I was like, maybe Twins of the Eclipse would be banned, but it was not banned. So also we have some people, or what's up, TJ? How's it going?
Good ban list, good.
You did you like the ban list? What did you think of the Forbiddens? Because we're right now on the Forbiddens.
We already knew all of this was going to happen. Next question.
Okay, let's go into the semi-limits. So, Zelda Duelist, are you cool with the Forbiddens that happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would have preferred to see Mulan over Baja, but I think Baja kills it, so screw it. I'll take either.
And the hits to Maliss is an interesting one because it makes Maliss go through newer lines now with Dakota gone and Circular back. It's going to be a more interesting list.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So yeah, we'll get into the semis because I think the semis is, or sorry, not the semis. The limits are the most interesting part of this list by far. So I kind of want to go from the bottom because obviously Shifter is like probably the biggest name here, but I think Triple Tactics, Talons, and Crossout Designator, this is what I'm talking about, where Konami's going for the throat on like actually structurally like fixing the TCG, like the OCG's issue, like card design issues, where they're just like limiting these cards that just create non-games and Crossout Designator and Triple Tactics Talents. They're going to 1, so they're going to be a bit sacky, but at the end of the day, they were cards that just like, you know, punish interactivity, in my opinion. People are like, oh, it's interactivity, you know, stopping your interruption for my play. And it's like, I just think when you're not able to play the game, I think Triple Tactics Talents had like Crossout and Talents have their own issues where Talents had hand rip, and that was the main issue with Talents. So that's why I had to go. We saw like Lotus go for similar reasons. We saw Shoot be an issue across, you know, every fucking Time Wizard format, excuse my language. And then also Crossout Designator has its own issues where in mirror matches it just really invalidates things. But TJ, I know you probably as someone who's played Crossout, I think at like high level tournaments, like what would you say, how does the semi limit of Talents at Crossout like sit with you? Like what does that?
So I definitely think Crossout is one of the ones that was definitely, it's had its time due. Talons has floated in and out of formats and become more relevant as, we've gotten into more of these, formats where people are just jamming 15, 20 hand traps in. The thing with Crossout going to 1 is especially relevant, though, because people are going to be disincentivized from just playing like one of cards to rip off of, Crossout or whatever. We've seen in recent YCSs, some of the Ryzeal lists are sitting there playing, one ofs or two ofs just to hit off of Crossout, in addition to the fact that it just hits in the mirror. Whereas Talon's floating in and out of formats, I think it's one of those cards that wasn't going to float out anytime soon, and just the ability to rip one from hand is usually relevant if your opponent has opened a hand trap that was not specifically imperm. Now it's definitely, I think you're going to see a lot more lists going to one called by, one cross out, one Talons, and I think that would be fine, but I definitely think the better utility on Talons, aside from just the hand rip, was how good it was going second and being able to, just take a card off your opponent's board. It forces out basically an interaction on its own, if not multiple.
It was just kind of like a card you could throw at anything. It was good in most situations outside of imperm pass kind of hands. And then Crossout, Crossout I just think ends up just, I think that's a great hit to me. I think the fact we have one Crossout, one Talents, and one called by means your hand traps are going to be resolving a lot more now. I think mirror matches are going to get a lot better too in general, which I think the Ryzeal detonator limit also is going to make the Ryzeal mirror match a lot more tolerable, but we'll talk about that. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, actually, no, it might not make it more tolerable because it's the same thing with the Ryzeal. What do you guys think of the detonator limit? Because this to me kind of came out of nowhere. It's like the TCG has this philosophy with a boss monster being one of, but as they did with the Ryzeal. But what do you guys think?
I think it's very reminiscent of the Ryzeal. They went limited first, then went banned. At 1, it's not gonna completely ruin the game, not by a long shot. Especially the fact that you can recycle it with Cross as well, so it's not gonna be ruining Ryzeal anytime soon. It makes the matchup more interesting for the sense of it makes defending what you have more on your board more vulnerable sort of thing,
I think that it has the potential to see the uptick in people actually playing plugin. We did see quite a bit of it at Houston, but prior there has been this floating idea of, do you play it, do you not, do you play Plasma Hold, do you not? And I think with Detonator going to 1, it is very important to have more ways to recycle it, because if you lose your cross off of something like an SP, or now at this point they could SP away the Detonator, if you have a way to do that without it just popping itself. I think those are very relevant things that you have to consider with Detonator at 1, because you can't just slap a second one on the board. You either have to recycle it with Cross and put it back, or if it gets banished permanently with something like an SP, I think you have something a little harder where you're going to need to play that plugin instead of just relying on your Cross,
Yeah, and I think it's a super interesting take on, because they could have went the way of just X Ryzeal to 1, but instead of ruining the creativity with the Mitsurugi build or something or the other builds, they're kind of seeing the boundaries they can push with putting Detonator to 1 on top of the semi limits, and then also these other structural things such as Talents and Crossout and Dweller being put down for the count. But I personally welcome. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
I think it's certainly important, with plugin now, because now, like I said, if your Detonator gets banished, you need a way to bring it back, and that is what plugin will serve to do. So, it's not the end-all be-all, but it definitely makes you, think about those deck building choices that maybe you might have, just thrown out the window before. And, so I think forcing the hand in having to play cards like that is super important. Any time that there requires deck building changes really makes you, have to be more conscious of your resources, especially. So
Yeah, so I'm gonna start a poll, guys. Do you guys like the ban list or not? Let me know. But while I'm doing that, also I wanted to we could talk about circular before we really get into shifter and Druid Swarm, because those are more like structural things, I guess, in bonfire. But Mathmech circular, I didn't play too much in the format with circular, but what do you guys think of circular coming back? Is this actually relevant or not?
I have been waiting for this for so long, and it's not going to be the most relevant in the world, I'll be honest. Circular was a card that at the time, I don't think it should have been banned. Mathmech, it was put to 1, and then Mathmech did like fuck all, excuse my language there. And it was just fumbling. I think it's going to see play in Maliss, especially with the hitting of Lake Dakota. I think it can definitely see a home in Maliss, but other than that, I think it might just be that niche extended now.
I think personally, I can somewhat agree with that. With the hitting of Dormouse and White Rabbit to 2, and as well as Link Decoder getting banned, it does to some extent incentivize them to play Signet Mining, especially because, you know, with Druid Swarm going to 1, they're either forced to play some of the other Bestials in higher quantities, or come this upcoming set, we are getting the Attic Nister cards and the new Malice cards, so it could be, you know, a reason to incentivize you to play mining, and then you could play like the circular if you really felt that you needed that extra bit. I'm not sure that they would necessarily do it, but it is certainly a thing that they could attempt to do.
Yeah, so like I'm not sure if we're gonna see like pure math mech builds spring out of nowhere when Malice is just like way better math mech. So like, yeah, I think it's probably just like fine at the end of the day. And what's up, Glenwad? W list, no Fiendsmith hits is goated. Jerome on some good. Yeah, so there were no Fiendsmith hits. That kind of, we'll just jump the shark on that one. So there are no Fiendsmith hits on this list, and with Dweller and Shifter Band, which are cards that are really good against Fiendsmith, is it just Fiendsmith Ryzeal the best deck again? Like
I think no. So the reason I think no is because you have to remember, the only way they have to get into Fiendsmith combo, aside from just opening the Fiendsmith cards inherently through Engine, they now only have 3 copies between Bonfire at 1 and Ice at 2, whereas before they had 6 in addition to the Fiendsmith line. So I still think that you're probably going to see a lot of Pure, because I think Pure gets a lot stronger off of that concept, because now you're basically forced to have to play 7th Ascension and 7th Tachyon.
Yeah, and especially I think until Alliance Insight comes out, it'll be another contention there. But post Alliance Insight, I think Malice is going to shoot back up to being the best deck of the format.
That's the thing. I think a lot of these like Malice hits were kind of in anticipation of the new support, but we haven't even gotten to the semi-limits yet. I mean, if we're talking about Malice support, we can get into the biggest hit of the list, I think outside of the bans, because like if in a vacuum, if we didn't know that these bans were kind of just like in the pipeline because of the OCG and everyone just clamoring for these things to be banned, you know, those would be surprising. But outside of that, I think the most surprising hit is the Shifter to 1. I didn't think the TCG had it in them. Obviously, I think it went to just 1 in OCG. Yeah, it did. So I just wasn't confident. I thought, you know, the old like wise man's tale of like Shifter being our Maxx C, as people like to say, was just a thing. But I don't know, they just, you know, Billy and Jerome took it out to the back of the barn and shot Shifter, and you know, I think that's a good thing, because Shifter was probably I think the Malice matchup is typically I think Malice is a healthy deck for the most part. I just think Shifter and Nightmare Griffin were super just toxic things. I didn't think Nightmare Griffin would go either, honestly. I thought Nightmare Griffin was I thought it was one of those like quality of life things that didn't necessarily need to go, but if we're talking about getting rid of floodgates, it definitely should. So like it's good to see that happen, but it's like that card should have like went, you know, after the first core of the tier format of like post tier format basically. But no, the Shifter hit is like huge, so like I think that's like a huge thing for the game, honestly.
Oh yeah, I'm glad Shifter's gone. I literally played a regional last weekend, and literally my round one, I got 3 turns to attempt to play, and every single turn I got to attempt to play, I got shiftered. Game 1, I got shiftered, I just had to pass, and I got OTK'd. Game 2, I got shiftered, passed, I got to Lancium, but it got back to my turn. I put a body on the board. He took the shifter out of grave with a Bestial, and then shifted me again. It's like, okay, cool. I love this card that can resolve multiple times in a game.
Yeah, so I think like we'll see. Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say, Zelda?
Oh no, you go first. It's fine.
I was gonna transition to something else, so feel free to make a comment on this.
Yeah. I was gonna talk about from like the branded perspective here.
Sure.
With Shifter at 1, I feel like Light and Darkness Dragonlord as a whole, at least until it's a format where it's really overtly impactful, might fall off a bit, because I found especially its usefulness was into Shifter matchups. It could just lock them out from playing because you can make it so easy against Shifter. Now I'm not sure how regularly it's going to be seeing play, especially since right now you do a more like interactive, like layered board state than Lad the game.
That's a really good point. Honestly, I hadn't even like thought of offhand, but yeah, I think like Shifter's biggest utility was Lad's biggest utility was into Shifter, and now with it basically being unplayable, I think Maliss will still just throw it in their decks, but effectively it being just a card that should not be in a card you have to worry about anymore. Yeah, I think I think it was already leaning that way because of cards like X Ryzeal, and with X Ryzeal remaining at 2, right? Like I think Lad's usefulness in branded might be, for a different format because of that. So that's a really good point. Why Shavara at 1 in the first place? Weird. I mean, Unchained was really good at the time. Unchained was playing through like 3 hand traps on like its average like 2 to 3 card combo hand. I think it was their 3 card combo hands, but they got to the 3 card combo hand a lot. Are you happy to? Well, I guess that can lead us to the semi limits because okay, Masterpiece, whatever. Like in Brilliant Fusion, okay, we give Gem Knights a bone. Bonfire to 1, this was very expected and like just kind of needed to be hit because this was Ryzeal's best 1 card starter outside of just drawing a next. So, Laddie Low just gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate you, Laddie Low. What's up, brother? How's it going? How's the content grind going, brother? Appreciate you, my man. Happy BANLIST Day. I appreciate the 5, my man. Getting us 5 closer to giving away 3 ultimate rare branded fusions once we hit 30 members or Twitch subs. So appreciate you, Laddie Low. And it looks like the chat says 74% of people say that the ban list was good, which I do think it was overall a good ban list. Dylan Norris, bro, rogue decks could have already compete. Now they're basically promoted to tier 3 with all these consistency grind game hits with the meta decks. Yeah, I think like overall, like the systemic thing, like the immediate implications of this list is that a lot of decks are playable. I don't think it's like a lot of decks are playable, but like, we just saw Memento win a ban list or win a YCS, and there were no hits on this deck. So, immediate reactions to the semi-limit list, though, guys.
It's a semi-limit list, all right. It's a lot of consistency. It's, what more is there to say than?
It's the biggest semi-limit list I've ever seen in the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list. I don't know if it, like Glad, yeah. I know you're in the chat. I don't know if it's ever gone bigger.
Yeah, personally, I feel like the either they're just like consistency hits to the best deck, or it's meaningless semi-limits here. Like Snake Eye on paper seems like he's throwing a bone. I know you've got Ashen Pot back at 2. With Bonfire at 1 now, it was not worth the trade. The deck got worse with the semi-limits and the baby dragons. Is Dragon Link a thing still, or?
It's just a bone for Dragon Link, I think. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the new Dragon Rulers are coming out too, effectively maybe helping that deck. I think the Snake Eyes hits were kind of just like giving bones to these random Crystal Beast variants. Like, I don't think it really does anything. I think the most interesting hits are obviously the meta hits, like Ryzeal Sword, Ice, and X to 2, and then 3 of the Maliss 1 card, or all 3 of the Maliss 1 card starters. Like to me, that is kind of crazy to me. Like, I'm not sure, because usually we'd see the semi-limit like, I've heard people say the semi-limit list shouldn't exist. And it seems like Konami disagrees with that, and they're going to start using it a bit more liberally to maybe like do these like systemic things, like, or like do these interesting things by putting detonator to 1 plus these bans, and then like, you know, not like hedging around the edges with
I think
consistency.
the semi-limit section is like the testing zone at this point, because since we've taken, you know, malicious off, it's just kind of either this zone where they throw cards like Lightning Storm to just kind of like be slightly less, you know, potentially problematic than they are, but it's also this testing zone, right, where they take cards that are at 1 and they put them at 2 to see how it does, or they, you know, don't want to totally hit a deck yet, so they take a card and instead of putting it straight to 1, they put it to 2, then to 1. I think with this list, what they did, you know, they did a lot along those lines. I think bringing back Black Dragon and White Dragon to 2 instead of 1 just kind of gives them a little bit more longevity within, you know, decks that want to play them, namely in Dragon Link. I think that's especially important because they put Druis Worm to 1, so they kind of wanted to give them a little something to replace that. Hitting all of the good Ryzeal names, I think, was in a way the right move, because, you know, with Bonfire 1 already, choosing either X or Ice was still just kind of like this thing where you had to really think about it. It's like, okay, if you hit X, do you still have Ice, which, you know, gives you a little bit more. It's 1 more starter for, you know, the Fiendsmith build if you were to do it that way, because it's 1 Bonfire, 3 Ice, whereas now it's like, okay, 1 Bonfire, 2 X, 2 Ice. It's like you're more telegraphed to have to play it in like the pure variant because you have, you know, more power starters, and then just throwing Sword on there was, I think, although unnecessary, it was still just a nice little refreshing thing to do. And then since we're talking about Bonfire going, I arguably think Bonfire going and then Ash and Poplar going to 2 is arguably worse for Snake Eye, because now instead of having this card in Bonfire being at 3, that was both your starter or your extender, you know, depending on what you opened in a deck that was already, you know, basically killed off with OSS getting banned. It's now, okay, sure, you have 2 Poplar, but you want to add it anyway, and it's not like it is still a starter without OSS as much as it was. So I think that just is worse for Snake Eyes, and I think people who are like clamoring, thinking that, you know, oh, Snake Eyes, it's coming back, you know, it's going to be bad, it's going to be a bad thing, you know, it's going to be really good. I think they are coping way too hard on that idea, because I think the deck got worse than it was before. The Maliss hits, I think, I don't like where they went with the Maliss hits here, right? Because you've seen some variants running around where it's like, okay, they're not even running 3 White Rabbit anymore, right? Like, some of the variants are only running like 1 or 2 because they're going onto like a more hand trap heavy version. So they're just sitting there with, you know, their Fiendsmith cards, with their Bystials, with, you know, all of that stuff, and just going really dedicated into this 20 plus hand trap build like Triff was playing. And, you know, we've seen a couple other players adopt lists like that, where they're just, you know, trying to take out more of like the dead cards, and they're taking out like the the TB11, so that like the White Rabbit isn't even really a starter. You know, we've seen some of those builds floating around, so I feel like with that already in mind, and the fact that we have the new added Nister support coming, and we have the new you know, Maliss card coming, I think those hits were not the consequential hits on this list. I think the consequential hits on this list was specifically the Decoder and the Griffin. I don't think had those not got hit, these hits would not matter.
Yeah, I think not limiting one of these cards, like the fact they're semi-limit, it doesn't affect their grind game at all. And also, we already have the Adignister support coming out, and then we have Signet Mining, which a lot of builds don't even run, which is just there waiting to be ran. So I don't think it really, I think it makes the deck lose to Droll a bit more. Like, I guess it doesn't really, to me, those are kind of fake hits. Like, maybe if Dormouse went to 1, we would be talking. But like, also, I do think Decoder and Griffin being banned are pretty significant in terms of what they were doing.
those are certainly the consequential hits for Maliss on this list, because otherwise, like, those other hits would be kind of like yes, it would be consistency hits, but they would be almost like do nothing consistency hits, like we saw with Snake Eyes, where it's like, yeah, they put the cards down, but did it really do anything? I think that changes specifically only because of what they put in the bans. And then as far as like the last couple cards on the semi-limited section, you have Sharvara coming back to 2, which is fine. You know, they basically made Yubel really bad by putting Phantom to 1. And then you also have, I personally did not think Unchained was a very unfair deck. I didn't think it was even a good deck. I tried playing that deck, and I just could not get past how, you know, bad some of those hands would get and how, like, meaningless some of those forms of interaction could be against certain decks. So I don't care about giving buffs to either one of those decks, really.
Yeah, that was... let me just read a couple chats, then we can discuss some more. Laddie Lowe saying that Brandon's going to be a lot better post-ban list. Yes, I already had Darwin talking. I was talking to Darwin. Darwin's like, Brandon got a lot better post-ban list, and I completely agree with that. With Shifter and Dweller just being taken out back, I think that really helps Brandon really go into the meta. You can start breaking boards with Engine again. It's gonna be a fun time. I mean, maybe not with the Fiendsmith stuff, but and then Glenwad, Odeon, and Primate be brought up while Ryzeal and Maliss brought down a wee bit. Yeah, I think Odeon, oh my god. Odeon Fiendsmith best deck, guys. Let's see. Malice, Bestial, Fiendsmith, or Striker is the only playable version now. I'm not sure about that.
No.
What did you say, Zelda?
No, I don't think that's right. I think Malice got potential for now. Like, there's no way Malice just goes back to what it was. I think there's definitely more potential it has now than it once did with Psycho.
Yeah, like we were just kind of saying, the consistency hits there don't really affect it, and plus a post alliance insight's really going to be fine. Rob Zhang, thanks for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it. Glenn Wad, there have been some doozies, but this screams we want to hit consistency, but we actually can't hit these 2 top decks. Totally out of the meta before Nats. Semi is for cards like Mally, that's it. Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're trying to do something different with the semi list, but I kind of agree where it's like, I don't even think like Dragon Tail and K9 and Yummy are confirmed to come out before our Nats. So like, there's a chance we're just still in pure Ryzeal Malice meta, and they want to open it up for that reason. Either way. And then Glenwad says, D-Link, Blue Eyes, Whitewoods, Odeon all got better. Yes, it's likely Malice's best deck post Allen, but the consistency does matter at top events. Do we really think these Ryzeal semis did anything to the deck? I mean, I guess it's on top of Bonfire, but like can we, like, is Ryzeal not going to be the best deck now? Like what do we think are, like, just like offhand, like the top 5 best decks, like in no particular order?
Malice, Ryzeal, Blue Eyes are still going to be top 3. Memento showing itself to be a top deck as of this YCS. And I'm not sure if
It's going to be a super wide open meta. I think that's going to be like defining it. I don't think it's going to be like a super, like, I think all the decks are going to be closer together in power and everything. So you'll be able to see a lot more other things. And plus we still have Alan. We have a lot of things to be announced for that, including like TCG exclusive stuff. Mouse found dead in the dumpster. Thanks, Konami, says Gabe Headley. I don't think so. I think you guys are going to be fine. I think we'll see, but list is decent, but it will be Fiendsmith.dex. Yeah, so is this going to be a bad thing with Fiendsmith everywhere? Just like stinking up the room. Like, they didn't hit Kashira cards. You know, it seems like Konami TCG really likes these generic engines that decks can just splash in their deck. Is this going to be an issue? I mean, we'll see. I know we kind of talked about this before with Ryzeal Fiendsmith, but the fact there's going to be other Fiendsmith decks around, you know, it's going to be one of those things to really keep in mind when we already see Odeon Fiendsmith taking down like a huge Philly regional and things like that. You guys not acknowledging the fact that Malice has no counter to Lancey is crazy. What do you mean? Oh yeah, Crossout just got...
I mean, the
that was actually
so-
a hit to fucking Maliss too.
So here's the thing, though, with the new support between like the Adagnister cards and those specifically, I suppose, especially with the new Link monster, like I'm pretty sure there are still lines where you could like Splash Mage transcode your way up into that and just kind of, you know, put that on the board and at least still have something. So I think it's fine that they don't really have counterplay to Lancia per se.
Yeah, I'm kind of regretting not picking up a Fiendsmith engine now, but to be fair, the stuff just got reprinted. But yeah, no, I agree. I think the Alliance Insight stuff helps it play through Lancia. But the fact is, you guys are gonna have a lot. Like Lancia is gonna be, it's gonna be an interesting dynamic. It got better and worse post Allen with this ban list. Shark is dead, says Emmanuel. I don't think so. Tachyon's fine. Well, I guess Shark Ryzeal is dead.
Shark's 100% dead.
Oh really?
No.
Oh yeah,
Shark
because
is dead.
Bahamut.
Shark is terrible. No Toad makes that deck horrendous. Like they can still put up like some forms of interaction, but taking away like their biggest like pushing point in the fact of, you know, having Bahamut into Toad to insulate their early plays, it just makes Sharks horrendous. Like sure, you can still play it, but like what are you ending on? Because normally you were putting out like water things, right? You were putting out Dweller, you were putting Bahamut Toad. Like what are you doing now that those cards are gone?
There any? Oh yeah, and then the limits. There is actually nothing notable. Yeah, I mean I think someone asked me, would you still play Talents in Branded? For sure. I mean we only ran a 1 of Talents before. I think for the most part. I mean we saw Darwin run 3, but I think like Talents going to 1 was just like something that really had to happen, in my opinion. That card was always just like a very non-game factor a lot of the time with decks. Which is not what you want. Also, how the BANLIST affects Witchcrafters. Cyberjar, not at all. Not at all. So, does this just all say not at all? Okay. So, oh, after this list, Witchcrafters is still shit. Thanks for reading. Thank you. So, yeah, no. I mean, overall, I do like this list. I just think it doesn't change a lot of the real... I mean... It makes it so things are more wide open. Other decks can compete. Rogue decks are getting a lot better because of like things like, you know, Crossout, Dweller. I mean, not specifically Crossout, but I guess Crossout does help. And then things like that just like going to the wayside and Shifter. But I still think like Maliss and Ryzeal, especially post Allen. I think this imaginary format that we're in for the next month until Allen gets released, I think Maliss and Ryzeal will be the weakest they've ever been in the TCG. But until then, but post Allen, I think that they will likely be the best decks again. And I don't think it will be by any sort of overwhelming margin, though. Especially with potentially Justice Hunter stuff coming out. But I mean, we'll see if, like, you know, we needed to get the extra Ryzeal hit or not. I think the TCG is trying to see if they can let Ryzeal and Maliss cohabitate with other decks and then future decks, or if they actually have to hit the deck more like the OCG did, to where it's these decks are... I mean, Maliss is still fine in the OCG, but that's for other reasons. Tracked is $150 for a playset.
Yeah, Tract was on the rise because it wasn't shown to be reprinted in Bonanza. So, yeah, I mean, Tract going up because Engraver did get reprinted in that is, you know, reasonable.
Remember to look at the presentation before. Yeah, I got you. Oh, sorry. What did you say, TJ?
Yeah, Tract is currently $63 to $65 on TCG right now, and there are only less than 10 in that range before it goes up to 70, and then 75, and then 80.
It's so crazy. Orcus is on the way, right?
Is also like $35 with very few listings.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I don't have to touch much as a branded player for this ban list. I think like whatever on a lot of things. Also, Druiswarm, I guess we didn't really talk about that. Does Druiswarm to 1 actually, like, I guess that is a hit to Maliss. Maliss actually took like 8 hits this list. It's kind of crazy. But does Druiswarm to 1 actually change anything?
It does in the sense. It does in the sense that it was literally the best one. It was not only a way to extend like combos in certain decks, but it was also a board breaker in the fact that as soon as you linked it off, it allowed you to chain block certain things, and 2 was able to just clear a threat off the board. So in the sense of like extension, it doesn't matter, but in the sense of having that board breaker aspect, that's where it really matters. Because, you know, we have other Bestials, we have Baldray, you know, we have Saronir, but are they as good? No, because they don't have that additional board breaker effect.
Apparently Lacrima is also going up a lot. Yeah, Lacrima is like $40.
Yeah, 35 plus, yep.
How does Brandon deal with Light and Darkness Chaos Angel? You crash Mirror Jade, and then 1 detonator. I think the 1 detonator really does make it so that the Ryzeal end boards are a lot weaker now without Dweller. Like, because you just like Metal Tronus their board and they're done. Like for the like they are done. I don't know.
Yeah, cards like Metal Tronus and Slayer definitely get better with Dweller gone.
Oh, that's a good point too. With that's why people weren't running Slayer. I'm so happy to see Talons and Crossout go. Those were 2 of my like hits. I didn't think they and Shifter too. Like honestly, this list is, you know, despite the weird consistency hits, like the best way I can describe them, I think like the systemic things they did are really good for the game. And I'm looking forward to playing. Like I think Crystron gets amazing now. Crystron, look out for Crystron. Crystron's trying to win a YCS. We're on Nats here. Next season.
Yeah, Crystron definitely gets better as a deck. I like that because one of the things holding it back certainly was Dweller. And while, you know, the same could have been said about, you know, Mermail, Atlantean, Dweller holding it back, it was still one of those things that at least that deck had certain ways to go through it. But Crystron, you know, even though it did have ways to go through Dweller, it couldn't deal with Dweller plus something else. And so seeing, you know, Dweller go, it's a lot easier to play into that, especially playing something like Metal Tronus, which before, you know, you could attempt to hit a Dweller, but it wasn't really going to do anything in attempting to do such because they would just chain to pop it. I think another important thing to note with Metal Tronus and what makes it stronger is with the Fiendsmith Ryzeal variants falling more to the wayside, if not even potentially just falling off the map entirely now, is that deck would make Caesar, which would make Metal Tronus, you know, not viable unless you were specifically targeting the Caesar. So I think that's another thing that just kind of is a push for a card like Metal Tronus.
See, that's interesting that they felt like because the implication is that like Ryzeal Fiendsmith, which was the biggest Fiendsmith issue, is not playable anymore because of the hits that like they just felt like they didn't need to hit the Fiendsmith card. So that's kind of interesting. How open is this
format? I wouldn't
format?
say it's necessarily playable. I think it's less good though.
I think pure is obviously
like
the
you
best
have to
now.
play more copies of track.
Yeah. How open is this format now? I think it's quite open, but I think this next month is quite open. Once Alliance hits, I think it's Maliss, Ryzeal, tier 1, and then everything else is like tier 2 for the most part. But we'll see how that goes. I mean, I just think Maliss is going to be really dominating post Alliance. I think Star Ryzeal with X to 2, you know, we're gonna, I mean, the 1 detonator might actually change things up. We have to see that, like, that's something we can't just like say what's going to really happen in terms of the dynamic with Ryzeal or not offhand. Dominus Impulse wasn't touched by the ban. Sorry, what, TJ?
It definitely matters, like I was talking about earlier, as far as plugin, and especially with things like Star being able to just set it and then still being able to resolve Duo Drive. I think that is especially important to consider.
For me?
when I get QCR Metamorphosis, can you sign it for me? Says iFunnyGiant. Of course. I'd always I'm always down to sign cards. Just always come up to me or just let me know before an event. I'll make sure to come meet up with you. It's always an honor because to do that. So yeah, I would love to do that. QCR Metamorphosis, I need to get for my deck though, iFunny. It looks so good as a QCR. So thank you for the 10. That's extraordinarily kind of you for the $10. Thank you, brother. Fun discussion, I guess. We could talk about Masterpiece and Brilliant Fusion. I think that Brilliant Fusion to 1 doesn't do anything outside of really helping the Gem Knight support and Alliance Insight. Like, I don't like. I heard from somebody if Brilliant Fusion went to 3, it would change nothing. I'm not sure if anyone agrees with that, but also, holy iFunnyGiant with the 10 gifted subs. Or the 10 gifted YouTube memberships. My man is pushing us over to give away 3 ultimate rare Fallen of Albaz's, brother. Appreciate that. That's very kind of you. 10 gifted on top of the 10. My man is like, my man's popping off here on top of, yeah, iFunny, what did you think of the ban list overall? Was it disappointing at all to you? Was there anything that they missed, or are you pretty happy and looking forward to testing with the format? But yeah, thank you for the 10. I do want to keep up the conversation, but very kind of you. Yeah, like Brilliant Fusion, like TJ, I'm not sure, or I'm not sure, Zelda, if you were like playing Yu-Gi-Oh during this format when like Brilliant Fusion was at 3. It was a while ago, but like. Does this card change anything for any other deck besides Gem Knights, even if it went to 3?
So I think at 3 it risks potential issues in decks that inherently play light monsters that have, effects in the graveyard. The additional normal summon in some decks can be especially relevant. I think at 1 it is probably fine because now you are having to play at least 1 Garnet in the very literal sense, that to go with your 1 Brilliant Fusion, which isn't exactly great. And if you want to consistently be using Brilliant Fusion, you have to do something like run the Predaplants, which are also just hand trap magnets as well, in a very, hand trap forward format as we keep going through those time and time again. But at 3, you would definitely see potential, like, more of an issue, because that's one of those cards that it becomes an extender and having an extra normal summon, and it makes light decks by design, as long as they have something that activates in the graveyard, just have that little bit of extra oomph, whether it's, something that triggers in the graveyard to summon itself, whether it be something that just activates in the graveyard to get a search or something. It's just a future proofing of card design that is very difficult to make a call on.
Also, I do just want to quickly, Jess Hall with the 20 gifted. Is that 20 gifted Twitch subs? Holy crap. Or no, it's okay, so it's 10 gifted Twitch subs, and you gifted 10 before, so I do appreciate that, Jess Hall. That's crazy. Thank you for the 10 more. I appreciate you, Jess. It's wonderful to have you back, and that's very kind of you. Oh my gosh, you guys are too generous. That's all I'm gonna say. I believe we have our illustrious guest now, SmamsYGO on YouTube, the Marincess, and Mermal King. How are you doing? I don't know if Sam's here now, but we'll see when he's. Do I have Sam muted? No, okay, yeah, okay. So he's still loading up.
Well, I think I've said my bit, so I think I'm gonna hop off.
Thank you, TJ. I appreciate it. Anything to plug?
Expect to see me playing Tearlament again.
I think I'm gonna do the same. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Peace out, Zelda. Have a good one, brother. Check out Zelda Duelist on YouTube, guys. If you want to link your YouTube, feel free to, Zelda, in the chat.
Nah, it's fine. I need to do something with it soon for the new format because it's looking like it's going to be fun.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. So, iFunnyGiant got a new membership as well. iFunny celebrates one more membership. I don't mind the ban list hits. I don't feel like it. Let me see. I've got to see on that. Sam, I can't hear you if you're here, by the way. Okay, this is going crazy here. Jess Hall just gifted another 5. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, Jess Hall just gifted 15 altogether, and then iFunny just gifted 11 over on YouTube. So shout out to everybody who just got a membership. If you got a membership, please join the Discord. You get a hold of the classroom and all that fun stuff. But I do want to keep up the conversation. Oh no, Sam left, so he's not here anymore. Thank you very much for the Twitch subs and YouTube memberships. iFunnyGiant. I don't mind the ban list hits. I don't feel like it's as modern going after Snake Eyes. Sad Graceful Charity is unbanned. Oh my gosh. If Graceful Charity was unbanned, I feel like Dark World would actually just have the biggest field day of its life. Graceful might be one of those cards I could see maybe like coming back eventually. It's just like the discard factor, like really triggering those Dark World cards. Also, it's just a great card. I don't like the crossout hit either. I mean, why don't you like the crossout hit? I mean, I personally feel like it was something that was kind of like making mirror matches a bit. It was like a really ignorant card in the mirror match. But yeah, no, thank you, Jess Hall, for the 15 gifted. Jess, what do you think of the ban list? I do want to hear from you as someone who just came back. Like, what is your first reaction on that? Because I didn't see the chat was going by so fast. I couldn't quite see. Yeah, join the Discord. Andy, the Discord link, you could just find it underneath all my links on Twitch, or you could go to the YouTube. Cheers to you guys. I have to go work. Have work early tomorrow. Bye, Jess. I appreciate you. Thanks for being for being the best. Jess Hall, very interesting to me. Pretty good. Hell yeah. Branded is really good too. So if I know you still have Branded locked and loaded, so it's gonna be a great option, honestly, for this ban or post ban list. I'm very much looking forward to cooking Branded, which we can do at the end of this. I do want to just kind of finish up some things. We have kind of touched on most of the cards though. Which is a good thing. We had Galzo on, which was really fun. And then also I think Gabe, I think you were asking me something before, Gabe, if you're still here. I didn't see your message. iFunny, Mateo Fire King is actually really good. Yeah, Fire King got a lot better without Shifter and Dweller in the format for sure. I think Mitsu Ryzeal variant is the strongest now. I really like this ban list. I'm a Ryzeal player because I lose only a X and the rest is nice. If you use Melotronos on Detonator, I'm like, okay, anyway. And then also you can run the Omni Negate, right? Like it's the only Ryzeal variant with an Omni Negate. And as someone who loves the Mitsu variant, I'm very happy that they put X to 2, honestly, because it means that my like Ryzeal core isn't useless now. Adam King, great. So Konami just decided to completely ruin Maliss. That's so great. Adam King, I guarantee you, Maliss is just fine. I think Shifter like being gone, like it's just gonna have to make you like play Maliss in like a more way that doesn't rely on Shifter, and like you already have to most of the time, right? Joey Core Smith's fan, pick up Engravers and Mew Stampede for cheap. You're golden with Rack and 2 track. Sell 1 tracked if you have 2, says Joey Core. Fair enough. Yeah, limit Engraver ban Moulin Glacier on the ban list is perfect. Yeah, I saw a lot of people want Moulin Glacier and stuff like that. I'm personally thinking Hand Rip for sure was a toxic thing that could be banned in the future. I'm just gonna call Sam here and see if this works. Sam.
What's up?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sorry, no, my computer, I lost internet there.
Oh, no.
Was I here the whole time?
No, I mean, it like disconnected you a few minutes ago, and I just figured you were fixing your thing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but
welcome to the stream. I appreciate you coming on. I really did want to hear your ban list take, and now we have the illustrious Glenwad here as well. Shout out to all my goats joining in the testing room. How's it going, Glenn?
Living the dream, man. How about you?
Oh, I'm great. I want to hear you guys' ban list reactions. Sam, since you joined first, let me know what's your hot take as someone who plays. Can we do the 21 gun salute for the Bahamut Shark, Sam? I feel like you might be someone who I don't know. I don't want to jump the shark, so you tell me what your opinions are on the ban list.
Let me just get it pulled up on my end. Okay, so yeah, Bahamut Shark's tough. I'm not long to this long in all reality. I'm glad that I got to play with it for as long as I did. Rip Toad. Yeah, I guess I just gotta be I gotta be more careful about resource management. Abyss Dweller, bruh, thank goodness. I hate that guy.
Swarm went to 1, right? Like Swarm went to 1, like
Yes.
Shifter went to 1, like it's a give and take. Like Talents went to 1. Like there's a lot of hits on here, I feel like. Even if you took a hit on your list, like I think Mermal's gonna be fine. I think Marincess will be fine. You know, frankly, even with the Toad hit, because like, you know, Shifter's out 1, so like you know, Dweller's banned now, so like I don't know. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts on like these really just like systemic things going on with the ban list here.
Dweller ban is good for the game. It should have happened like 6 years ago. Druid's Worm to 1 is awesome. You know, anything to get that annoying card out of here. It's still gonna see play as a 1-of though. It's just so stupid good.
You can finally play PK again.
That's not true. Sarnir and Baldrake are at 3, so there's what 11 Bystials if you include Lubellion. There's no way. That's over a quarter of your deck.
Actually, I'll be around for a bit. I forgot to throw my work clothes in the wash. Let's go. Lee Warrior, what's up? What do you think about Branded performing in the new format? We'll talk about Branded at the end of this. Just gonna get Sam and Glenn's opinions on the list, because I feel like there's so many things on this list that are gonna change things.
Talent to 1 is hilarious.
Do you agree with that? Like, were you ever a talent
It should have
hater?
happened 3 years ago.
Okay. That was another card you were waiting to check off on your list. It was like right under Link Kuriboh.
Like, the list just keeps getting cards checked off, man. Like I called Bahamut Shark, I called Griffin, I called Link Decoder.
Oh, you were a Bahamut Shark over Toad kind of guy?
Ever since I started playing, like, yeah, I think since I started playing Marincess, I'm like, damn, dude, Bahamut Shark is the problem. Toad's fine.
Yeah, at
I
least
was
you're
literally
paleo,
talking at locals last week about how Snake Eyes, Ash, and Poplar aren't doing anything and that they're likely to come off the limited spot. I didn't think it was going to be this soon, but I'll take that as another called shot.
You are the only one who predicted that. Congratulations.
Such and Jack coming back is really cool. I hope we get some Dark World reps playing the deck.
Graceful Charity next ban list. You heard it here first.
Dude. I'd cry. I'd play it in anything except super heavy.
Glenn, I'm
Monkey
not
board.
sure if you're here right now still, but what is your opinion on the ban list as a Labyrinth player? I don't know why I said as a Labyrinth player, but
gross. No, it's overall good. I approve. They hit Ryzeal and Maliss just enough to let other decks breathe.
Yeah.
And then they gave some fun things back as well, right? Like 2 clap, that's kind of cool. Unchained getting to play some more, that's kind of neat. They're just letting people play. It's probably still gonna be like Maliss and Ryzeal top 2, but like Fiendsmith untouched, Odeon's really good.
Yeah, dude, the Smith family just being able to live in the neighborhood for free is insane.
Yeah, dude.
They just moved
They're,
in.
they're right next door to the
Detonator
fucking
going to
to
one
the
helps.
pistols.
I'm glad that
Yeah.
Shifter is a
This
step
should have been
closer
hit
to
a little
hell.
bit harder.
Being
I think
Griffin
each went
locked
to
into
1.
Bist. This
They're,
list was
they're on
needed.
6th Street.
It's ridiculous.
Morphing Jar to 2, play it in Mimical? No way.
Thank you for the 5, laddie. With Ryzeal, I'll have you finish right after this, Glad. With Ryzeal Detonator going to 1 helps. I'm glad that Shifter is a step closer to help, and Griffin locked into Abyss. This list was needed. Completely agree on that, but we'll get into that. I'm curious to what Glenn. I mean, like, I think it's like really important what you said, where it just like opens up the list, and also once again, thank you for the 5. It opens up the format, because before it really felt like you were kneecapping yourself if you weren't running Ryzeal or Maliss to some level. Like, we saw the Maliss player the Labyrinth player go undefeated day 1 with Labyrinth at this YCS, which was a very impressive feat. However, that is not something I feel like that can be consistently replicated. I'm not saying like make Labyrinth a tier 1 deck. I'm saying things should be a little bit more wide open than it was, and I think this ban list kind of does that. I think the consistency hits are weird, but like, you let me know what you can think of, what you make of that as someone who's been playing the game or I guess like really just competitively, or at least like being, keeping track with it forever. Like, do these semi limits, like, what do they say to you? You said like maybe it's a testing ground for what they're doing, or how do you feel about it?
I've always been a firm believer of semi-limit is for shit that can't be at 3 and is useless at 1. So I think it's, it's like that sweet spot for for Mally, right? The rest of the time, like right now, it's definitely like we just don't know what to do, or we can't hit these decks hard enough, and don't want to shake things up too much before Nats, at least. That's honestly what this just says. They just kind of shrugged. They said, "Here, take some Snake Eyes. Sure, take some things back. You probably still won't be good enough." And it's very likely just Ryzeal Maliss still. Like, the breathing room's there. Like, it won't be. It might not be 16 Ryzeal decks top 32, but like, if we see something cool like 9 Ryzeal, 9 Maliss at Rhode Island, and then sprinkling some other shit like some Odeon. Fire King got a lot better as well. That deck's kind of nuts.
Yeah, people were saying that. I do think it was already good too, right? Like things like Crystron, there's going to be a lot of decks that become playable. I could see it being a pseudo, Kashira format. That's 2023 format where like Kashira was obviously the best deck, but like every other deck could basically compete with it and had a shot of winning at least. So where like Ryzeal and Maliss would take that spot. So I think that's kind of what we're going into. I do think those decks get a bit weaker before Alliance Insight though. Like we saw Ryzeal actually fall off when X went to 1 with similar hits. I mean, X to 2 is different, obviously, but the other cards also got semi-limited, so I think that basically makes up for that consistency. So I could see actually Ryzeal falling off a little bit harder, at least until Alliance Insight, but I personally predict post-Alliance Insight, Maliss will be the best deck, and because Detonator to 1 is also something I feel like is being not underscored enough. Maybe other people are on Twitter, I'm not sure, but I feel like that's just like a hit we didn't see coming, and then also a hit that might have really big implications for just like making Ryzeal a bit more thin. But I could be wrong. Like, it's not like Ryzeal. It's like Ryzeal can still go full combo, but I don't know. How do you guys feel about the detonator kind of situation? Or I guess you think like these were sufficient enough hits to, I mean, I guess like we kind of just covered that, but if you guys have any other thoughts on that.
If anything, detonator limit just makes the twins of the Eclipse twins play more committal. Because if you have a card that can deal with the detonator, like off beat basically, like you can deal with it in a way that like I don't know, it gets around Eclipse twins or some way. You're not going to really be able to get that detonator back without recycling it with cross. I don't know. You do have multiple copies of Eclipse Twins though with X Ryzeal that you can just send, but X Ryzeal is that at 3 or
X is now at 2. They're all at 2 now.
Okay.
X Sword
yeah,
and
okay.
Ice are at 2.
X Sword and Ice.
Yeah, okay. All right. I mean, I was kind of questioning why they limited Ryzeal detonator. Like, they still have one copy. I guess they only have one.
They lose to Unicorn harder now, I guess. Also, I think they lose harder to just like with Dweller gone, like Ulti Slayer plus. I mean, mainly Metaltronus. Metaltronus is insane against that deck now.
I mean, if you saw the finals,
it's always been.
Dude, it was amazing. Oh my goodness.
Gilgamesh is a mouse player. I like this list a lot. Griffin was always a dumb card for Link spam decks. Was Griffin on your list of cards to go, Sam? Because that card was kind of like Ibly to me, where like Link decks just got to make that card for free, and not even Link decks, just like Light Sword and like Tier Limit.
Yeah. No, I had Griffin on my bingo card.
Same.
Ever since it like started setting like dimensional barrier being sent off of Beatrice, or like it's just so stupid, dude. Like I think I literally said like all Nightmare Griffin needs is a Link deck that can use spells or trap cards well. Maliss does that. Crazy that it was a Dark Cyber deck that revolves around banishing. Of course, it's going to be insane. But yeah, like Nightmare Griffin, dude, what a crazy card.
I'm glad it's gone. It's gonna make. I feel like Maliss will actually be a fun deck to play against now with Shifter to 1 and Griffin gone. To be honest, like even post Alliance Insight, like it's not like they have Apo. What?
Link Decoder as well. Like that card is so dumb.
It made them play through infinite hand traps. It felt like Impermanent Veiler did nothing to them with Decoder in the game.
Exactly, yeah. It's just like, well, now I just get to throw this in the graveyard, get a Bestial going. But yeah, I think the Link Decoder ban makes it so your hand traps actually can be meaningful against Maliss, and the Nightmare Griffin ban makes it so a Boaku is actually an interesting Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah, so it's not just being used for absolute evil.
Yeah, because like Griffin is a floodgate, but like when it saw competitive play, a lot of the time it was using its setting back row effect to get another floodgate. Like, it's never been a fun card.
Chizzy YuGiOh, what's up, brother? In the chat, I think there's an argument for playing Palm Ryzeal now, since Palm can recycle the presumably detonator, which is interesting. It's kind of interesting. Definitely something to consider.
I dig it.
I don't think Ryzeal's done though. Slayers, but when Ryzeal's done now, 0 recovery. I mean, you have a bunch of other rank 4s. Like Baguska's still legal, right? With cross, and then like you can still do the Baguska cross detonator thing, or just even with duo drive, like plus hand traps. I don't
think
know.
it's time. I think it's time, Chris.
Next on the list.
You know where I'm going with this, dude. Trying to put those super
Baguska
heavy
is
cards
like
in my
a
deck,
waiting
man.
issue, right?
Dude, Wakauchi's a free rank 4.
Oh no! Someone mentioned Scarecrow coming back.
No way. Not a chance.
You still think that's too much without Apo Baron?
Yeah, I really do, bro. Like, you could just do other stuff. It's okay.
You could just make a free rank 4, as Sam dutifully points
Yeah.
out whenever he can.
Put a Colossus on the end board. Who cares?
Who cares?
Chris, Sam, do you guys think anything was missed that should have came off?
The Smith. Oh, this should have came off.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that wasn't like unbanned.
Yeah, like something that was forbidden that you think could have or should have. I think Bulb had a real opportunity here. Like, buy his pants.
Out of here! There's no way.
Dude, yeah.
Dude, nah.
Absolutely.
Give Jessica Robinson a bone.
Like,
plant players can be trusted, alright?
they did bring back Block Dragon on Master Duel, but
That's for next ban list, guys.
no, it's not.
Dana is going to just. I'm never gonna want to duel Dana again if Block Dragon comes out.
Bro, it's gonna be.
YuGiOh Commander became a member. Thank you, YuGiOh Commander. I appreciate it, brother. How you doing? How's the trip back from Houston going? Did you get some good domain games in and everything? What do you think about the ban list commander? JaketheMtnMan ripped my wallet just for buying those CRs. Is that a big rip though? Because you bought the CRs for the Maliss cards. Now you just like trade one of each CR and then just like get the undergrounds you didn't have, right? Yeah, I mean, also like I guess that also begs the question: things that were missed. I genuinely think this ban list was very good. I thought they were gonna miss Crossout and Talents and Shifter, and they didn't. So just like everything, they didn't need to do anything else in my eyes. Like they could have, or they didn't need to. I would be happy with the list if those things were there, but I think like things like the Fiendsmith engine obviously not being hit is going to be, I think, frankly a ticking time bomb, but we'll see how that goes, because I think like we just see like the Fiendsmith Odeon deck is crazy. Obviously it can't go second, but like the Fiendsmith cards inherently let you go second. So it is one of those things where we'll see what happens there. YuGiOh Commander, I'm still here. I was very surprised that the list was so long. Yeah, this is like, I asked Glenn before, but I'm pretty sure this is like the longest ban list we've ever gotten. At least, like, I think maybe the post-hat format list maybe was longer.
The Dracosac,
the first implementation of the list as well.
I'm sorry.
And then maybe 2015, post 2015 Nats list, or maybe 2016 rather. I don't know. That I heard that one was big, but I didn't play that format. Why semi-limit all the Ryzeals? Because they put Detonator to 1, so I think they're you know, they don't want to kill the variants, so like Mitsu can still stay around, but they want to make it so like, because Fiendsmith ends up being like a lot better or worse now with Ice to 2 and then Bonfire to 1. So like Fiendsmith Ryzeal is arguably already like a lot worse now. So it kind of like hit the variants it needed to hit. It also Pure just got hit with the totally ban, and then Bonfire to 1 and Detonator to 1, because Detonator to 1 also just like hits, like it makes their end board in their grind game so much worse. I mean, I don't think it makes their end board so much worse. I just think it makes their grind game so much worse, which is a solid thing. Also, YuGiOh Commander with the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. All right, we're going to be giving away Fallen of Albaz, or 3 Ultimate Rare Fallen of Albazes. I appreciate it, dude. That's very, very nice of you. 5 gifted, guys. Wow, y'all are insane tonight in the chat with the gifteds. Appreciate everyone coming through to the chat. It's always... What's up?
I just said I just was gonna apologize. Dana just called me. She was like, "Are you okay? Like, you know, you're not like."
She had to
Yeah,
do a wellness
I'm
check on
fine.
you.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need. No, I don't need. I don't need anything like that. I swear I'm okay.
Like you need a friend.
I need Biru on the limited list too. Why not? Not saying it's gonna happen, and I'm not saying like it should, but I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Keep up the good work, my man. Thank you. I appreciate you, Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander. You're very kind. I can't wait to throw down some Commander with you, brother, or some domain format. Everyone, check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander, by the way. Best pushing the best alternative format in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's something I've been wanting to really get into, and then also it's something that I recommend to people in general because like modern's modern, but it's always fun to find other fun ways to have fun with Yu-Gi-Oh! Outside of modern, whether it's like Time Wizard or alternative formats. So I appreciate the work that Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander is doing in that space. Sped up songs, guys. What's the best way to play Ryzeal right now? I think pure Ryzeal will probably be the best variant right now, post BANLIST, but also I think like someone made a good point where Mitsurugi Ryzeal is looking very good because of X to 2 is still, and then you could you get to run the tachyons and stuff like that, so it's arguably just fine. And then we also have new Mitsurugi support whatever that takes the form of. Battle Ram 316 non-banlist question: if I don't have Charmies, which I put in for branded, Droll and Lockbird or more board breakers? I mean, now that Dweller's banned, though, I guess this could be a branded question. Like, we don't need Xyz Encore on our deck anymore. Like, you could run it for the detonator, but I think like Droplet or even, certain things would be just fine. Although his Xyz Encore might still be an option. I don't think it's required anymore because you always just had to make sure Dweller did not resolve. Like, I'm sure, Sam, you had the similar experience with like going second on Mermail and like Marincest this last format. It was kind of like see Droplet or see Xyz Encore versus these Dweller decks or die going second.
I was on Metaltronus.
Yeah, exactly. Or Metaltronus too.
Yep.
I unfortunately can't run Metaltronus and branded without like looking silly. I mean, I can summon Sanctifier. Or not even for Dweller, it's for Detonator.
Yeah, that is a light 3K. That's funny.
It all comes back to Sanctifier. It all comes back to Sanctifier. I'm still here, surprised the list was so long. Fiendsmith is and will remain the biggest threat. I mean, we see Blue Eyes Fiendsmith, Odeon Fiendsmith. I think Fiendsmith Ryzeal is probably done though, but we'll see.
I talked with Kyle about the ban list before coming on here.
Yeah.
Bro said it looks like Blue Eyes is gonna be the best deck. I laughed.
Oh, I wish.
It's not happening. Kyle literally like had a thought. It was like, when's World? I'm like, no way.
I do think this ban list positions it fine for Worlds. It's not hit on the OCG and TCG, and then Ryzeal and Maliss is so hit across both those lists that I think Blue Eyes should line up to be the best deck in TCG, or sorry, for Worlds format. But that's like a whole nother conversation. I think they like pushing you guys know my conspiracy theory where I say that Konami pushes the anime decks towards Worlds format every time. Like we saw Yubel and Blue Eyes win Worlds the last 2 times they came up.
Just making sure. Am I coming in choppy like usual?
You are good, Magic Geek. I just have to turn you down a little bit, but you are great for the most part. You don't have to adjust your audio. I got you. How are you doing, Magic Geek? What is your ban list reaction?
Honestly, man, I'm a huge fan of it overall. Like, especially with Bonfire going to 1, I'm surprised they didn't bring back OSS, to be quite honest.
Really? What would you would have liked to see what would you have liked to you would like to see that for Snake Eye?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, especially with them bringing the main monsters back to 2 at the very least, I feel like if they're going to put Bonfire to 1, they put OSS to 1, and I think like, it might balance out here or there.
The thing with OSS is that it's searchable. It just makes like White Forest Azamina just like how it is in Master Duel, where it's just obscene. I think they
that's
probably
super
are
valid,
just under like you know, OSS is just an objectively stupid card, and maybe there's a time to bring it back. But for now, we'll bring back the Snake Eyes cards as like, here's a way that you could play Snake Eyes pure, or maybe you could incorporate the Fiendsmith cards in there. But you know, you just don't have OSS. You're gonna rely on like Temple or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
I'm
sure.
personally
With part
not.
of that, I'm thinking it might be a Fiendsmith issue as well in the way of like you could do that exact same thing. I'm wording this terribly, but like I feel like also whenever they hit the Fiendsmith stuff, they might be able to bring back OSS at the very least to 1 to balance everything out. 'Cause I mean, I was a big fan of Snake Eyes Fire King while it was still a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the thing is, like, it wasn't Snake Eyes as a deck. It was a Snake Eyes. This is like Snake Eyes as an engine to access certain cards for you. So like, maybe they just want Snake Eyes to be its own deck.
Yeah, for sure. I could see both ends of the sword for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm not personally a big fan of OSS. It being someone who plays Master Duel and sees how like OSS just makes a deck way better than it should be, in my opinion. But that is just my opinion. And did you have any other general thoughts on the list? I guess. Were you happy with like the shifter hits, the Ryzeal hits, Maliss hits? Maybe some of the generic stuff like cross-hour talents, if you had any opinions on any of the above.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was a big fan of Shifter, speaking being biased from a salad player for sure. Cross out being hit to me was understandable for sure, but it was also kind of wild. I was also sick of always having the out in hand and then the cross out always being stuck to my opponent's hand too.
Yeah, no one.
But other than that, I was also a huge fan of Circular coming back too, because I'm super excited for using it as an extender for salad as well if I need to.
Oh yeah, did Kyle have any? Did Sunlight Wolf have any opinions on Circular comeback, or has he not gone that far into cooking Sam?
I believe he is cooking with it right now. I could be mistaken, but
And also speaking as a generic Cybers player in that regard, I also still have basically the entire Administer core as well, so I'm happy that that might actually finally be playable for me now too.
RIP link decoder, but yeah, I get that.
I do want to throw up Triff's tweet because Triff had an interesting analysis of the format. He is saying a banlist sheet for everybody. Ryzeal consistency hits is huge to a deck that already bricks, but fine with solutions. Can't play Desires because low Ryzeal count, 0 grind game. That makes sense. No, like Desires being no longer an option in the deck. You can't just like, you know, Sam knows the struggle with Desires and Marincess with running cards that aren't just all 3 ofs, right? Like you want to see these cards, so that makes a lot of sense. Must play Tachyon cards to make up for consistency, which are neg 1 and lose control grinds versus lots of hand traps, but no choice. So yeah, I think Ryzeal gets like hit on multiple. That's what I like about all these hits. Like all these decks get hit on multiple levels. Detonator to 1 hurts the grind game. A second Ryzeal cross kind of fixes it if they out the board better than playing Ryzeal or Emerald. I mean, I think the only issue with that, I mean, we were already running 2 Ryzeal cross on the pure variant, but the issue is like Metal Tronus. Like Metal Tronus don't give no fucks about your cross. So, and Triff said that he still thinks Ryzeal's still tier 1 and best. And that's kind of where I was going with. I think Ryzeal's probably still the best deck until Alliance Insight. And then he said on Maliss, Decoder is literally just not needed. Slight hit, but 1 less monster when you have 10 is fine. I mean, I think the Decoder hit is a little bit more significant than that, but I think he's generally correct where like it just changes the lines a bit and makes it so you get hand trapped a bit more easier on the line. Griffin is not a hit. Who gives a F about it when you end on unbreakable board regardless? I mean, this is like what I was talking about with Jeff Jones, where like the good Malice players were just like not making the Griffin board for like the most part. They were just like trying to do Cryptor control whenever they could, because most decks can't play through Cryptor plus hand traps plus GWC and stuff and friends. And semi-limits are a bit because the deck already bricks, but fine. And that's why I like to see, like, maybe those semi-limits, like, there was a point for that because the deck already bricked. But to me, like, when Signet mining exists and that new Adignister stuff exists, I'm not sure if consistency hits to Maliss really are going to matter at the end of the day.
You could argue Droll's better against it.
That's actually what I said before, Sam. I love you for that. I was like, I guess Droll gets better.
Yeah.
And also, too, with Link Decoder gone now as well, like, it makes it obviously a lot more difficult for them to basically link climb from 2 into 3, or 3 into literally whatever else past that, which, in that regard, some people were also saying that it was supposed to be a nib out, more or less, but now what's to stop them from literally just using Link Spider at this point, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He also said Mermail is still crazy. Toad lost, but gained no Dweller. I generally agree with that. Like, this is why I said before the list dropped, and this is what I'm going to say after the list dropped. They will be fine. Like, say hello to your new friend barrier statue. Like, Sam, time to throw up the TCG player, or I already know you have a water barrier statue. There's no way you don't. I know you own a copy.
Yeah, I think I do. I also have a Prima Donna, but I don't own Minstrels because I'm bad at the game.
You don't own the hand rip?
No.
Oh, is that because you're a good you're the one respectable Mermail player? JK.
All I'm saying is you don't need that shit to win. You just need that shit to rip a card from your opponent's hand.
I
It's
got
really
you
strong.
on the minstrels.
It's a lot stronger than the barrier statue. The barrier statue is very similar to the gimmick puppet lock from Branded, except it's a lot more routable.
I see a lot of people in the OCG. That's what they're doing with Toad not being legal. They just hand rip and then make a barrier statue plus like the Link 2.
Yeah, if you have a combo deck that's ending on like a floodgate as part of their combo, it's over. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do think Mermail is going to honestly be just fine. It's kind of the
Hard.
Toad hit. It was like a good hit, but
Totally
it doesn't.
Awesome is one of the water pool's best interactions, just in general. It's kind of one of their main ones that water decks have been designed around, basically. Like, you could end on Stealth Kragan and stuff. You could end on, hilariously enough, Ragna Zero.
That was my favorite thing to do in Ryzeal for a second, since it's a Tachyon bridge into Sharks, which is now dead.
It also, it can pop any Maliss monster when they resolve Dormouse.
That card is actually surprisingly good as an on-board piece this meta.
When Ryzeal came out, I said I can't wait for Ragna Zero to be really good, and no one believed me. Like, just listen to me, guys. Come on.
He gives this information for free.
I'm not asking for anything in return, other than for you to listen.
Man, in that regard, since if Marincess starts becoming like more and more of a problem, or just becoming more and more prevalent, like what are you guys' thoughts on things like Ice Barrier coming back, or Crystron starting to rise up in that regard as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let Sam answer that since he is the Marincess guy, but also I think like any graveyard-based deck like Crystron's going to be a problem. Like everyone's going to have a contingency for Crystron. That deck is crazy now, in my opinion.
Let me take a look at something real quick. Oh, never mind. It doesn't even work. Okay.
I guess secondary question while he's looking that up. What about we're possibly going to start running Ultimate Slayer more often, which I know a lot of people already are, but like, what's the option of that probably being more prevalent overall?
I mean, it's going to be really good because Dweller's gone. I already think Ultimate Slayer was really good though, so I'm not sure how much that changes outside of just making it like probably just a better option than Metaltronus, but Metaltronus is just still absolutely insane.
I think in Marincess's case, Metaltronus is better because your Metaltronus target for any Maliss extra deck monster is Aqua Argonaut, and then you can just link into Zelantis, and it's insane.
That's insane.
Yeah, and you have the main deck targets too, at least for a couple of the Maliss main deck names. But it also does double duty at that point of taking care of Detonator as well, because I play Nibiru in my main deck. You know, I just have that. If I was gonna play Slayer in Marincess, my XEs would be Toad, and there's no reason to play Toad anymore.
Yeah, rip Toad. So, YuGiOh
Toad's
command.
okay. Toad's okay. He's just chilling in the decks that he belongs in.
Yeah, I can't wait for new Paleo support.
Frank Kids meow back to 1. You'll see Toad again, I promise.
I always have people come, like, whenever BANLIST season comes up, people are always like, Meow can come back to 1. Meow can come back to 1.
I saw a comment saying Dryden unban is weird. I'm like, what? Dryden's insane. What do you mean?
Do you think do you really think Dryden can't come back though, especially with without Broad Bull and then also with Detonator being in the game? I feel like at least without Broad Bull, it's like fine. I'm surprised that card didn't come back, honestly.
You see, the thing is like Detonator is not generic though.
Oh, I guess Zoo is.
Yeah, any rank 4. So like those Ritual Beast end boards that were making Colossus, you could throw a Dryden on there. I just don't think that they really want to do anything with the Zodiac extra deck monsters that are banned while Eclipse Twins is legal, because that is probably one of the stupidest interactions ever.
Wait, what's the interaction?
When you detach Eclipse Twins, when you cheat a zoo monster through its inscripted method on its text, it's still treated as an XZ summon, so it is a properly summoned monster. So you can go Zoo Body into XEs, into JK9, into Detach, into Bring Back Bro, into Overlay, into Eclipse Twins, and it's insane, dude. Eclipse Twins is crazy.
Yeah, Eclipse Twins actually is good in Zoo as well.
It's so messed up.
We found another deck that Eclipse Twins is finally good in, guys. We did it.
Well, the thing about it is like all the Zodiacs are soft ones per turn, so like it's just really abusable with Eclipse Twins, and I'm sure that TCG is just not ready to bring back the Zoo cards with that being legal. That's just my theory. I could be wrong, but
yeah, because it's not like it's doing anything in OCG, but that doesn't mean like it's not good.
Yeah, exactly. Like Dryden is better than pretty much every other rank 4 that exists. That's generic.
JaketheMtnMan, load me a Fiendsmith engraver or a Fiendsmith engine. I got you. Oh yeah, also tracks are $100, guys. Congrats, we did it.
Me when Fabled is coming out soon, and that's the reason why.
Not the 500% price increase.
It's disgusting, bro.
Man hit me with the 500.
If I had a Fiendsmith tracked, I would sell it, and I would buy McDonald's.
You wouldn't buy the rest of your Aqua Angel playset or your collector
you could throw that in there too. They're like $20 a pop. Who cares?
Do you guys what do you think people are going to beef up their Fiendsmith packages with? Now 3 engraver, 3 track, more copies of Lacrima. Is there any reason to change the Fiendsmith engine? The engine didn't get hit. I would imagine that the ratios stay the same unless people just like play Sanked over some of these consistency hits.
Huh. You're going to play every Fiendsmith card in the archetype. Throw Kyrie in there. Throw Rex Tremende in there. And you're good.
Motherfucker. That big guy.
Have you read Rex Tremende?
Yeah, he's good if he was like summonable. Am I right? Like, kinda? Not really?
No,
he's just a towers.
that's not the issue with it. Yeah, but it's unaffected by card effects except Fiendsmith cards. So, like, their Fiendsmith engine can out it, so it's not a towers.
Yeah, would they be like, yeah, like, oh no, it's immune except against the best engine in the game.
Like Graver target Descendant, it's like, what do I do? I guess when it's sent to grave, you get to Foolish Burial something, or I don't know. Maybe it's add something back. Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, the Fiendsmith engine needed cards in their hand. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, I mean, I personally think it was a really good. I don't know if it's like my favorite list in a while, but I think it's probably my favorite list since I've been back. Like, I can't tell. Like, I don't know. Maybe this list is really good to me. I'm looking forward to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It makes me want to play TCG a lot more now. I think TCG is going to be looking really good. I think Master Duel is going to be looking really silly in comparison to. I mean, I love Master Duel obviously, but I think it is really one of those things that wow, someone just sent me a screenshot of them buying 3 QCR tracks for $50 yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, shout out to you. Yeah, no, I mean, I think also one cross out, one talents makes hand traps good again. Yeah, like are board breakers ever gonna? I mean, we'll see, because I think with the yummy Dragon Tail meta, hand traps are not looking good. So like for right now, I think yeah, hand traps are definitely the play, but it
Board
might not
breakers are
last.
gonna be insane because Yummy's end board is not really layered.
It takes a dark ruler to the face and dies.
Yeah, and they make Arclight on like summon 7 or later, so you can just nib them. And it significantly reduces their ceiling. It doesn't stop them from playing, because if they have the field spell, they can just go, okay, bring a bro back, link into Link Spider, and keep playing. That's why I'm saying, hey, Link Spider should also go.
Should
yeah,
Ling Karibo also go, and like just all the Link 1 generic Cyberses?
Yeah, Lingaribo will eventually find its way too. Dude, that card is so dumb.
I was gonna say, isn't Maliss just fine because they have Ling Karibo still?
Yeah, but the thing about it is, like, your imperm still means something because it removes a link material from the field.
Yeah.
Because they have to tribute it. But, you know, sucks.
Plausible sheep, Toad just chilling in Sprite. Yeah.
Honestly, like, I'd rather have Toad be able to be played, because, you know, Toad's a cool card, and it's honestly not any more unfair than other cards. But, like, man, I'm gonna miss that guy.
Yeah, man, that's an end of an era for you. Like, if you guys remember Sam's locals gameplays, that guy
I have
was
other
on
extra deck cards I can play now. I'll just throw in like Area, the Water Charmer, Gentle, some other stuff. I don't know.
All right, GG's, gentlemen. I gotta head back to work. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, bye, Magic Geek. Have a good one, Magic. Feel free to link out your channel if you'd like to in the chat.
Deuces.
Oh,
Will do. Thanks, guys.
Glenn, you still here? Any?
Bro, I'm always here.
Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate you. Do you have it, like, was there anything as a perspective of a player who isn't really like playing the game too much? Does this, at least like hands-on, like going to locals and stuff like that at the moment, which I'm not either, but at least, does this make you want to play the game at all more?
Oh, absolutely. I'm actually happy to test for Providence going forward now. Not
yeah, I know
it.
you were iffy on Providence or not. No, you're just like, I'm all in.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a very good list overall. I can't complain that much. There's some things they could have cooked a little bit better, but I don't know. It seems fairly fun for a format.
And playing against Ryzeal with everything at 3, just it felt like just doing homework, honestly. It's just so boring.
I agree. That was my issue. It was just not a fun format. Like, it wasn't.
I didn't mind the
particularly
format.
bad, but
I don't care. It's just Ryzeal, bro. I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't know if anybody watching plays Ryzeal right now, but like, that deck legitimately puts me to sleep.
and hey, that was the thing with pure cash. I analogize.
Yeah.
It's basically like pure cash back in the day.
Yeah,
Rise
man.
Heart Pass,
It's
right? Like
insane.
every game.
Just so boring, dog. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being like a Link summoning combo brain player, but like if I was forced to play one of the two decks, I would definitely pick Maliss.
Everyone who plays Maliss says it's like one of the most fun decks they've ever played. So
It's because Link strategies are the best strategies. They're the most freeform. Let
yeah,
me
I
tell
never
you from a
realized
plants.
it until
Yeah, it locks you into plants, but you can do whatever you want.
Oh man, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It is so much fun just to degenerately be like, yeah, the world's my oyster right now.
Yeah, let me just
You're
link
gonna-
off these guys. Let me just link and link and link. Hell yeah.
You're gonna watch me play YuGiOh, and by play YuGiOh, I mean activate Jasmine on field.
What will be the top 3 decks in your opinion? I think it goes like pure right. I think it goes Ryzeal variant, still Maliss, and then I might have a hot take here. But I think Memento probably is the 3rd best deck now. Like it might just do its OCG thing, where it becomes like perennially the 3rd best deck. I could be wrong, but that's my hot take.
ODM pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah, but like Memento is so disgusting, dude. Like I was watching the finals and like those cards just that fusion monster, the triple foolish. Gaddock solves that card, man. It's so stupid.
That deck was like the greatest flip of all time for me. I bought all that shit in CR so cheap the week before they announced all the support. So easy.
Make Cyber Dragons great again. They get new support in Alliance Insight, so you should look forward to that. I think it's like a Lone Fire Blossom too. It's kind of nice.
Everyone get your Pleiades now.
Listen to Sam, guys. We should learn this by now. He's like Nostradamus.
Pleiades is crazy.
Speaking
I don't
of
know how often
Constellars,
you'll make it in Cyber Dragon, but you're gonna play it in your extra deck.
Oh, the Awu deck, the fucking
K9,
the furries. Yeah, those guys.
Dog.
Yep, dog.
I got that dog in me. That's what that deck is.
what do you guys think of Gamma coming back to the game, but better? That wasn't on my bingo card for Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't know if you guys have
Honestly,
have read the K9 cards in the Chronomaly, whatever, rank 5, but
I mean, you could do the same thing with like the Ripper. It's a hand or graveyard monster effect negate. But like, I get what you're saying.
it's not
Yeah,
as
they're
good
Earth
as Gamma,
monsters.
but they aren't bricks.
Izuna and Lupus are both Earth monsters, so is the Chronomaly a light or is it an Earth?
I think it's a light, but I could be wrong.
Well,
these Chronomalies are light. Also, Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander said you had a few people chasing you down to play domain format. That's really cool. Played so much domain, it was insane. I had 2 groups help me down to play. I will try fly to meta if he ever wants to get a video going. For sure, for sure. I've just been so busy between the situation at the last apartment and moving, but would love to do a collaboration in the future for sure. OSS is not that banned. I'd beg to disagree, but we'll leave that at that. What to replace a Mermal extra 5 slots?
I have no idea.
You're cooked.
You could do the Magic Key rank 4 to trigger Dragoons when you get the rank 4 setup.
Stop.
And you could search a normal monster so you can reveal it for Joe Beam. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. That deck is cooked. Just Link Summon, I couldn't tell you.
Well, you
Channel
run
your inner hat
Diva.
format.
Wait,
I'm sorry,
what?
Chris?
Oh, channel your inner hat format, and you play Dracossack.
You're locked in the waters, dude.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Just make it anyways. Just draw over the card.
What are they gonna do? Read?
I mean, you're right.
Sonic Rage, this was the list they needed to do. Ryzeal and Maliss get stronger with the next set. Yeah, I was happy with Konami being able to pre-hit Maliss here. Because Maliss hasn't topped. Like, Maliss hasn't technically warranted these hits, I think.
Yes, it has.
I mean, it's topped, but it hasn't won anything.
Yeah, that deck is insane.
I agree as a Maliss hater, Sam, but also, like, I guess I'm trying to be fair.
I'm not a Maliss hater. It's just so brazen to introduce a Dark Cybers deck that works with banishing cards.
Allure of Darkness dodges another ban list. Congratulations.
I mean, that's just like that's one of the synergies that dark decks that trigger off of banishing, you know, they benefit from Allure of Darkness. It just happens to be that Maliss also is a Link strategy. So, you know, since like Link strategies are so much more freeform compared to like Thunder Dragon, which really couldn't put out too much Link material unless you had degenerate stuff going on like Guard Dragons, or like Branded, which locks itself into fusions. Maliss just gets to do infinitely more and still reap all the benefits of cards like Allure of Darkness. And because they're Cybers type, they get to play within all the Cybers locks, and they're basically just the best Cybers slop starters available in the game, because they're the only ones that have an actual deck and win condition behind them.
What? Okay, so like, okay, I'm gonna read a few more chats, but like, did I ask your opinion on Circular? I asked you about Kyle's opinion on Circular, but I feel like you have and Glenn, you might be more familiar with Circular than I am, because you started playing Yu-Gi-Oh again.
Play Circular in Ryzeal. It's a free duo drive.
It's a free.
Oh, never mind. It locks you into Cybers.
You just play in Maliss, the other deck.
Yeah. I mean, you could, but like, with the consistency hits to Maliss, like, if you open Signet Mining and you search Circular, you probably are already winning, because that means you opened a Maliss name plus Signet Mining. So, like, yeah, Circular's excellent, but I don't know.
So, like, White Forest Fiendsmith is actually super solid now post BANLIST, and they're getting support that makes that deck even better.
Just have your Ally of Justice cycle readers at the ready. They'll be fine.
That's actually something this one branded deck that got second at the DC Cup mained at one point, or maybe they got first. I forgot it was first or second. I think it was second. They mained an Ally of Justice, and then they had a Sprind in the extra deck for the High Spirits Bridge. It was beautiful.
That's hilarious.
I mean, Sprind is general use anyway, but still. Hat format remains eternal. I can't wait until Xyz Universe. Dude, I thought if Xyz Universe wasn't useful in fucking in Ryzeal format, when will it ever be again? I'm so sad for all my hat heads.
Target 2 face-up Xyz monsters on the field. Send both monsters to the graveyard. Then special summon one Xyz monster from your extra deck, except a number monster, whose rank is equal to, or less than, the combined original rank of those two monsters, and if you do, attach this card to it as material. Also, for the rest of this turn, after this effect resolves, your opponent takes no damage.
You would side that in against Geargia and hat format and make Falgrand and have a fun time.
I like where you're coming from.
See, we can still do that though. Like transaction rollback, anyone? Labyrinth cards? Hello?
Hell yeah. Lab mentioned.
Yeah, Glenn, how do you feel while I go use the bathroom quickly? How do you feel about Labyrinth topping the YCS? I'm pretty sure they were first after Swiss day one, and then they won the giant card for doing that.
That's pretty tight. I obviously haven't been playing a ton this format, but good for them, man. Because it's not easy, especially against Maliss. Fuck that deck. That matchup is not fun.
What makes it not fun?
It's they just get a lot more advantage off of so little, and you need 2-card combos when you're playing IKEA. And then if you're not playing IKEA, and you're playing the trap heavy builds, the math build, it's really hard to hit Maliss with an equation cannon. So that's just shot.
Yeah, that's just link strategies though. But I get that.
That's pretty much it, though. I don't know. Other than that, I mean, the deck, as long as it has a good pilot, the deck can always just win.
Yep.
I do have games like that.
There's always one moment in the game that determines whether the lab player wins or loses, and it's all on the opponent. Like, if you misplay here, I win, no matter what.
Yeah. You just have to understand the opponent's deck so much when you're playing lab, too.
Yeah.
Which is such a pain in the ass. Like,
There's so many different variants.
Yeah. There's so many variants to lab itself, but there's so many pain points and choke points that you need to actually understand in order to be a competent player in any format, right? Because, like, yeah, I have disruption, and everyone thinks purple card unga bunga, but you have to understand where it's going to hurt the most.
Yep.
Like, you have to know the lines to play optimally.
It's all about maximizing your interruptions.
True.
How to play Mermal after the ban list. You do the... I shouldn't be saying this. I genuinely am ruining the format by saying this on a stream with like 100+ people on it, but I already mentioned it. Like, it's gonna be water barrier statue, and it's like you can go anywhere. Like, that's just gonna be what happens. It happened in the... That's what the OCG does with Mermal. It still does fine over there. You're just gonna do like whatever the deep sea synchro plays to summon it out or whatever, and then you end on the link, and you have the trap, so you still have interruption plus hand traps. Puts your opponent on better have droplet, essentially.
I love they better have it.
That's why Ido is so good with Sanctifier, but that's a whole nother story. Branded's going to be great after this ban list. It's going to feel so good to resolve a branded fusion. Good night, gamers. Peace out, Romy. I appreciate you coming through. Allure is technically a branded card, too. Yeah, I'm glad it didn't get hit. 3 Babuska. That's the new Ryzeal game plan. You just run 3 Babuska.
We're going to make one rank forward turn. It's going to be this.
You just play super passive. You just like keep crossing them.
You can't end on only Baguska. If you watch the finals, they'll just have droplet.
Yeah, that Memento player was crazy good. Like,
it was insane, bro. Like, bro literally went like, okay, Memento Infusion, and I was like yelling, like, there's no way that's the card in your hand. It was wild.
EPA, I think Brandon is technically now kind of meta threat now. I played in my first regionals. I got 69th out of 268 people. The only reason I lost a lot was because those cards that are now banned. I won against 2 Pure Ryzeal and 1 Mitsu Ryzeal before the hit, and only lost to Fiendsmith Ryzeal because of Dweller. Brandon is so good at this format. Good matchup with Ryzeal. Good matchup with now weaker Maliss deck and Blue Eyes. Who? We are so back. I agree.
Brandon is so back in the die roll.
When I play.
I'll forever be the guy. I'll just be the guy.
Odeon Fiends. Oh well, okay. Well, okay. I'm still not gonna enjoy going again into an Argonaut, like Toad or not. Like I don't think Toad was ever the thing stopping me. But also I think the Odeon Fiendsmith deck is an issue for Branded. Like going second, like I'm still figuring out how to go against that deck going second without just like non-engine like evenly. I'm pretty sure they can negate evenly, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah, they can. They have the Omni negate.
Yeah, they could just Apophis.
Yeah, or yeah, not the Omni negate. It's a Spotter Trap negate.
It's like a Desiree. It negates cards on the field.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's good.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But also, I mean, some of them do play. There was a couple of people playing Judgment as well. So like that card's fucking nuts. Like it's a 3 of. Just straight up in the main. In a more like trap heavy build, not so hand trappy.
Solemn Judgment?
Yeah.
Yeah, that card's busted.
I mean, they're already playing Heavenly as well, so it's searchable.
Yep.
Because Heavenly searches any trap.
Wonderful card design.
Is
Top tier.
Mermail dead? Definitely not. I don't know if it's gonna be winning YCSs anymore.
You still have your 1-card combo, you just don't have Toad.
Ivan's not happy about it. I know that much.
Oh really? Yeah. Well, I'm sure
You
he
also
would
miss
be
out
very
on
sad.
the you still get the Moulin Glacia hand rip. It's just you need Anemone to resolve with the 1-card combo.
Okay. Really?
What's the game? What's the end board game plan though? Like, is it really just hand rip or bust now?
Well,
hand rip plus slap bigger statue, obviously.
Yeah.
With the 1-card Neptibus combo, when you get to the point where you're able to make Bahamut into Toad, you have Neptibus, Shadow Squad, and Abyss Shrine in your graveyard. Oh no, yeah, you just link off into Anemone and then summon the Moulin Glacia to hand rip him for 2.
We love hand rips.
And that's summon 5. So you could just link into Abyssalacia in case they do nib you. That way, if you have extenders, you can make Anemone and keep playing. But
Lacia is going to be so integral to that end board now, as if it wasn't already.
Yeah, like she's so crazy in that deck. Such a dumb card.
Yeah, you still have that rank 7 too. Like that card's an insane extension. You're just gonna end up running the other synchros, and then also like you still have Coelacanth, right? Like you still have very explosive plays.
Yeah.
Dweller and Shifter are gone now too. Like
but like the Omni negate off Toad is what made that deck like so scary.
It was the grind game, effectively, I think.
Yeah, adding water monsters back from your graveyard to your hand, it's insane.
No vanity, holy Link Decoder Band is the craziest Malice hit you can imagine. That alone would have the deck in power. No vanity topped the German Open with Malice. I remember when I think like Malice like first came out. So I'm gonna take. That's good news to me. I don't know. We'll end up seeing. I feel like I've heard some people say Link Decoder Ban is not as crazy, but I do think it just makes it so much more interactable. Like,
yep,
yeah,
it really does make Malice a lot more fair. Like the thing that was really messed up about Link Decoder is that it would chain block Red Ransom, or it would chain block like I don't know if chain blocking White Binder is particularly relevant, but you know. chain blocking Red Ransom is usually the part that's like so messed up because you can't Ash Blossom it, and like Ash Blossom already is so not good against Maliss. So like, I think Ash gets a decent bit better, especially because they're playing Signet Mining due to the consistency hits. So like, Ashing Signet Mining can just randomly end their turn.
Yeah, do you really think it hits the deck that hard? No Vanity? I mean, I think with the Adignister stuff, it will end up being a bit more like, you know, your deck will be kind of fine after that, but we'll see. Chat, what will be top 3 decks now? I mean, Ryzeal, Maliss. The dynamics don't, the dynamics on their face don't really shift this with this ban list. However, like, I think the quality of life and like the player experience gets like far better with this ban list.
Like I Lancia not being hit is kind of a big blemish on this list.
Sorry, you said Lancia not being hit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think Lancia should have went with nothing else, or do you think like something else should have happened with that?
Oh, I think Lancia should have went to 2 or 1, TBH.
To 1?
Yeah, 2 or 1, I said. Yeah. Just consistency hit on that shit.
Yeah, that card kind of is insane against Maliss right now.
And like it also randomly keeps some other decks out of the format too, like Ritual Beasts. Like random,
yeah.
You know, tier 2, tier 3 decks. Just I know that happens like every deck, and they definitely address like, you know, letting graveyard decks do more, but not the banished.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of the list. Mohammed, I got QCR Engraver pre-traded. Nah, Fusion Summon is peak. Yes, sir. Yeah, so Ryzeal dead or not? Ryzeal's definitely not dead. It's gonna be probably the best deck still, but we'll see. Maliss might be a little bit better right now. I think it'll be a tie between them. Yeah, so I think there's gonna be a lot of cooking to be done. I'll have a lot of new videos coming out. I do have I have to upload the deck profile for the 41st place branded list. I was just sent over, so I'll probably upload that tonight. Once I get a little rust, because I know people want to see that. He went X11, like very good record, topping record, but it was a top 32 YCS, so bubbled out. And yeah, no, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. I saw Josh Schmidt say it was a 10 out of 10 ban list. You know, I think there's a lot to like about this list, a lot to be excited about. I'm looking forward to testing and going to locals, playing with my cards, playing Ryzeal and branded. I think Ryzeal gets more interesting. The deck building does, at least, especially post Allen, at least with potential new Mitsu support. So we'll see. I might just be playing, like, I think the Mitsurugi stuff is going to be really great with, like, no Shifter and no Dweller, so.
I think you should just play Mitsu pure, honestly. It has enough cards.
Yeah, if those cards are insane, if the new stuff is insane.
Dude, yo, play TikTok deck, play Odatic.
All I'm saying is, with the new Ritual monster, Nadir Servant is full combo, like, and more.
Scott Hubs, Fiendsmith will be the best deck now, lol. I mean, what do you mean Fiendsmith? Do you mean the best engine? I think you mean the best engine, which I'd agree with. I also think the Odeon engine's very underrated right now, but I think those two things go hand in hand as well. Corey, banlist wasn't bad. I just unpacked my cards right now, so I'm looking forward to your deck list. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to get that one out tonight and then hopefully get a branded list out by tomorrow. That's my own. But I also might just, like, talk about the ban list tomorrow, then get a list out in a few days once I've done some testing instead of just, like, rushing one out. Because, like, we do have Oscars, obviously, look forward to. I do want to appreciate everybody who came onto the stream. I was thinking about doing some testing with Branded, but I've been streaming now for 7.5 hours, so I think it would be good to get a little relaxation and then process the ban list and make some videos potentially for tomorrow and next few days. Cut up some shorts from this stream because we had a lot of great conversations with all the homies. I'm gonna link out to Sam's channel, Sam's YuGiOh YouTube channel. I do appreciate Sam for coming on as well. And I do appreciate Glenn for coming on. It's always a pleasure, and I'm really glad I got to get your guys' opinion on it. And yeah, no, I'm just looking forward to playing. Sam, if you want to link your channel, I just can't find it yours right now, unfortunately. But
you fellow water duelists, Bahamut ban is fine. Yeah, it's annoying when they have like Nibiru or whatever, but I mean, it was always annoying when they had Nibiru regardless. So play past it, I guess. I don't know.
Salad lives with that reality just fine.
They play past Nib all the time. With Salam and Great Weasel.
I remember when they had a Barone line with that card. Pepperidge Farms remembers.
Yeah. Fun times.
I play Master Duel, Sam. I'm sure you do too. So you get to live that reality again, like a second life.
I don't play Master Duel anymore, bro.
It's certainly
when
something
Archangel
right
came
now.
out in the TCG, like I'm not playing Master Duel anymore, dog. That's a joke, man. I'm really gonna get Max Seed and Fuwalos. I pass, and then they're like Lamau normal summon Sylvie, and I have to watch a movie. Like really? I'm not playing that.
I just want to say White Forest, and I've made this comparison like 20 times, like an insane asylum patient, but like there is a night and day difference between White Forest and the TCG and Master Duel because of Baron and Apo. Like those cards make that deck like go so overboard, and the Fiendsmith stuff does on some level too. Like Desiree doesn't help, but like those two cards in particular make it so you cannot play through their end boards with Engine, where in the TCG you potentially can, especially if you have like one board breaker.
I can't wait to see what Maliss looks like with Apollosa on Master Duel. It's gonna be awful.
Yes.
Yeah. It's gonna be terrible.
Because you know they are banning that. You know they are
might.
banning. You think so?
They might. I mean, when a Boaku comes out, I mean, a Boaku shores up a lot of problems that decks had when Apollosa got banned. Like, PK, I mean, you're going to play a Boaku and you don't need to worry about Apollosa. Because a Boaku's really good in PK because she can bring back a Dark Xyz to the zone that Rusty points to for a free pop. So it's like you get both effects of a Boaku, basically.
That card is waiting in wait to be abused in some way. I mean, as if it literally just wasn't being abused.
Yeah,
with
like
Griffin.
you know that people are just gonna bring out the most hilarious fun cards, right? Like me
Like
when I area
Diabells.
leader and I send the End of Anubis or Invader of Darkness, and then I reborn it with a Boaku against Runic and Graveyard decks respectively, and they just lose. I get to build my own Dweller.
You can never Dweller a tier player again, Sam. We're gonna have to play old like tier format just to help you relive the old memories of double Dweller.
You could just you could just flip the old soul drain on him. That'll teach him.
People were citing that recently. If you weren't familiar, I think for like just Ryzeal.
No, it stops monsters in the graveyard or banishment, so it's for Maliss most likely.
Got it. You're right on that. Maliss will be the reason Appaloosa gets banned in MD. Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't.
It would be funny, but at the same time, like, Appaloosa is just such a joke of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, man. I can't believe how long that card was legal for.
Don't you love baiting 3 to 4 negates before you can even play the game, Sam?
I mean, I loved when I played with Appaloosa, but that's because I was the one controlling it. Decidedly and tactically spamming Appaloosa's effect until my opponent conceded. Skillfully weaving and bobbing through everything they did by just being like chain. Like, it's skillful gameplay, right?
You don't like the Baron Appo Savage Simulator?
If I wanted to light cards in my hand on fire, I would play Hearthstone.
Is that how Hearthstone is? It's just like going against like a white forest end board every time?
No, I'm saying like there are cards in the game that can light your opponent's cards in their hand on fire.
Oh, literally. Nice.
Yeah, because it's an online game, so you do whatever you want. Yeah, like if I really don't like just having to play against boards that invalidate the cards in your hand no matter what they are. Like that's specifically Omni negates. And I mean that's partially why they banned Bahamut Shark, because it's just another Omni negate that's only gonna get more generic over time with more water decks that come out. But like it's not fun. I really hate when my opponent summons those cards on Master Duel because it's like, why am I not just playing something like, why am I not just playing White Forest Snake Eyes or like White Forest Azamina? But I don't want to play that. I want to play Marincess.
Well, that's the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh, the diversity, and that's why it's just like so silly that Master Duel is just like so like impeded by like there's like no card design or deck building in that game because of like Appo and Baron. Like every good deck that can ever like make produce bodies just like simulate into making those cards plus like a couple cards.
And that's on the extreme of like I can actually put bodies on the board. If you're playing something low to the ground, you're just making Verte into Dragoon, and that's just another example of there's no deck building. Like, brother, SP is better. Are you kidding me? Like, there's no way.
77% of people, we have 700 votes on the poll. 70, that's actually a pretty good sample size. That's like a politician poll like sample size. Is this ban list good or not? Yes, 77%. No, 23%. So yeah, I think like overwhelmingly people think this ban list is pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like the people that are saying no are just like, I really wish that the Maliss names would have just been limited. Same with the Ryzeal names, because the semi-limited list is kind of stupid. They're probably just like, it's like not enough.
Semi-limits do just feel silly to me, but
yeah,
I think they're trying to push the boundaries with consistency hits, maybe with the semi-limits, but I think it's just not going to be enough when in like a 4 to 5 month ban list window. Magic Geek, I forgot to bring up when I was on, but with Dweller Gun, how do we feel about Dark World and Tier possibly coming up? I mean, I mentioned before, way earlier, when it first dropped, I think Tier is going to be incredible post-ban list with Fiendsmith. Still full power, and then, like, Dweller and Shifter God, like, Tier is back, baby. Best
Dark
Fiendsmith
World is
variant.
also worth mentioning with the danger on limits.
Oh, that's good.
You seem upset from this.
I don't like Tier, even though I'm a former Tier player. It doesn't feel good. I just hate the shufflers. Can they ban the shufflers and then I'll like playing against Tier? Like literally. I play Brandon and the shufflers like violate me.
I feel that.
think Droll is gonna be main deck mandatory meta, says Gabe. Probably. I mean, if it wasn't already. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Like.
All right. Check out Sam's channel. Check out everyone else who came on. Shout out to Gelzo. Shout out to everyone else who came through. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, new format. We're back to TCG content on the channel. We'll still be playing Master Duel on the streams, but I also I've been having zero fun with Master Duel, so I think this is gonna give me a good excuse to do some TCG streams. Yeah. So I'm gonna go off, go relax. I'll be seeing everybody on the stream later. Have a good rest of your day. Subscribe, click the like button, join the channel if you want to help support. Also, we're going to be giving away Ultimate Rare Fallen of Albaz. I just have a headache. We'll be giving that away. I'll post the winner later. I'll post a video of me doing the spin probably tomorrow. So anyone who's a channel member will get in on that, or a Twitch sub. Appreciate everybody who provided Twitch subs and channel members and super chats. Very, very kind of you guys. Super do appreciate that. That was actually insane. I wasn't expecting anything, so as per usual, but you guys are extraordinarily supportive, so thank you all for making it a pleasure. We hit like 500 peak viewers on the stream today. It's pretty good. That was pretty insane. I told you guys BANLIST day is always an absolute party here. I appreciate Sam has like the 4-time ring, man. Sam, you've been on like every BANLIST, maybe, or no, you weren't on last BANLIST stream, so you made sure to come on this one. I think you were.
Yeah, sorry about that, big dog.
You're fine. I just love your analysis. Like, one of the best in the game by far.
Link Spider next list.
You heard it here first, folks. Place your bets now. I'm with Sam.
Or Herald. Maybe they ban Herald. Stop all that Mitsu nonsense with Nadir Servant. That's going to be happening soon.
Also, it's a hit to Yummy.
Yep,
that kills
exactly.
Yummy.
So that way they don't have to ban Link Spider, but they still might anyways because that card's dumb. Because, they're trying to make Adagnister, they gave Circular back as hey, the Adagnister cards are coming out soon, so maybe that deck, it's like the closest thing to Cyber Slot besides Maliss. Maybe they'll play Circular. And it's yeah. But
My cash jack is cooked. Brother, you only lost Shifter. You'll be okay.
Me when the Regenesis cards are coming out soon.
Yeah. Those cards are broken, actually. I see that being thrown into everything.
Yeah, those cards are nuts. They'll probably help out the Dark Magician structure decks. That'll be coming out too.
Do you think that's going to be any good? It has to be, right?
No, it doesn't have to be, but it should be because there's no way that you can just print cards like Magician Souls and then just have no follow-up. There's no way. Right?
Right?
You have to be able to either design around that or at least design around Magician's Rod. I don't know.
Yeah, we do love problems lying in wait for card design. Buy out your Ukas, guys. Regenesis can use Uka, says the EPA. Okay, thank you.
True.
All right, guys. Have a good night. The VOD will be up for anybody who wants to check out the reaction. I'll probably upload a edited version of it on the second channel. It was 4 hours of analysis though, so I don't know. I'm gonna have. It's always a funny thing to do. But yeah, subscribe to the second channel. Subscribe on YouTube also if you haven't already. We're on the road to 20K subscribers. at 10,000 right now. And look forward to the 41st place branded deck profile soon on the channel. All right, guys, have a